Chapter 3002. Do you want wolf meat? 3002. Do you want wolf meat? Han Fei thought that he had attracted a lot of people this time. It seemed that it was time to reel in the net. Suddenly, Chu stopped and a cage full of spider webs appeared in front of him. At this moment, a woman was hanging on the spider silk and saying, Chu, you can't escape. We're all great monarchs. The path ahead has been sealed and your retreat has been cut off. Today, you no longer have the demon purification pot to use. How can you think of leaving with Han Fei? A powerful voice sounded, Han Fei, hand over the demon purification pot. Half of the great monarchs here will not attack again. You may still have a chance to leave. Han Fei said, Senior Chu, please cover me. I'm going to use a technique. Upon hearing this, the emperors frowned. What was the use of him using a technique at this moment? However, an ancient altar appeared. The moment they saw the altar, they knew that Han Fei was going to summon certain existences. So that's why you're so confident. The altar in the West Wilderness? Who is this guy going to summon? Someone immediately shouted, Attack! Chu cursed in his heart. This brat is still not satisfied. He's risking his life. Unfortunately, at this point, it was impossible to stop. Chu roared and spewed out a mouthful of essence blood, which transformed into a huge tree behind him. On the tree, there was a human-shaped phantom sitting cross-legged. Blood inverses the spirit, God's projection. In an instant, the 7 great monarchs of the Sky Spider-Worm Valley behind Chu all retreated. Someone shouted, It's the bloodline atavism technique of the descendants of gods. This guy summoned the projection of a god. Chu said, Han Fei, since you want to play, then go all out and don't hold back. Buzz? The fire curtain reached the sky, and above the altar, a fire cloud cave appeared. A figure walked out of the cave. It was the burly and ferocious god of war holding a giant axe. Han Fei, has something good happened again. However, the next moment, the god of war cursed. Where did so many great monarchs come from? What are you doing? Han Fei shouted. Senior war god, since you're already here, it's up to you whether or not I can survive today. Around them, the great monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm were filled with suspicion and surprise. Some became wary, and some secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were wary because the god of war was very incredibly powerful. This old guy had walked the path of extreme Tao body refinement and had reached the peak of the great monarch realm. His strength was almost godly. In terms of true combat power, he was probably even stronger than Chu. As for why they were relieved, it was because no matter how strong the god of war was, there were only 2 people on Han Fei's side. Furthermore, this kind of summoning technique couldn't last long. This meant that the time for the god of war to appear was limited. As long as they stalled for time, they would win this round. The god of war of the West Wilderness? How could you have returned? Aren't you trapped in the sea of stars? God of war, are you really abandoning the people in the West Wilderness for helping this guy? Everyone, this is a clone. If the god of war could return, he would have returned long ago. He wouldn't have waited until today. Besides, his aura isn't that strong. Shut up. How dare you threaten my people? I think you're tired of living. Roar. The god of war was as violent as ever. He jumped up, brandished his battle axe, and the light of the axe swept across thousands of kilometers, shattering the spider webs. The person who threatened the god of war just now immediately activated a secret technique at the same time, and 800 blade edges darted out to meet the god of war's attack. Ka. However, the power of the god of war was incomparable to that of a great monarch. Wherever the battle axe passed, all the laws were shattered. In an instant, the 5 great monarchs attacked one after another, sending 6 divine techniques to meet the axe. Rumble. A terrifying explosion erupted here. With the combined strength of the 6 of them, only 3 of them vomited blood and their souls trembled. Instantly, someone shouted, Everyone, he is indeed a clone. If his original body is here, we won't be able to withstand one attack from him. The person who spoke was sent flying. He felt that the essence blood in his body stirred abnormally. In the next moment, the phantom of a god summoned by Chu extended his palm and turned into a huge demonic hand, grabbing the hundreds of thousands of kilometers in this place. The great monarch from before was caught off guard and was crushed. Chu shouted in a low voice, Die. No matter how strong a great monarch was, he couldn't resist the power of a god. Just now, the strike of the god of war forced him to block it. Now that he was enveloped by the demonic hand, he had no way to dodge. Rumble. The phantom of a god controlled the heavens and the earth. This person was wrapped in divinity, and his great Tao and law were instantly destroyed by divinity. This was the power of the descendant of a god. The primordial divine race were all descendants of gods. Although they had been destroyed, Chu the descendant of a god, still had some godlike methods. This was why he claimed to be able to kill the great monarchs. Rumble. 3 days later, the great Tao crack appeared again, and the entire sea realm was looking at the East Sea Divine Realm. In recent years, the great monarchs of the East Sea had died time and time again, so it was naturally the center of attention. Seeing this, the god of war laughed. A descendant of a god. Interesting. Although it's just the 2 of us, we can still fight. All laws converge into one, the immense evil of power, the axe that dominates the universe. I will gather the power of heaven and earth in my hands to slay gods. Kill. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He felt that the law of power here almost transformed into patterns that gathered towards the god of war. On the battle axe, an earthy yellow light bloomed. The god of war, holding the battle axe, seemed to be holding up a vast world horizontally in the sky. At this moment, the true appearance of the god of war couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Slash. Han Fei saw that an old man covered in hooks and thorns exploded and turned into a giant sandworm, but he couldn't break free and was crushed into sand. And the gravel continued to be crushed into nothingness. Chapter 3003. Do you want wolf meat? 3003. Do you want wolf meat? 3003. Rumble. The news of the death of another great monarch spread throughout the sea realm. In the central sea divine realm, someone frowned. The void marks have been used up. How can Han Fei kill two great monarchs in a row? The totem of the wild ancient race in the West Wilderness was shining. Many cultivators surrounded the totem. Someone muttered, "The totem has never trembled so violently. It seems that the god of war has returned." Rumble. Everyone looked at the sky and then looked shocked. Has the god of war really returned? But why did he go to the East Sea Divine Realm? I heard from the god of war that he found a successor in the East Sea Divine Realm. Could it be that for that successor, he used some secret method to descend into the sea realm? Well, Lord War God is too much. He doesn't come out no matter how many times we invite him. Is it really necessary for him to come back in person just for a disciple? An elder said, he may not come back in person, but he must have sent back a clone. He killed great monarchs the moment he returned. Isn't this causing trouble for us? Someone shook his head. The god of war is really, alas, he said that he would send a group of giants over. We've waited for 500 years, but those people haven't arrived. He's unreliable. Someone laughed. Other than fighting, when has the god of war ever been reliable? South Sea Divine Realm. Feng Yu, who was cultivating outside the chaotic fire domain, had just returned from a secret place of inheritance when Aunt Huo immediately appeared beside her. Feng Yu, how is your cultivation going? Feng Yu smiled and held Aunt Huo's arm. Not bad. It's not difficult to cultivate at the carefree level, but the comprehension of the immortal level is a problem. At the moment, I've got some insights. I have to make a trip to the chaotic sea. I heard from my senior sister that the chaotic sea is suitable for breaking through to the Tao-proving level and immortal level. Rumble. The road rumbled and Feng Yu was puzzled. Has anything happened in the South Sea Divine Realm recently? The South Sea Divine Realm is fine recently, but the East Sea Divine Realm is not. Feng Yu asked. The East Sea Divine Realm? Aunt Huo smiled and said, a third great monarch has died in the past few days. Our patriarch said that the human race is at war with some forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Xuanhuan, Han Fei? Aunt Huo nodded slightly. By the way, Feng Yu, you are Han Fei's senior sister. If your strength is surpassed by Han Fei, will it affect your prestige? Huh? I've been surpassed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Feng Yu immediately let go of Aunt Huo's arm and said, I've never been surpassed in my life. I introduced little junior brother to the Void Temple. How can my cultivation speed be slower than his? With that, Feng Yu walked back. Alas. Girl, where are you going? Feng Yu said. I'm going to the chaotic sea to find my senior sister. It's faster to go through the dragon race. Aunt Huo was lost for words. Hey, wait a minute. What's the rush? The God-fearing ancient land of the South Sea is going to open in a few years, and all the elites of the sea realm will gather in the South Sea to compete for treasures. Just wait a bit longer. Also, the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest said that she was going to find a spouse by fighting. You should represent the younger generation in this matter, so you have to go. Feng Yu said, I can understand the matter of the God-ferrying ancient land, but what does this spouse-finding thing have to do with me? I'm a woman. Could she even choose me? Besides, I don't like that woman. She's too scheming. Who asked you to participate in the spouse-finding event? You're just attending on behalf of your family. Ah, can I not go? Let Feng Xingliu go instead. He likes excitement, and when he sees that woman, he definitely won't be able to walk straight. No, Feng Xingliu is so loud and noisy. I'm afraid he'll be killed before he even reaches the Miracle Forest. Outside the God-fiend sea. The god of war and Chu Hao were incomparably powerful. The god of war was charging. His time was limited, so he had to make the best use of it. Everyone knew how powerful the god of war was, so there were 17 great monarchs fighting him. The remaining people tried to destroy the divine projection many times, but they were all beaten back and couldn't do anything to Chu Hao for a while. If they attacked by force, as Chu Hao said, who would want to be the one to die? If it was just Chu Hao, it would be fine. It wouldn't be a problem to slowly wear him down. But with the addition of the god of war, it was a big problem. The ancient demon race's primordial silver wolf said, Witchlin, don't hold back at this juncture. Shouldn't you take out your soul-locking clock? A female great monarch sneered. Easy for you to say. Why didn't you take action first with your god transformation token? After that, the two of them looked at the coquettish woman, and the woman said, I can attack first, but I'm afraid the effect of the god-breaking silk is far inferior to your nature's spiritual treasures. Primordial silver wolf, it's better than nothing. Let's work together and take down the god of war first. The three of them nodded. God of War swung his battle axe crazily. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 rounds had passed. The great monarch besieging him was in great agony. If this hadn't been a clone, they would have been chopped into pieces long ago. Even so, 5 of them had been seriously injured. Suddenly, a void swimming snake continued to wrap around the god of war. A mid-quality nature spiritual treasure? The war god's giant axe slashed down, but the winding snake was invisible as it swept past the battle axe and tied up the war god. Soul-locking clock. Above the head of the god of war, a bronze bell appeared. This bell circled in the void and a pillar of light shot down. The god of war was locked in the pillar of light and failed to break it after trying 3 times. God transformation token. A moon divine plate appeared behind the primordial silver wolf, and a flame token floated in front of it. Then, a wolf claw emerged from the divine plate behind it. It was so powerful that it seemed to have divinity. Chapter 3004, 3004. Do you want wolf meat? For 3004, do you want wolf meat? For the god of war's face changed slightly. A divine strike? Roar. The god of war roared. You think a mere attack from a god can shake me? Do you really think I'm just a great monarch? Break. Bang, bang, bang. The body of the god of war turned red, and the god-breaking silk was shattered by a huge force. Axe in chaos cut the grand void. At that moment, the war god's clone completely blended into the battle axe. Under Han Fei's shocked gaze, the battle axe expanded continuously and eventually burst open the soul-locking bell with a crack. The wolf claw was about to reach out, but the axe glowed, and infinite chaotic power surged out of the endless void to support it, tearing apart the divine wolf claw. Puff, puff, puff. The primordial silver wolf, the female spider, and the one from the divine demon forest all vomited blood. In the next moment, the god of war appeared and shouted, If it's a supreme nature treasure, of course I can't beat it. But a mid-quality nature spiritual treasure is only enough for me to split it with 3 strikes. While Han Fei was stunned, he suddenly heard the god of war's voice. Kid, is that enough? How long do you want me to fight? If you want me to keep fighting like this, the great monarch's origin star you gave me isn't enough. You need to give me at least 3, Han Fei said. Just try your best to kill the female spider. All right, after I'm done, my clone will disperse. What a loss for me this time. Han Fei completely ignored the god of war at all. He cried that he was poor every day, but in fact he had had enough. The god of war was even more ferocious this time. The void behind him shattered, and he directly extracted the chaotic chi of chaos, condensed a huge axe, and slashed at the spider. The female spider's expression suddenly changed. Are you kidding me? Why did you attack me? The female spider was surrounded by a powerful law of strength and couldn't escape. As for the other 2, the primordial silver wolf and the demoness from the divine demon forest simply abandoned her and ran first. This guy was a tough opponent who could even fight a god. With 1 strike of this guy, to put it bluntly, they were sure to be finished. No. My ancestor, save me. While the female spider cried in horror, 1, 2, 3, in the end, tens of thousands of pillars of light blasted out of the endless void, and a huge spider with thousands of eyes on its body spewed out scorching beams of light at the axe at the same time. Rumble. The chaotic giant axe finally exploded under multiple attacks. Han Fei suddenly stood up and pretended to be shocked. The god of war, on the other hand, looked awful. Ancient demon, thousand-eyed sky spider? In Han Fei's heart, the voice of the god of war sounded. Kid, I can't kill it. Without my original body, my clone is running out of strength and can't fight anymore. Han Fei said, Senior god of war, you can go back. God of war, go back? How are you going to deal with so many great monarchs? The thousand-eyed sky spider can't be killed by ordinary great monarchs. She alone can destroy the god projection. Han Fei said, Don't worry, I have my ways. I'll give you the origin stars of 3 great monarchs later. Good. Without further ado, the god of war stepped back to the edge of the altar as the curtain of heavenly flames rose again. He burst into laughter and said, You pesky bugs from the Sky Spider Worm Valley, you ruined my plan. Don't let me encounter anyone from the Sky Spider Worm Valley in the Sea of Stars. After saying this, the god of war slipped away. His identity was very valuable. Since Han Fei had a way to deal with these people, he didn't need to waste the last bit of his strength. The thousand-eyed sky spider's face was all dark. He didn't want to piss off a lawless guy like the god of war. This time, his clone could completely block his thousand-eyed divine light. If his real body showed up, he would probably be killed. However, since things had come to this point, he certainly wouldn't give up just because of the god of war's harsh words. The thousand-eyed sky spider's eyes all looked at Han Fei. The Void Temple asked you to gain experience, not to court death. Now I'll give you a chance. Hand over the demon purification pot. Thousand Eye, give to whom? This is a problem. As he spoke, a branch extended out of the endless void. On the branch, a man in green held a folding fan and smiled. Great Elder? The demonic woman from the divine demon forest was overjoyed to see him. The blue-robed man looked at Han Fei. You're indeed very confident. With Xuanhuan and the god of war guarding you, you might be able to escape. Unfortunately, you underestimate the value of the demon purification pot. Roar. The void vibrated and the roars of beasts were low. The already broken space was torn apart by 3 sharp claws and a huge wolf head poked out. The primordial silver wolf also looked delighted. Patriarch, why are you here? The primordial silver wolf patriarch's voice was deep. The hidden monarch city has no intention of helping this brat at all. Was it this brat who killed a heavenly talent of our primordial silver wolf race? Yes, it's me. Damn it, do you think a stray dog like Xuanhuan can save you? Or can the void temple still protect you? The primordial silver wolf stepped out of the void with a disdainful gaze and a heavy suppressing pressure. Han Fei said calmly, I thought no big fish would come, but it seems that I was wrong. The patriarch of the primordial silver wolf race grinned ferociously. You're deliberately mystifying. Since ancient times, many disciples of the void temple have died. You're no exception. Today, even the gods can't save you. I said it. Sigh. Xuanhuan took the initiative to put away the projection of the god inside. A bunch of idiots. Hee hee. Han Fei laughed awkwardly and then cupped his hands at the godfiend sea. Seniors, do you want to eat wolf meat? Chapter 3 Ocean 5, 3 Ocean 5. A Wild Dance of Demons, 1 3 Ocean 5, A Wild Dance of Demons, 1. The godfiend sea? Because of Han Fei's behavior, the great monarchs all looked at the godfiend sea. Although this was the godfiend sea, they didn't believe that the creatures suppressed in the godfiend sea would come out. How long had this place existed? The resources inside had been exhausted. After millions of years, how could there be any creatures living inside? Stop pretending. The patriarch of the primordial silver wolves waved his claws and slapped towards Han Fei and Xuanhuan. But this time, Xuanhuan didn't take action at all. With swishing sounds, dark chains suddenly extended from the bottom of the sea. The expressions of the great monarchs changed. Was there really a problem with the godfiend sea? Upon seeing this, the patriarch of the silver wolf race immediately tore at the dark chains, but only broke dozens of them before he was tied up by the continuous dark chains. Click, 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 click. The chains shrank like sealing chains, crushing the wolf claw. Tisk, tisk. A group of great monarchs attacked a junior at the carefree level. Is that all you've got? An abrupt voice rang in everyone's ears. Countless black chains extended from the dark barrier of the godfiend sea, dancing like dragons and snakes. A middle-aged man in white stood on the chains, greedily sucking the air of the outside world. How wonderful! Han Fei cupped his hands. Nice to meet you, Senior Li. The person who came was Li Tiangan, a humanoid powerhouse. He gave Han Fei a piece of universe-vast soil and was considered the only big shot who looked like a normal person in the godfiend sea. How is that possible? How can the people in the godfiend sea come out? Why are there still living people in the godfiend sea? All the great monarchs were shocked that those people had really walked out of the godfiend sea. Almost everyone realized something. Since Han Fei had long been related to the godfiend sea, why did he not hesitate to expose Xuanhuan and summon the god of war before summoning the person from the godfiend sea? Obviously, whether it was Xuanhuan or the god of war, they were both acting. They appeared just to attract more great monarchs to come over. Therefore, this was still a trap. However, the final hunter was not the hidden monarch city, but the godfiend sea. At this time, they realized that if the people in the godfiend sea were still alive, how many people were there? If these people still had their strength, immediately, some great monarchs began to retreat secretly. They didn't have a high chance of snatching the demon purification pot to begin with. In addition to snatching the demon purification pot, they also wanted to snatch people and harvest the luck of the human race. But now, they could see the situation clearly. The godfiend sea had suppressed too many demonic Tao cultivators from the past. If this group of people didn't die, they could only run today. Bang! In a certain space, the darkness of the godfiend sea spread out, and a huge darkness enveloped a great monarch who had secretly retreated. This great monarch's reaction was fast enough. He immediately unleashed his might, illuminating the darkness. But in the darkness, a whip mark rolled him up. Before he could escape, the darkness closed. Kawi, the darkness in the godfiend sea receded, and a huge frog appeared in everyone's vision. There seemed to be something jumping around in the stomach of the giant frog, as if it was trying to break out. However, the belly of the giant frog began to expand like an inflated ball. When it reached a certain level, it shrank with a boom, and there was no longer any movement in its stomach. Rumble. The great Tao crack appeared again, and a boom resounded throughout the 5 divine realms of the sea realm. Another great monarch died so easily. Ha ha ha, after starving for 1.8 million years, I finally have a full meal. Ha ha ha, Sea Realm, I'm back again. The great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm all changed their expression. How was it possible? What creature could swallow a great monarch so easily? The thousand-eyed sky spider's expression changed slightly. A demonic magnate, the sky ghost toad? Ha ha ha! There is still someone who knows me. Croak, worms, delicious. Buzz. The godfiend sea began to tremble, and colorful colors appeared on the continuous seals. The cultivator from the divine demon forest frowned and pointed his finger. The endless branches deep in the void, like the hands of a devil, shrank, trying to grab the sky ghost toad. But then he heard a chuckle, and some red flowers grew on those branches for some reason. The great monarch's face changed greatly, and he immediately cut off all the branches. But it had no effect. In the void, red flowers opened the way, and red flowers suddenly grew on the body of a strong master from the divine demon forest. A parasitic Tao great monarch? Why? The great monarch stirred his law, trying to extinguish the red light on his body. However, the surging law actually bloomed flowers of law, which were still red. The white-robed great monarch of the divine demon forest immediately attacked. Divine Purification Branch. A thin branch bloomed with light, like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminating the world and piercing the power of law outside the strong master of the divine demon forest. However, the glowing branch was weakened at a visible speed and gradually turned scarlet from the white light. No. What is this? The great monarch who was possessed by the red flower didn't hesitate to use a great nature spiritual treasure to suppress the various techniques, but when a red flower floated past, the nature spiritual treasure exploded and perished with the red flower. Chapter 306 A Wild Dance of Demons 2 3006 A Wild Dance of Demons 2 Giggle, giggle, a chuckle came. Is this the power of the current great monarch, so weak? Red flowers paved the way for a stunningly beautiful woman who walked barefoot on the petals with her long, fair, and slender thighs. She wore a bright red short skirt, as dazzling as a flower, and held her fair and tender arms in the air, smiling while plucking flowers. All the great monarchs felt a chill down their spines, because when the woman picked up the flower, the great monarch of the divine demon forest was withering at a visible speed. The red flower in the woman's hand, on the other hand, emitted a dazzling red light, illuminating the woman's gorgeous face. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He remembered the last time he saw this woman. Her upper body was beautiful, but her lower body was twisted like a tentacle monster. It seemed that she had recovered. Finally, the white-robed great monarch of the divine demon forest said with an awful expression, "The former lord of the North Sea, xuanhuan. What? How is that possible? Is she the North Sea demon flower?" According to the records, wasn't her body cut into pieces and her dead body suppressed in the Godveen Sea? Han Fei's heart did a flip. The former king of the North Sea? Is her identity so awesome? Now, Senior Brother Six God was the overlord of the North Sea, and this was the former king of the North Sea. After she came out, would she go to make trouble for Senior Brother Six God? Zhang Honghua smiled sweetly. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Divine Demon Forest, is your god still alive? He damaged my body back then. Today, I'll collect some interest first. Rumble. The great Tao crack appeared again, and another great monarch died. The cultivators of the 5 divine realms all looked solemn. They were all shocked. In just a few days, the great monarchs had died frequently. Just today, 3 great monarchs had died one after another. What happened in the East Sea Divine Realm? The white-robed great monarch from the Divine Demon Forest looked solemn. He said, "Thousand Eyes, Wolf Ancestor, let's kill our way out together." This time, the white-robed monarch didn't talk about snatching the demon purification pot anymore. There would be plenty of opportunities to seize the demon purification pot in the future, but with one monster after another coming out of the Godfiend Sea, he might not be able to leave if he didn't leave now. The thousand-eyed sky spider said, "That's exactly my plan." Although the primordial silver wolf was reluctant, he still roared, "Let's go," Clatterjust. When they were about to give up the battle, a huge wave surged into the sky, and a crab claw extended out of the wave. "If you leave, what will we eat?" The huge pincers clamped at an old man with a single horn. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed drastically and he tried to retreat. But in the next moment, a flash of knife light suddenly attacked from behind. Before he could think much, his single horn burst out with a strange blue light, transforming into an ancient giant ox, attempting to block the blade. However, the moment the saber beam touched the horn, it turned into a spiral and easily pierced through the single-horned mad bull. At the same time, the crab pincers clamped down, and a black dragon phantom rolled on this old man. A great monarch was shocked. A law-type divine technique. Yes, as soon as the crab pincers clamped the void, the great monarch was locked down, and even his power of the law was sealed. Patriarch Primordial Silver Wolf. Patriarch made a move. After all, he was a great monarch of the ancient demon race and couldn't be killed so easily. However, Li Tiangan, who had been motionless, flipped his finger and a marble was shot out. Han Fei had seen this kind of marbles too many times. They were not marbles, but stars. Buzz. The stars shattered, and the infinite power turned into a sword. Stars into swords? Li Tiangan, that abandoned disciple of the East Sword Pavilion? Someone recognized Li Tiangan. As that guy spoke, Li Tiangan transformed the stars into swords and collided with the patriarch of the primordial Silver Wolf race. The patriarch of the primordial Silver Wolf race's huge palm was pierced and one of his claws turned into powder. What's Li Tiangan's background? The patriarch of the primordial Silver Wolf race couldn't believe that he was pierced by a sword and even lost a wolf claw. This meant that the other party's strength was no longer that of an ordinary peak-level great monarch, but a kind of person who could transcend the divine tribulation at any time. The person who spoke first was from a sword cultivator faction in the Central Sea Divine Realm. He said, "It's said that in the past, he was the eldest disciple of the god of the East Sword Pavilion and the first sword cultivator in history. In order to pursue the ultimate realm of the sword Tao, he reduced himself into a devil. After that, his master, the sky-splitting sword god, couldn't kill him with 3 slashes, so he just expelled Li Tiangan from the East Sword Pavilion and suppressed him in the God-Fiend Sea. Hiss! Fuck! Even Chu Hao, who was beside Han Fei, couldn't help but be shocked. I've heard of him. His sword path is unparalleled. It's said that he comprehended the divine path as soon as he proved Tao. He was the person closest to a god in the East Sword Pavilion in the past. Oh my god, such a big shot. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. When he was in the God-Fiend Sea, Li Tiangan had only casually instructed him on the sword Tao before he comprehended the primordial Tao sword and the formless infinity sword one after another. At that time, he knew that Li Tiangan was definitely a great swordsman. The sword he saw just now confirmed his thoughts. But after hearing Li Tiangan's real identity, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. To be able to resist the 3 slashes of a god without dying, how deep had his understanding of the sword Tao reached? With Li Tiangan taking action, the single-horned mad bull was killed with double knives with its entire head twisted off. A big crocodile laughed. Old Zie, the body is yours, and the head is mine. The big crocodile was naturally the Eastern Divine Crocodile. When Han Fei left the chaotic wasteland, a scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile blocked the attacks of great monarchs for more than 30 seconds, and that was just one scale. Han Fei didn't know how strong he was. However, at this moment, he saw that nearly half of the soul of the single-horned mad bull had been swallowed by the Eastern Divine Crocodile. Chapter 307-307, A Wild Dance of Demons, 3307, A Wild Dance of Demons, 33073, Stupid Crocodile, all you know is to grab heads with me. At this moment, the single-horned mad bull's body was inexplicably cut into dozens of pieces. Because it was enveloped by the dragon shadow, its soul couldn't escape. It could only watch as a big crab dragged its body into its mouth. Patriarch Silver Wolf, help me. The patriarch of the primordial Silver Wolf race didn't pay attention to him at all. At this moment, he even felt a chill down his spine. Five fucking super strong masters had already appeared. Each of the 5 was no weaker than the 3 of them, or even stronger. Besides, at this moment, the God-Fiend Sea had already begun to open. A big turtle swam out and a turtle shell rose to the sky. The great Tao here seemed to be about to be frozen. It was none other than the old turtle, Grand Emperor Mystic Marshal. The patriarch of the Silver Wolf race roared, "Go!" In an instant, on the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, as the patriarch of the Silver Wolf roared, everyone moved. In fact, they had wanted to run for a long time, but the one who ran first died too quickly, so they didn't dare to run. Now that the 3 ancestor-level great monarchs took the lead to run, they naturally wouldn't fall behind. The old turtle said in a low voice, "Why didn't you run earlier? The turtle shell seals the world, the law seals the universe seal." With this sealing from the old turtle, order chains appeared in billions of kilometers of void. Even the dark chains of the God-Fiend Sea have joined the blockade. After the old turtle set up this seal, a large number of strong masters rushed out of the God-Fiend Sea into the Sea Realm. We're finally out. Great, I can finally see the light of day again. I'm starving. I smell pure-blooded demons. Haha, little friend Han Fei, you're too slow. I've been waiting too long. Little friend Han Fei, you're too much. You're cooking wolf meat outside to tempt us. Little friend Han Fei, you can't run away later. I'm going to catch some pure-blooded demons. Please cook them for us. Han Fei replied with a smile. No problem. By the way, seniors, can you leave me 3 great monarchs' corpses? I promised someone to sacrifice a few to him. No problem, but you'll have to be a cook for a few days. Han Fei smiled and said, Sure, I still have many dishes for you to appraise. There's also enough wine. It's all 10,000-year-old fine wine. Oh, I'm so hungry. Ha ha ha, let's kill. At that moment, the so-called 3 ancestors were horrified. This was because the number and strength of the enemy had far exceeded their imagination. They wanted to run, but there was nothing they could do. Li Tiangan, Jiang Honghua, Sky Ghost Toad, Eastern Divine Crocodile, xuanhuan, Old Yuan, and other top cultivators didn't give them a chance to escape at all. In particular, the mid- and low-quality nature spiritual treasures the 3 of them used were shattered by Li Tiangan and Jiang Honghua. When they used their only high-quality nature spiritual treasures, they were suppressed by the old turtle. Since then, they didn't even have a chance to escape. They were killed on the spot by the sword intent and killer move comparable to that of gods. Beside Han Fei, Chu Hao's eyelids and the corners of his mouth twitched. This was ridiculous. These ferocious devils were actually so close to Han Fei. He had thought that Han Fei only had some means to release a small number of demons or make a deal with them. But now, he was going to unseal the entire God-Fiend Sea. The seal of the God-Fiend Sea was gradually dimming and trembling. The dark chains had already begun to dance wildly, and some parts had already begun to fade. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of bloodbath the Sea Realm would face if all the demons here came out. This was because he had seen more than 100 great monarchs. Furthermore, there were still great monarchs who hadn't come out. Just as Chu Hao was feeling complicated, a white-robed man appeared beside him and Han Fei. Han Fei hurriedly bowed. Greetings, demon god. The demon god nodded slightly. The demon purification pot has been revealed. Aren't you afraid that I'll be tempted too? Han Fei smiled and said, I know you won't. First of all, the demon purification pot is not in its complete state. It's still incomplete, and its power is not enough for a god to use. Secondly, for a god, the demon purification pot's main ability should be to point the way, right? For example, how to go down with the God Fiend Formless technique? With that, Han Fei took out a jade slip and handed it to the demon god. This technique is called the God Fiend Body. It's the limit of the demon purification pot's deduction and an upgraded version of the God Fiend Formless technique. Oh? The demon god's heart did a flip. I've already had some insights about this technique, but I haven't completely deduced it. Has the demon purification pot already deduced the next level of the technique? Han Fei said. Senior, the demon purification pot can't directly deduce a technique that doesn't exist. Since it can deduce the God Fiend Body, it means that this technique once existed. In the long river of history, we are not the first to walk the Tao of extreme balance. Buzz. The suppressing pressure of the demon god was shocking, and the surrounding waves retreated. After a few seconds, the demon god said, "Can the technique still be deduced?" Han Fei shook his head. No, the predecessors probably couldn't go any further after they reached this point. After the God Fiend Body is refined, the Tao of extreme balance is cut off. Chapter 3008, A Wild Dance of Demons, 4008. A Wild Dance of Demons, 3008. A Wild Dance of Demons, 4000 Fei. Are you giving this technique to me just like that? Han Fei smiled. I do have a presumptuous request. The demon god took the jade slip. Speak. Now that he already had the God Fiend Body, the demon god naturally wouldn't spend time deducing it. Besides, since there was no path after the God Fiend Body, the demon purification pot was indeed of little use to him. Han Fei said, I hope that Senior Demon God can shelter the human race for 3,000 years. You're really bold. The demon god looked at Han Fei with a smile, as if he wanted to see why Han Fei was so bold. Han Fei said, in fact, you don't need to stay in the infinite mining area to protect the human race. A god only needs to say something if he wants to protect a race. Do these people from the Central Sea Divine Realm dare challenge your prestige? But why would I do that? Just because of the God Fiend Body? Han Fei said. Senior, in this world, only you and I can embark on the true Tao of extreme balance. After all, only we can explore whether there is still a way above the God Fiend Body. I promise that if I can comprehend something above the God Fiend Body in the future, I will tell you everything. Just with the demon purification pot. Han Fei shook his head. The demon purification pot can only deduce existing techniques. I know this very well. The senior Chu Hao beside me once controlled the demon purification pot for 100,000 years. If the demon purification pot can endlessly deduce something higher, he would have become a god long ago. Therefore, the key is not the demon purification pot. Rumble. At this moment, the great Tao crack appeared again, and another great monarch from the Central Sea Divine Realm died. But Han Fei didn't care. Han Fei continued, the myriad race's enemy is the ominous. When the ominous's arrival comes, even the gods can't do anything about it. The Tao of extreme balance is a new path. This path might have the ability to resist the ominous. The two of us joining forces is better than me resisting the ominous alone, isn't it? As long as I don't die, I will grow strong one day. With the demon purification pot, I will inevitably embark on the path of fighting the ominous. This might be my mission, as well as the mission of the myriad races, so it's naturally your mission, Senior. You can't expect these useless people to fight against the ominous, right? The demon god nodded slightly. That makes sense. However, we are regarded as demons by all races. What do you think? Han Fei grinned, looked at the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm and said indifferently, if the myriad races you refer to are these selfish people, so what if I fall into the demonic path? So what if our human race falls into the demonic path? Ha ha ha! The demon god suddenly laughed out loud. Interesting. You suit my taste. No wonder Mystic Marshall said that you were born to be a demon. Okay, I agree with him. Thank you, Senior Demon God. The Demon God said, however, it can't be 3,000 years. My prestige can suppress them for at most 1,000 years. Huh? The Demon God said, do you think I'll stay here for 3,000 years after I reappear in the Sea Realm? In 1,000 years at most, I and many old friends here will go to the Sea of Stars. At that time, although some people will stay, they won't be able to stop these guys from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei said, then make it 1,000 years. What the human race needed now was time. Not to mention 1,000 years, 100 years was extremely important. With the current growth speed of the human race, in 1,000 years it was enough for the human race to nurture countless cultivators. Although they weren't comparable to the other 5 lineages, the human race at that time wasn't easy to destroy. Besides, it wasn't that he wouldn't grow up. In 1,000 years, Han Fei didn't dare to say that he would definitely become a great monarch, but he was confident that he would cultivate to the peak of the immortal level. As for the Emperor Sparrow, Little Black and Little White, they were more likely to surpass him. Rumble. Rumble. 2 cracks of the Great Tao appeared in a row, and the battle here had gone crazy. Those who were suppressed in the Godfiend Sea were all great villains and lawless powerhouses. So what if a group of great monarchs came from the Central Sea Divine Realm? In the end, they couldn't escape death. Countless strong masters in the 5 divine realms of the Sea Realm were horrified at this moment. The death of one great monarch after another was a rare spectacle that hadn't occurred in tens of thousands of years. In the South Sea Divine Realm, Feng Yu sent a message to Han Fei in a daze. Little junior brother, did you invite eldest senior brother over? Han Fei replied, no, it's just some seniors in the Godfiend Sea. They are a little hungry and are hunting for some food. Feng Yu, deep in the infinite mining area, in Hidden Monarch City. Someone looked at the Godfiend Sea. The people in the Godfiend Sea have finally come out. From today on, the Age of Doom may end. When countless people looked at the East Sea Divine Realm, the dark seal of the Godfiend Sea finally disappeared. In just one day, the blood of 37 great monarchs dyed the East Sea red. Only 5 people escaped. Fortunately, none of the so-called 3 ancestors escaped. This was because they were facing people even older and more terrifying than them. The reason why 5 great monarchs escaped was that the people from the Godfiend Sea were still feeble and hadn't recovered to their peak state. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to escape. Han Fei was very satisfied with this result. The great monarchs might be precious, but what did it have to do with him? Anyway, at this moment, the entire sea realm was shocked. The East Sea Divine Realm had become a forbidden area for the great monarchs, and no one dared to come. In this place, only 3 great monarchs were released. Yes, they were released, not that they couldn't be killed. The demon god stood in front of the 3 great monarchs who weren't from the ancient 6 lineages and said indifferently, go back and tell the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm that I'll protect the human race. Anyone who dares to touch the human race again will be killed. Chapter 3009. Take over the Infinite Mining Area. 3009. Take over the Infinite Mining Area. 1. After the Great Monarch battle, most of the place where the Godfiend Sea was had become forbidden places. Many strong masters from the major factions in the Infinite Mining Area fled. They were not stupid. How could they not be afraid when the great Tao crack of that level appeared 37 times a day? Especially the major factions in the Infinite Mining Area, they all knew that the human race was heading towards the Infinite Mining Area. Although they didn't know about the arrival of the great monarchs, the Tao Proving level, Carefree level, and Immortal level cultivators had appeared repeatedly and even stayed. Now, more than 400 years had passed. No one expected the war to end in such a way. Some people who didn't understand the situation ran away in the end. Han Fei and the demons came to the Infinite Mining Area, but they didn't launch an attack on the Infinite Mining Area immediately. They could kill those great monarchs, but couldn't attack ordinary people. At this moment, Han Fei picked the mine demon stream where the puppet city used to be and began to cook. The 1072 people had been hungry for too long. Fortunately, they were not picky, so the simplest and most convenient hot pot and barbecue could satisfy them. The hot pot was delicious and there were enough seasonings. The demons didn't have as strong a desire for delicious food as the 5th senior brother did, so the dishes were devoured almost instantly. In addition to the 3 great monarchs that the Eastern Divine Crocodile threw to Han Fei, a total of 34 great monarchs became the food of these demons. Especially the patriarch of the Silver Wolf race, his huge body was eaten up. Han Fei kept his word and ate and drank with the demons for 3 days and 3 nights, drinking and eating to his heart's content. In the past 3 days, Han Fei had seen the suppressing pressure of the demons constantly becoming stronger. In addition to the energy provided by the great monarch's flesh and blood, the energy in this world gathered together, and one after another spiritual veins and earthly veins connected and came through. On this day, Han Fei and the old turtle were sitting on the edge of the mine demon stream. Both of them looked at the mine demon stream with mixed feelings. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, where did your clone take the demon vanquishing tree? Old Yuan said leisurely, go on a new path and embark on a new journey. You know, I always leave a way out for myself. Han Fei nodded slightly and asked, what is your plan next? The sea realm will definitely be in chaos now that we've appeared. In the Godfiend Sea, many of our old friends failed to weather through the corrosion of time and perished. Therefore, we'll definitely take revenge. As he spoke, the Eastern Divine Crocodile came over with a few skewers of barbecue and handed one to Old Yuan and Han Fei respectively. Hey, our enemies are all over the 5 divine realms. After this banquet, we'll return, and the sea realm will definitely be in chaos. Crunch. Han Fei took the skewers and took a bite. The sizzling gravy was gushing out. Han Fei said, Senior, although you have already come out, you still have to be careful on this trip. You should recover your strength before going to seek revenge. If you can survive in the Godfiend Sea to this day, the ancestors of many factions can probably survive to this day too. Ha ha ha, the Eastern Divine Crocodile laughed out loud. It doesn't matter. Whether we'll live or die is up to fate. The heavens want us to live, so we certainly won't seek death. Besides, now that we won't mutate, we are all extreme Tao powerhouses. There aren't many people who can rival us in the world. From a distance, someone laughed and scolded, Damn crocodile, stop bragging. There are not many strong masters in the sea realm, but there are many in the Sea of Stars. Eastern Divine Crocodile sneered. It's not easy for me to come out. Isn't it a matter of course for me to stay in the sea realm and enjoy 1,000 years of peace? xuanhuan said. There's no need to rush for revenge. We've just turned to cultivate the singular extreme Tao and haven't stabilized this Tao yet. When this Tao stabilizes, it's time for us to see this world. After 1,000,000 years of cultivation, even if we can't become gods, it won't be a problem for us to advance further. It'll be easy for us to break through to the great monarch realm. Suddenly, Li Tiangan said, "Everyone, I'm leaving. I've been away from the East Sword Pavilion for too long. I'll go back and pay tribute to my master." Skygo's Toad said, "Old Li, your master slashed you 3 times and drove you out of the sect. Why are you going back now?" Li Tiangan said. "He's my master after all. Now that he has perished and the East Sword Pavilion has declined, I have to leave something for them. Besides, my mood is different when I return this time. I can also comprehend some of the teachings of my master in the past. Perhaps I can transcend the divine tribulation in the East Sword Pavilion." Buzz. Everybody who was having fun looked at Li Tiangan. Han Fei also looked over in surprise. He was about to transcend the divine tribulation? That was unbelievable. The demon god had just woken up, and Li Tiangan was going to transcend the divine tribulation. Then there would be 2 gods among them. xuanhuan clicked her tongue. "That's great. Your tribulation is not hatred, and my enemy is already nowhere to be seen. Fine, I'll go to the Central Sea Divine Realm this time to see if I can make up with my past. After that, I may have to transcend the divine tribulation too. Old Li, come and guard me then." "Okay." Eastern Divine Crocodile glanced at Old Yuan and the big toad who was still eating and drinking. "Old Yuan, Old Ghost, you two should have the ability to transcend the divine tribulation too, right?" "When?" Old Yuan said, "I'm going to resolve my long-cherished wish. If it's fast, it'll take hundreds of years. If it's slow, it'll take 1,000 years." Skygo's Toad laughed. "Old Li, I'll go with you to take a look at the divine tribulation." Li Tiangan nodded slightly. "Okay." For a moment, everyone talked about their next plans. Han Fei could tell that this was a farewell. They might meet again in the Sea Realm, but for now, they still had to complete some of the karma they had made. Chapter 3010. Take over the Infinite Mining Area. 2-3010. Take over the Infinite Mining Area. 2. Li Tiangan said, "Everyone, goodbye." As for Skygo's Toad, he left with a pot, leaving only laughter. "Thief, smelly toad, put down the pot. Beastard, I haven't finished eating yet." Then Zhang Honghua cupped her hands. "Everyone, I'll be on my way." Eastern Divine Crocodile said, "Hey, they're all gone." "Aren't they going to back up, Han Fei? The people from the Hidden Monarch City have peeped at us many times." Someone laughed. "We've backed him up for 3 days and 3 nights. It's enough." Han Fei was also a little stunned and immediately understood something. Yes, where couldn't they eat? These big shots seemed to be eating and drinking here for 3 days, but in fact, they were here to back up Han Fei. Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. "Thank you, seniors." Someone laughed. "No need to thank us. We can come out because of you." Someone chuckled. "I like your temper. If you need anything in the future, remember to tell me." Sure, these people said goodbye and left one after another. In the end, only the demon god, Old Yuan, and xuanhuan were left. The demon god didn't leave. It seemed that he was looking at the scenery. He gazed into the distance as if he had the ability to overlook the divine realms. At this moment, everyone had almost left, and the demon god said indifferently, "There are gods in the sea realm." Han Fei couldn't help but look over. The demon god said, "The gods can't die so easily. It's not easy to find their whereabouts. Although I don't know how many gods there are in the sea realm, from the heavenly signs, it can be seen that there must be gods hidden in the world. Han Fei, I'll wait for you to become a god." With that, the demon god took a step forward and disappeared. Old Yuan said, "Even the demon god is gone. I should go too. Han Fei, grow strong quickly. You came out at this time, and we came back at this time. Everything seems to be a coincidence, but there are no coincidences in the world. If we appear, it will definitely cause chaos in the sea realm, and in chaotic times, strong masters will rise. Some ancient existences in the past might revive. This is not a good thing. It might be a sign before a disaster erupts." Upon hearing this, Han Fei nodded slightly. "I hope to transcend the divine tribulation with you." Are you kidding me? In the end, Old Yuan glanced at xuanhuan, who was still calmly stuffing meat into his mouth, and said, "Why are you still here?" xuanhuan said, "You can go your own way. The infinite mining area is suitable for my cultivation. In less than 100 years, I will return to my peak state." Old Yuan said, "It's up to you. I'm leaving." After Old Yuan left, Han Fei sat next to xuanhuan and had another drink with him. "Senior Xie, why don't you recuperate in the human race?" xuanhuan said. "I'd better stay away from you, otherwise you humans won't be able to cultivate." Han Fei was stunned. It did make sense. How could ordinary people compete for spiritual energy with a great monarch? xuanhuan said. "I'll find a place to eat slowly. Go about your business." "Well, after you take action, you'd better go to the Hidden Monarch City later. After all, they are guarding this place. If you don't visit them, they will be unhappy." Han Fei nodded. "That's exactly my plan." What xuanhuan meant was that after Han Fei took over the infinite mining area, Han Fei would definitely take over the infinite mining area. xuanhuan left with the big pot. Han Fei didn't know where he went, but he was in the mining area anyway, Outside the Mind Demon Stream, Buzz, Hanfei's heart did a flip. In his origin star, Luo Xiaobai, the Beast King, Lu Qianxi, and the Elders of the Lava Giants appeared one after another. After a while, the human race's sky openers, the 10 legions, and billions of humans were all released. For a moment, the entire mining demon stream was overcrowded. At this moment, the mining demon stream was no longer the mining demon stream as before. After the ominous was gone, the mine demon stream had returned to normal. Because it was a place where mineral veins gathered, the number of ordinary mine demons around was not small. Of course, the human race wouldn't stay here forever, but this place could be used as a temporary training ground. When all the infinite mining areas were conquered, the footprints of human beings would spread throughout the entire infinite mining area. At this moment, hundreds of billions of human powerhouses were surprised to see this strange place. They sensed the abundant energy here, and the spiritual energy density was much higher than in the wilderness. Is this the infinite mining area? What intense spiritual energy. The energy concentration is so high. Any more enemies? I'm afraid you're crazy. Master Human Emperor and the others are all standing there. They don't look nervous at all. How can there be enemies? Finally, we have won the last victory. Ha! From the moment Master Human Emperor returned, I knew we would win. Hey, are we going to hold a celebratory feast? I don't think so. The infinite mining area doesn't belong to our human race yet. If we want to take this place down, we'll have to fight. Master Human Emperor is back. It'll be a breeze for us to take down this place. At this moment, people were discussing spiritedly. Han Fei's voice resounded. My fellow humans, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. What I want to tell you is that our human race has passed the most difficult time. From now on, we don't have to worry anymore. We will start our golden age in this infinite mining area under our feet. Roar. The Human Emperor is awesome. Ha ha ha, as I said, the war is over. Master Human Emperor is invincible. The Buckstards from the Central Sea Divine Realm have finally been driven away by us. Chapter 3011. Take over. The Infinite Mining Area 3011. Take over the Infinite Mining Area 3. Before Han Fei finished speaking, the humans were already overjoyed. In the past 400 years, they didn't dare to slack off at all. Everyone was cultivating hard. All their goals were the same, to become stronger, and stronger. Today, Han Fei's words made many people cry. Han Fei continued, My fellow humans, although the human race is safe now, this is not the time for us to slack off. Although we are already safe, we cannot let our 70 billion human brothers and sisters die in vain. The Central Sea Divine Realm bullied our human race, and I will definitely return it tenfold. But now is not the time for me to take action. Because the human race hasn't grown into a towering tree yet, I can tell you that the golden age of the human race doesn't mean that the human race no longer has enemies. I can ensure 1,000 years of peace and recuperation for the human race. But we can't just hide in this corner of the infinite mining area. The sea realm is vast, with 5 divine realms and a territory of trillions of kilometers, all of which our human race will explore. In 1,000 years, we might face even more challenges. So, please cherish the 1,000 years to come. 1,000 years. 1,000 years of peace is already a luxury. With so many enemies around, how much pressure does Master Human Emperor have to bear to ensure the peace of the human race for 1,000 years? After the trip to the wilderness and 400 years of fighting, I realized that 100 years is a hurdle, not to mention 1,000 years. I dare not hope for 1,000 years of peace. Everyone, don't be pessimistic. As the Human Emperor said, our human race is going to set foot in all parts of the sea realm. This is to better strengthen our human race, so we should be looking forward to it. That's right, in this battle and cultivation, we have too many things to settle down. The human race in 1,000 years will definitely be different from now. Han Fei's voice sounded again. Brothers and sisters, the infinite mining area is not under our control yet. Hundreds of forces from the sea realm are entrenched here, but none of this is important. These forces are as insignificant as ants to our human race. I will personally lead you to fight. Any explorer or above can come out and follow me to fight. Let's take over the infinite mining area. Count me in. Ha ha ha. Master Human Emperor is personally leading the expedition. How can we not go? With Lord Human Emperor here, are we going to fight? No, we're going to pick up treasures that are everywhere. I can't miss such a good opportunity. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing as soon as I arrived at the infinite mining area. This reminds me of the scene when we swept through the 10,000 scale race. Why can't law enforcers go? What are you thinking? It's said that even a small mine demon in the infinite mining area can't be stopped by law enforcers. Even explorers can only go there to mine. Are you courting death? Then why can you explorers go? Isn't that obvious? Explorers have transcended tribulations. How can we be like you law enforcers? Besides, we're going to pick up treasures. Do you really think that when Master Human Emperor goes to battle, it'll be our turn to fight? That's right, young people are too immature. They don't know what it means for Lord Human Emperor to go to war. After that, Han Fei said, Hong Ye, stay here and take care of the human beings below this realm. Hong Ye said, Master Human Emperor, you're all gone. What if? Han Fei said, there's no if. Just stay here and take care of the remaining people. Don't let the mine demons invade. It's very safe here. Even if great monarchs come, they will die. Ah, okay. Han Fei looked at a peak where Chu Hao was sitting cross-legged. He had been seriously injured and needed to recuperate, so he didn't need to join in the battle in the infinite mining area. In the infinite mining area, the power of the 10,000 scale race no longer existed. As early as the destruction of the 10,000 scale race, countless enemies had come to plunder resources. Unexpectedly, however, the power of the 10,000 scale race in the infinite mining area, which the other forces had thought to be easy to deal with, failed to be conquered after a long time. Besides, Zhang Beihai provoked, caused trouble, and looted everywhere. In just a few hundred years, more than 10 forces had been destroyed by him. The major forces had also besieged Zhang Beihai as many as 11 times. Finally, in the 5th siege, they destroyed the 10,000 scale race's power and executed Zhang Beihai. However, Zhang Beihai didn't die, but miraculously survived. So it became Zhang Beihai's revenge. Having no choice, the major forces could only continue to besiege Zhang Beihai. It wasn't until 200 years ago, when some monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm temporarily took a rest in the infinite mining area, that they set a trap and killed Zhang Beihai in the 9th siege. Yes, they had thought that they had killed him, but less than 10 years later, Zhang Beihai had returned again, launching another crazy retaliation against the various forces in the infinite mining area. And this time, Zhang Beihai had already completed his monarch tribulation. Later, some strong masters of the 5th sect in the Central Sea Divine Realm felt that Zhang Beihai was quite strong, so they took him under their wing. However, only 20 years later, when the monarch of the 5th sect went to the Godfiend Sea to participate in the war, the power of the 5th sect in the infinite mining areas was completely corroded by Zhang Beihai, who killed all the people of the 5th sect in the infinite mining area. When the monarch returned, he burst into fury and searched the world frantically for Zhang Beihai. During this period, the two fought many times. In the end, more than 60 years ago, the strong master of the 5th sect found traces of Zhang Beihai and went to kill him. This time, no one thought that Zhang Beihai would survive. After all, the monarch of the 5th sect was very strong. How could a new monarch be his match? Chapter 3302, Take over the infinite mining area. 43302, Take over the infinite mining area. 4. However, in that battle, the peak-level Dao-proving level monarch of the 5th sect died in the western mining area of the infinite mining area. This matter became a hot topic for a while, mainly because the strong masters of other forces mocked the strong masters of the 5th sect for being incompetent. Some people also remarked that Zhang Beihai was a remarkable person who had miraculously survived multiple assassinations. He must have been very lucky. Unfortunately, no one had found Zhang Beihai since then. As soon as Han Fei's original body entered the infinite mining area, he received synchronized information. It turned out that Zhang Daqian had hidden in the ferocious beast's settlement. In the past 600 years, Zhang Daqian had provoked and disgusted his opponents in Zhang Beihai's name, angering countless people, and successfully exchanged for 3 chances of nirvanas. This also meant that Zhang Daqian had undergone a total of 4 nirvanas, including the first nirvana he had when he came back from the Divine Capital Dynasty. Every time he underwent nirvana, Zhang Daqian's strength would double. And every time his strength doubled, it meant that Zhang Daqian's potential was several times higher than ordinary people. After only 4 nirvanas, Zhang Daqian had already become one of the top geniuses. At this moment, he had already reached the peak of the Dao proving level. The giant beast divine Dao is really powerful. As long as he keeps making enemies, he can use the other party's anger and huge resources to achieve nirvana. At this rate, if he can be killed by his enemy when he is at the carefree level, immortal level, and great monarch realm, Zhang Daqian's combat power will probably be comparable to that of a dual extreme Dao cultivator. Of course, although it was easy to cause trouble, he had to be sure that he could counterattack after being killed. Otherwise, it would be over if he was killed again after nirvana. The ferocious beast's settlement. Obviously knowing that his original body had come, Zhang Daqian immediately found Liluowo. I was too naive back then. I thought that I could come over in 100 years, but who knew that it would take more than 500 years? However, although it's a little slow, fortunately, I finally came over. The infinite mining area is ours. Liluo's beautiful eyes lit up. You sensed your original body? By the way, how did you win? So many great monarchs died in a day. Who was helping you? Was it the god back then, or the Void Temple? Zhang Daqian said. No god joined in that battle. I just befriended some seniors who have been suppressed for many years. Those in the Godfiend Sea? Li Luoluo couldn't help but ask in surprise, how can they still have such terrifying combat power after being trapped in that damn place for so long? Zhang Daqian said. True cultivators can't be erased with time. Some people are too strong. Even in their weak state, ordinary great monarchs can't compare to them. Li Luoluo was full of curiosity. Unfortunately, I couldn't witness that battle. Hey, what's the strength of your original body now? Where's the Emperor Sparrow? He had proven Dao 400 years ago. Don't tell me he's here to compete with me for the right to rule, Zhang Daqian said. You're already a great monarch. What are you worried about? Besides, I'm not very interested in the ferocious beast lineage now. We just need to maintain a good cooperative relationship. Liluoluo said, Heh, now that you've become a monarch, you're much more confident. Forget it, let's send troops, hurry up and grab territory. Liluoluo's voice suddenly sounded above the ferocious beast's territory. The army of the ferocious beast lineage gathers and attacks the 100 Alliance city, snatching resources, people, and territory. Clean up all the forces from the Central Sea Divine Realm along the way. Don't show any mercy. Since the ferocious beasts took action, the divine beasts immediately reacted. Lord Fire, the ferocious beasts have sent their troops. The blazing fire, Kylan was refreshed. Here he comes. He actually did it. So many great monarchs have died. I really don't dare to believe it's all because of Han Fei. The blazing fire, Kylan sighed for a while and immediately shouted, The divine beasts will march to the 100 Alliance city near the southern area. Capture all the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm and take them to the 100 Alliance city. 100 Alliance city. A strong master from the Divine Capital Dynasty said to his subordinates, It's about time. Take down all the forces controlled by the dynasty. In the capital of horror, Shang said, We've been ambushed for many years. It's time to reel in the net and grab as much territory as possible. Chapter 30113, The New Pattern in the Infinite Mining Area 1 The New Pattern in the Infinite Mining Area 1. Han Fei led the human army in a mighty sweep. Along the way, all kinds of mine demons turned into mines and fell into the hands of the human race. The human army finally understood what the infinite mining area was. Along the way, they had passed by more than a dozen super mineral veins of various sizes. More importantly, the mines that erupted from the body of a single mine demon were simply worth 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Han Fei to stop and let them mine during the march. But they all knew that this territory would be theirs in the future. After leaving the northern mining area, the danger was greatly reduced. Han Fei's goal was the 100 Alliance city. Although he said that he was here to sweep the infinite mining areas, in fact he didn't need to do anything at all. He was confident that the people who should have received the news had already received it. What he needed to do was to take over territories. In the end, after leading the human race to wander for a full 7 days and realizing the richness of the infinite mining area, Han Fei still thought that the explorer's march speed was too slow. In the end, he took everyone with him. In the past 7 days, astronomical changes were common. It was naturally the people who should take action, taking action. By the time Han Fei came to the 100 Alliance city, the population of the city was 1/3 less than when he came before. Few people could enter the infinite mining area in the first place. The 100 Alliance city was said to be a city jointly managed by 100 major powers, and all the people coming and going were strong masters. But now, there were no 100 major powers here at all. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that there were only a dozen forces here, as well as some sky openers who didn't seem to belong to any forces. These people followed behind the camp of itinerant cultivators, seeming to be watching the show. The mighty human army was released by Han Fei and spread tens of millions of kilometers. Humans certainly needed to have an imposing presence when they made an appearance. Formation. The sky openers of the human race and the 10 legions all shouted. They knew that something important was coming. When Han Fei took them to the northern mining area, they didn't have to be too restrained. But now, this was a meeting of all the powers. The human race might not be that strong, but they definitely couldn't lose in momentum. Billions of human cultivators followed Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai into the safe area where the 100 Alliance city was located. Beside Han Fei, in addition to Luo Xiaobai, there was another person, who was Zhou Run. After the farewell in the Divine Capital Dynasty, the Avengers Alliance led by Zhou Run had moved to the capital of horror. Now that the human race had conquered the infinite mining area, the Avenger Alliance naturally had to return. After all, although they were considered heavenly talents in the capital of horror, it wasn't their territory. No matter how well the capital of horror treated them, they were living under someone else's roof. On the human side, Han Fei was their boss after all, so they naturally felt different. Han Fei said, Zhou Run, it's not a problem to bring you back from the capital of horror. But this is not a chance for you to use the human race to deal with the big clans of the Divine Capital Dynasty. At least, it's still far from that time. Zhou Run said, Of course, we're not that stupid. It isn't easy for the human race to gain a foothold. You still have a lot of things to do and need to recuperate for a long time. Even if the human race really rises, we won't use the human race to do our things. We'll take back what we lost on our own. Han Fei said, Okay, don't worry. The infinite mining area has existed for a long time. The major forces and itinerant cultivators won't give it up. These itinerant cultivators are a group of people you can recruit. But I won't give you these rights for free. Zhou Run nodded solemnly. Understood. The Avengers will eventually belong to the human race's camp. We will spare no effort to help the human race grow and develop. Han Fei smiled and said, Haha, there's no need to be so serious. Our human race is quite friendly. As long as you don't do anything to let us down, I can protect you no matter what you do. At least in the infinite mining area, I guarantee, Han Fei said it casually, but Zhou Run just responded with a smile. This was because he knew that human beings were human beings after all. There were conditions for Han Fei to allow them to grow and establish their own forces. Han Fei could joke with him, but he couldn't joke with Han Fei. In Zhou Run's opinion, the rise of the human race was inevitable. Han Fei could even survive that deadly situation outside the Godfiend Sea and dared to promise the human race 1,000 years of peace for recuperation. This was not something he could do with words. Although Zhou Run didn't know what had happened for the time being, he knew that the Central Sea Divine Realm had definitely suffered a loss, or even a huge loss. 100 Alliance City. Here they come. So many people. The human race already has so many strong cultivators? Is this the human army that has fought bloody battles for 400 years outside the Godfiend Sea? There should be more. Only humans above the Explorer realm have come. However, this number, it seems that the human race is going to conquer half of the infinite mining area in one go. Half of the infinite mining area? Isn't this too much? I'm talking about the half of the infinite mining area that has already been explored. Those unexplored places naturally can't be counted. That's still too much. Outside the city, Han Fei stood still, and the sky-opening realm army behind him stopped marching and ordered everyone to stay on the spot. Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and Zhou Run entered the city as representatives. The reason why Zhou Run was added was naturally that the rise of the human race needed smart people like Zhou Run. In terms of knowledge of the Sea Realm and the intrigues between some forces, as a member of the big clans in the Sea Realm, Zhou Run knew a lot. Chapter 314, The New Pattern in the Infinite Mining Area 2314, The New Pattern in the Infinite Mining Area 2. As for Luo Xiaobai, she had led the human race for 400 years. Han Fei could tell that she was very tired, and it was time for her to take off some of her burden. Before entering the 100 Alliance City, countless pairs of eyes were looking at him. Outside the city, there were already more than a dozen masters of forces waiting for Han Fei. Han Fei even knew a few of them. It was Wuxuang from the capital of horror, and Sheng who was following Wuxuang. They were Han Fei's old acquaintances. If Han Fei won, the capital of horror would definitely send Wuxuang over. There was no suspense in this. As for the representative of the Divine Capital Dynasty, it was a little unexpected. It turned out to be Princess Lan Xin. She seemed to have a particularly good relationship with Feng Yu. However, she didn't know Han Fei's relationship with Feng Yu, so he didn't have to treat her specially. The people from the East Sword Pavilion were unexpectedly Wang Baichen and Wang Yizhen. Yes, it was Wang Yizhen. After not seeing him for so long, Wang Yizhen had already reached the perfected star transformation realm, and Wang Baichen had already proven his Dao. As for the person from the Ghost Strait, it was Ren Yingying, Zhang Xuanyu's so-called senior sister. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the Ghost Strait back then, Zhang Xuanyu had joined it after all, and now they had Ren Yingying come over, which made Han Fei have to treat them differently. The one from the chaotic wasteland was Duan Qingxi. It didn't matter if they came or not. He would definitely keep a portion for them. Deng Xingtian, who came from the Fistlight Mountain, had also proved his Dao, but he had only had a meal with Deng Xingtian, and this guy had come over to freeload, so he wasn't familiar with him. Apart from that, there were some people that Han Fei didn't recognize. However, Luo Xiaobai said, the one in the blood-colored battlesuit came from the Sky Crater world. He was my former commander, Wu Zhan, but you don't have to give him face. Just follow your own train of thought. Han Fei nodded slightly and looked into the 100 Alliance City. Li Luoluo was eating with several ferocious beasts waiting around her. No one dared to approach her. On the Divine Beast side, the Blazing Fire Kylan was eating on the other side, cupping his hands at Han Fei. The Divine Beasts and the Ferocious Beasts were not on good terms, but at the same time, their relationship with Han Fei was not as good as Li Luoluo with Han Fei, so they still had to follow etiquette. Li Luoluo said, "You guys talk. I'm going to wander around the city and have some fun. It's been a long time since I've been out, so don't call me." Okay, have fun. Han Fei had already made plans for the Divine Beasts and Ferocious Beasts, so it made no difference whether they participated or not. Han Fei landed, nodded at Wuxuang, and then looked directly at Wang Yijian. Long time no see. Wang Yijian nodded slightly and didn't change his attitude towards Han Fei because of the change of Han Fei's power. It's a pity that I couldn't participate in the battle. Han Fei was about to speak when Wang Beichen continued, "Brother Han, don't blame him. When he came to the infinite mining area not long after he came out of seclusion, this place had already been sealed. He killed more than 300 enemies in anger, but in the end he couldn't pass." Han Fei shook his head. "It's okay, but Brother Baichen, you'd better go back to the East Sword Pavilion now, huh?" Wang Baichen's face changed slightly. Did something happen to the East Sword Pavilion? Wang Yijian also frowned slightly, as if he was worried that something bad would happen. Han Fei shook his head. "No, it's just that the East Sword Pavilion will welcome a huge opportunity. If the two of you want to improve on the Sword Dao, you'd better rush back. After all, the #1 sword cultivator in history should have reached the East Sword Pavilion by now." The #1 sword cultivator in history? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei, who dares to claim to be the #1 sword cultivator in history. Wang Baichen and Wang Yijian looked at each other. Han Fei's words were too exaggerated, but Han Fei didn't have to lie to them. Since he said that there was such a person, there must be. Wang Baichen looked at the others and hesitated, but Wang Yijian's eyes lit up. Really? Han Fei said. I didn't say that. It was said by a great monarch from the Central Sea Divine Realm. If I'm not mistaken, a god is about to be born in your East Sword Pavilion. What? Buzz. Everyone was in an uproar. Was it that exaggerated? Princess Lan Xin said. The divine path seems to have been cut off in the sea realm, right? How can anyone transcend the divine tribulation? Han Fei didn't know much about becoming a god. Some people said that the divine path had been severed, but the big shots he knew all said that God had always existed in the sea realm. He hadn't reached that level, so he didn't ask about it. But since Li Tiangan said that he was going to transcend the divine tribulation, he should be able to, right? After all, Li Tiangan wasn't stupid. Han Fei said, that's for the strong masters to decide. Although Wang Baichen and Wang Yijian were old-fashioned sword cultivators, they couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Immediately, Wang Baichen cupped his fists. Brother Han, then we'll take our leave. Han Fei said, go, just leave a few people here. After that, Han Fei looked at Wang Yijian. No matter what, just remember that you are a human. If the human race is in trouble in the future, try your best to help the human race out. Also, if you have a chance in the future, take in some disciples from the human race and teach them the sword Dao. Wang Yijian nodded slightly. Okay, I'll try my best. With that, the two of them said goodbye to Han Fei and flew away. They didn't come here for the interests of the East Sword Pavilion. Wang Yijian wanted to fight for the human race, and Wang Baichen was forced to come and take care of Wang Yijian by the way. At this moment, hearing that there would be such a shocking change in the East Sword Pavilion, although they looked calm on the surface, they couldn't wait. Chapter 3015, The New Pattern. In the Infinite Mining Area, 33015. The New Pattern in the Infinite Mining Area, 33015. The conversation between Han Fei and Wang Yijian was witnessed by others. The East Sword Pavilion was going to have a god, which was a huge event. It would directly change the status of the East Sword Pavilion in the East Sword Pavilion. There were still 3 people from the East Sword Pavilion here. They were also excited, but they had to stay to listen to the new plan of the Infinite Mining Area, so they could only stay. However, when they looked at Han Fei again, they felt very intimate to him. The others weren't stupid either. Han Fei's words seemed casual, but considering his relationship with Wang Baichen and Wang Yijian and his tone when he talked about the so-called #1 sword cultivator in history, the human race was already strong enough to take down the Infinite Mining Area. All the major forces were excited too. Was a god about to be born? Wasn't it said that the path of divinity had been broken? How could someone still become a god now? Of course, Han Fei meant to warn the other forces here. After all, the friendship with a god was too threatening. Then Han Fei looked at Ren Yingying and smiled. Why didn't that guy come? Ren Yingying said. The patriarch said that with his strength, it's meaningless for him to come. 400 years ago, he was suppressed by the patriarch in the ancestral forbidden land of the Ghost Strait to receive the inheritance. When he came out of seclusion, he would have already proven Dao. Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes, indeed. Without strength, everything is useless. However, when he comes out of seclusion, it's not appropriate for him to stay in the Ghost Strait anymore. The strong are not cultivated, but fought their way through. He knows this very well. I think the Ghost Strait should also understand this. Ren Yingying bowed slightly. Of course, after he takes over the inheritance, the Ghost Strait will no longer restrict him. Han Fei nodded and then looked at Wuxuang. You've reached the immortal level. So quick. Wuxuang responded with a smile. Compared to you, it's still too slow. At this time, Luo Xiaobai also nodded at Wu Zhan. I was too busy to inform you. Han Fei said that he would ask for leave for Luo Xiaobai, but he really didn't have the time, so he dropped the matter. A rare smile appeared on Wu Zhan's solemn face. I understand. You did a good job. Han Fei simply greeted them and then said to the crowd, since everyone is here, let's get started. Some things have to be decided. After a while, everyone came to a meeting hall, but this time the main character could only be Han Fei. Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and Zhou Run sat down. The internal meeting of the major forces in the East Sea Divine Realm began. Han Fei said bluntly, as you all know, since I'm here, the pattern of the Infinite Mining Area will have to be reset. First of all, I hope to reach a consensus with you. That is, in the Infinite Mining Area, except for the Divine Beasts and Ferocious Beasts, all the other forces can only occupy a super mineral vein as the foothold. The reason why our human race is not included is very simple. It's because we have too many people. Furthermore, our human race will undoubtedly take a dominant position in the Infinite Mining Area. Instantly, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Except for Wu Shuang, Princess Lan Xin, and the others, everyone felt that Han Fei wouldn't have to take over such a large territory all at once, right? Many forces finally took advantage of the chaos to eat a lot of mineral veins, but Han Fei clearly wanted them to vomit all of them out. Then, Han Fei said, secondly, all forces, including our human race, can share the cities, gathering places, or mines. Share? Someone couldn't help but ask, Master Human Emperor, what do you mean by share? Han Fei grinned and said, I want to establish a free infinite mining area, and all the major forces can only occupy one supermine. I'm not restricting you, but I'm just giving you a foothold. As for sharing, it's easy to understand. We, the human race, will maintain peaceful, harmonious, friendly, and mutually supportive relationships with all major forces. These major forces, including itinerant cultivators, can conduct business, reside, explore, and mine together in the human race's territory. Everyone can communicate with each other, help each other, and grow together instead of fighting over one or two mineral veins and resorting to violence. After a pause, Han Fei continued, Our human race naturally won't be stuck in our own territory. Since we're in a mutually beneficial relationship, we naturally have a lot of people willing to join the major forces. For a moment, many people fell into deep thought. At this time, Wu Zhan, the commander who came from the Sky Crater world, said, Master Human Emperor, the Sky Crater world has been fighting all year round and consumes a lot of resources. In the past, we were more inclined to dig by force. I wonder what Master Human Emperor will do about it now, Han Fei said. Commander Wu, you might not know this, but there are a lot of human beings in our human race, 120 billion, and in the next 1,000 years, we will reproduce, so there will only be more. The Sky Crater world can totally buy resources from the human race. Buy resources? Wu Zhan asked. The mines are a kind of resource, equivalent to currency. Is there a way to buy currency? Han Fei said. Exchange. I won't keep it a secret. The human race hasn't been in the Sea Realm for long and hasn't interacted much with the strong masters of the Sea Realm. We badly lack combat skills, cultivation techniques, weapons, arrays, and other resources. And the Sky Crater world can exchange two things for various resources. One is points, and the other is things that points can be exchanged for. I believe that with the things in the hands of the Sky Crater world, we can exchange for a large number of mines almost effortlessly. Commander Wu, what do you, Chapter 3016-316, the new pattern in the infinite mining area, 43016, the new pattern in the infinite mining area, 4 Wu Zhan smiled. This solution was not bad. When he went back, the probability of passing was almost 100%. If there was really something that couldn't be exchanged, he wouldn't take it. As for whether the human race would learn those combat skills or not, they really didn't care at all. They even hoped that the human race could master these combat skills and techniques. Their ultimate goal was not to deal with the gods, but to fight the ultimate ominous battle. As for the human race, such a super race would eventually embark on the path to fight the ominous. Then why should they stop this spread? Princess Lan Xin said with a smile. In that case, we naturally won't object. However, won't Master Human Emperor feel that it's a loss? Once shared, it is equivalent to the human race sharing something that was obtained at the cost of their lives with others. Seeing that Princess Lan Xin was echoing him, Han Fei smiled and said, If the human race wants to be strong and rise quickly, we have to absorb the strengths of everyone. Let's rise peacefully and create a free and thriving infinite mining area. This should be more meaningful than the previous model of the infinite mining area. On the side of the itinerant cultivators, they were all smiling. Han Fei's words made them feel that he was simply supporting itinerant cultivators. Once this plan was carried out, the itinerant cultivators would no longer need to form groups. The entire infinite mining area would be a large group. Han Fei said, Everyone, I know the situation of the human race. I won't elaborate. In short, from today onwards, no one can own a second large supermine. Some people were overjoyed, and some were slightly amazed. It turned out that their long-time preparation was in vain. Under such circumstances, who dared to challenge Han Fei? Those great monarchs had died one after another. How could they confront Han Fei? Zhou Run looked at Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai and thought to himself, This move is really awesome. Indeed, what the human race lacks now is not mineral at all, but opportunities to communicate with the various major forces and various strong masters. The many techniques mastered by the major forces will definitely flow into the hands of the human race in large quantities. Clearly, the human race and the major forces had mutual exchanges and shared resources, which was extremely beneficial to the human race. Wu Shuang asked, What about the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts? Han Fei smiled and said, The divine beasts and the ferocious beasts will still control the southern and western mining areas. However, any divine beast and ferocious beast can freely enter any place in the infinite mining area. They can coexist with us and are not much different from before. They are our human race's allies. When the divine beasts and ferocious beasts fought against the 10,000 scale race, Han Fei had already informed them. This time, Li Luolu and the Blazing Fire Kailan didn't come to snatch territory, but to tell everyone that the human race had many allies. Seeing that everyone was deep in thought, clang, clang. Han Fei gently knocked on the table. What do you think? Princess Lan Xin said. What if the human race grows up and no longer needs the resources provided by the other forces? Han Fei smiled and said, Everyone, the sea realm is vast and almost boundless. It's impossible for the strong masters of our human race to live in this corner for long. Besides, The principle of peaceful coexistence has been the most acceptable and favorite way for our human race for a long time. After all, not everything needs to be ended by war. Okay, I agree. Ren Yingying, the representative of the East Sword Pavilion, took the lead to express her stance. Princess Lan Xin also nodded in agreement. Everyone could see that Han Fei intended to integrate the human race into the Sea Realm and the myriad races. At this moment, the best option was to accept Han Fei's proposal. Otherwise, he had the power to expel any force at any time, such as the Heavenly Race, who didn't even bother sending people over because they knew there would be no chance for them and they might even be wiped out. Although they had already controlled enough territory, they had to give up at this moment. Wu Shuang nodded. I agree. Such an infinite mining area is very attractive to the entire East Sea Divine Realm and even the entire Sea Realm. On the side of the itinerant cultivators, they sighed. Thank you for your generosity, Human Emperor. This will definitely attract countless itinerant cultivators. Although itinerant cultivators are not necessarily very strong, our cultivation paths are diverse and we have extensive knowledge. If we share what we've learned, it'll definitely help humans integrate into the Sea Realm faster. Han Fei got up and patted Zhou Run's shoulder. In the future, these things will be handled by Zhou Run. Everyone continue chatting. I'll go greet the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. Wu Shuang suddenly said, Brother Han, what do you plan to do with the strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm? This time, many forces haven't had the time to leave and have already been taken down by us. Han Fei patted Zhou Run's shoulder with a smile and said, anyone who has ever offended our human race will be killed without mercy. The rest will be expelled. With that, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai got up and left. Zhou Run looked at everyone with a smile. Then, please take out the mineral veins in your hands first. Chapter 3017, Hidden Monarch City, quote, 1317, Hidden Monarch City, quote, Huan 317, Hidden Monarch City, quote, meeting the blazing fire. Quote, Qulin and Li Luolu, Han Fei's thoughts were much simpler. As for whether these two families would continue to be enemies against each other, it had nothing to do with Han Fei. After doing all this, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai walked on the streets of the 100 Alliance City. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, now that the human race's business is over, I should leave. Han Fei asked, where are you going? Luo Xiaobai said, currently, the Sea Realm is full of demons. Without strength, we can't deal with what will happen in the future. Let's meet again in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei frowned slightly. Are you going to the Central Sea Divine Realm at this moment? Luo Xiaobai said. They're all dead. Who would know me? Han Fei nodded slightly. Judging from the current situation of the Sea Realm, the Central Sea Divine Realm was indeed the center of the Sea Realm, where many strong masters of the Sea Realm gathered. In terms of rising speed, the Central Sea Divine Realm was definitely the fastest. However, Han Fei still said, let's go back to the chaotic wasteland first. Although my fifth senior brother is lazy and likes to eat, I am sure that he is not an ordinary person. Of all the people I have met so far, there is no one that he doesn't know, regardless of where they are from in the Sea Realm or how many years ago they became famous. Therefore, you don't have to cultivate with fifth senior brother, but in the Sea Realm, information and intelligence are especially important. If you master these, it'll be very beneficial for your growth. Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Han Fei said, in addition, I have a divine technique if you go to the Central Sea Divine Realm. Without hesitation, Han Fei gave the divine concealment technique to Luo Xiaobai and then took out Wood Demon Shan Shan, who was dying after being refined by the Creation Jade Spirit Tower. Although the Divine Demon Forest was an enemy force, it had to be said that they were also a representative force of the ancient six lineages. As for Luo Xiaobai, she had the mutated mixed bloodline of the ancient human race and the ancient demon plant, so the techniques of the Divine Demon Forest were very beneficial to her. 3 days later. Alone, Han Fei quietly appeared at the edge of the mining area in the west. Following the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, he plunged into the mist of the mining area in the west. Because the terrain was complicated, it took Han Fei 3 days to break through the layers of fog and come to a magnificent ancient city hidden in the depths of the mining area. Up to now, there were no immortal level or great monarch level mine demons blocking his way. Han Fei was naturally not stupid. The hidden monarch city had been established in the depths of the infinite mining area for so long. The mine demons who dared to attack them had long perished. Those who hadn't perished must have long been under their control. They didn't want to make things difficult for him, which was the reason why his journey was smooth. This city stretched tens of thousands of kilometers, and the giant city wall was branded with some ancient battle marks. With just a glance, Han Fei saw countless sabers and swords rushing at him. However, after being burned by the demon refining for 200 years, his will and faith were already beyond ordinary people's reach. In a breath, he had seen through the illusions here. Taking a slight breath, Han Fei cupped his hands and shouted, I'm Han Fei from the human race. I'm here to pay my respects to the seniors of the hidden monarch city. Buzz. Crack, crack, crack. The gate of the hidden monarch city that had been sealed for a long time slowly opened, but no one came to welcome him. Han Fei was not afraid. He went straight to the door and looked at the words, Hidden Monarch City, written in ancient characters above his head. He immediately felt infinite suppressing pressure pressing down on him. However, today was very different from when he was in the sky-opening realm. If it was the suppressing pressure of a great monarch, he wouldn't have felt this level of pressure. Then, these 3 words must have been personally written by a god. Huff! Han Fei slowly heaved a sigh of relief to relieve the pressure of this god. Then, he looked away and walked into the city. Buzz! Buzz! The door behind him was slowly closing, and a mist was blowing at his face. Han Fei frowned slightly, but in the next moment, he heard shouts. Killa! The scene in front of him changed, and Han Fei found himself standing on the high platform of the city wall. This city was overcrowded, each of them imposing. The weakest of them was actually in the perfected star transformation realm, and there were millions of such strong masters in this city. In the city, there were hundreds of thousands of strong masters, which shocked Han Fei. With so many monarchs, couldn't such a force sweep across the sea realm? But Han Fei quickly suppressed his shock, because the environment was not right. He looked up, only to see a boundless sea of stars outside, which told him that he was in the sea of stars at this moment, and this city was standing alone in the sea of stars. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of strong masters were charging with millions of strong masters in the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei was no stranger to the targets of the charge, which were the ominous life forms. However, Han Fei had seen too many ominous creatures to count. The sea of stars flashed and went out, and there were explosions one after another. From time to time, there would be rumbling sounds in the sea of stars. It was the great Tao crack that should have erupted when a monarch died. But in the sea of stars, the death of ordinary monarchs seemed unable to cause the appearance of the heavenly Tao crack, so there was only rumbling sounds. How is it? How is a war of this level different from the war of your human race? Chapter 3018, Hidden Monarch City, Point 1. 3118 Hidden Monarch City, 2 next to Han Fei, he suddenly saw a young man in green clothes, with his hair down, bare feet, and holding a wine calabash in his hand. Han Fei paused and said, Senior, are you a strong master in this illusion, or in the Hidden Monarch City? Han Fei knew that for some super strong masters, even across time and space, they could feel a wisp of their will or gaze. The young man smiled. Can you guess? Han Fei thought for a moment. This person mentioned the war of the human race. He was most likely from the Hidden Monarch City, and this illusion was most likely created for him to see. Han Fei didn't say what he had guessed. Instead, he cupped his hands slightly. I'm Han Fei from the human race. Greetings, Senior. In fact, in my opinion, as long as it's a war, it's no different. When facing life and death, everyone's mentality might be the same. The enemy wants to destroy our human race, so we humans fight to the death and pour our blood on the defense line. Although these people in front of us are very strong, in this vast sea of stars, they're no different from the temporarily weak human race in the ominous eyes. We have no choice. If we retreat, more people will die, and in the end, we won't be able to escape death. Therefore, we have no choice but to kill. What if you can't kill your way out? The person chuckled, but there seemed to be some emotion hidden in his words. Han Fei said firmly, we will. Since ancient times, it's not the first time that the myriad races have repelled the ominous. Therefore, if we can defeat him once, we can defeat him twice or thrice. Of course, the premise is that the myriad races are united. It's so difficult to unite all races. Han Fei said, they're about to die. What can they do if they're not united? They have to fight no matter what, don't they? The young man smiled casually. Let's talk about the demon purification pot. Do you know what it means to take over the demon purification pot? Han Fei asked. What does it mean? The young man said leisurely. It's said that no one who controls the demon purification pot has a good ending. In fact, you should be able to understand why. Since ancient times, whoever takes over the demon purification pot has to bear a major responsibility to resist the ominous and even act as the leading force. But when they really fight against the ominous, the person in charge of the demon purification pot will discover that the demon purification pot can't really stop the ominous. Therefore, for the person in charge of the demon purification pot, facing the ominous is actually courting death. Are you still willing to take over the demon purification pot? Han Fei's pupils were constricted, but then he grinned. The holders of the demon purification pot may all be talented people, but I am not them. I'm not afraid of death. Otherwise, how could I have grown to my current height and enter the hidden monarch city? The young cultivator laughed and pointed at the sea of stars. Look. In the sea of stars, the war scenes were changing. Before, there were millions of troops fighting against the ominous, but at this moment, half of them had died. This casualty rate was ridiculous. The probability of a person growing up from an ordinary cultivator to a monarch was quite low. There was no telling how many people had died and how many difficulties they had experienced during the process. However, in a war of this level, the result was just like this. A large number of strong masters died and there was no way to continue. Suddenly, the void trembled as a woman dressed in a white skirt stepped forward from the rear of the army. With each step she took, she crossed millions of kilometers, and ripples of light spread out in all directions like water droplets. Instantly, the injuries of countless people were healed wherever the ripples of light passed by. What a strong recovery ability. Han Fei couldn't help but be moved. He thought that the heaven enlightenment divine technique was already extremely powerful, but the power of the woman in front of him made him sigh. The heaven enlightenment divine technique was far from enough. A god? Yes, the strength of that woman exceeded Han Fei's understanding. Perhaps the great monarchs were also very strong, but they definitely couldn't easily revive the injured within tens of millions of kilometers. Even if she was a god, Han Fei felt that this woman was too strong. Sure enough, the woman waved a bell in her hand, and in this sea of stars, mystic sounds rang everywhere and green light pervaded. In just a moment, hundreds of thousands of ominous creatures were purified. Before the green light bloomed completely, infinite darkness enveloped over, forcibly blocking the green light, but in the end, it was still penetrated by the green light ripples. Behind the darkness, Han Fei saw hundreds of ominous giant monsters that were even larger than his Dharma idol appear above the sea of stars. On top of each giant monster's head stood an ominous life form. Hundreds of ominous monsters attacked at the same time, narrowly blocking the bell ripples. Han Fei frowned. What are these? The man next to him said indifferently. Those are world-ending level ominous behemoths and world-ending level ominous life forms. You can understand them as great monarchs. More than 200 great monarchs working together to resist a god? Han Fei knew that the gods were very strong, but this was fucking ridiculous. This person was comparable to more than 200 great monarchs. The man chuckled and didn't speak. The woman threw the bell in her hand into the air and formed seals with one hand. Behind her, a green circular divine disc appeared. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of green mirrors appeared behind her. In the next moment, green light spewed out of the mirror like a beam produced by a starburst, enveloping the world-ending level ominous creatures. Puff! 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 One after another, the world-ending level ominous beasts were annihilated. Wherever the green light shone, the ominous creatures were either cut off, pierced through, or annihilated. No one could resist this green light. Chapter 3019, Hidden Monarch City, 3019, Hidden Monarch City, 3019, Hidden Monarch City, 3 so strong. The 200 or so world-ending level ominous creatures wanted to launch some kind of ominous shockwave together, but they were scattered by the thousands of green lights. In the blink of an eye, only half of the 200 or so world-ending level ominous creatures were left. At that moment, something seemed to be unable to sit still in the darkness. A huge dark claw that could traverse the hidden monarch city extended out of the dark fog and grabbed at the green light. Instantly, thousands of beams of green light shone at the huge hand. Although a large amount of ominous aura was purged, the huge hand was not destroyed in the end. In the end, the woman had to combine 10,000 mirrors to pierce through the giant claw in one fell swoop. The mirror behind the woman also disappeared, and the divine wheel of law still floated behind her. The woman didn't attack again, but waited for the owner of the giant hand to come out. Han Fei asked, "What is this?" The young man said, "Well, a doomsday-level ominous creature. You can understand it as a god." Han Fei couldn't help but change his expression, not because he heard that a doomsday-level creature was comparable to a god, but because he saw that from the 3 voids, there were doomsday-level ominous creatures extending their hands out of the ominous fog. 3 were equivalent to 3 gods. When Han Fei saw the full view of the doomsday-level ominous life forms that crawled out, he couldn't help but be shocked. This thing was really too big. It was definitely the largest creature he had ever seen. Even a huge beast that had cultivated to the level of a god was probably inferior to this thing. They could no longer be considered a body. The entire ominous area could be considered their body, spanning nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Fortunately, the young man beside them said, "Don't be intimidated by their size. They can transform into humanoid sizes." Han Fei said, "I know. I'm just thinking that with such a huge body, they could easily block off the void, and many people won't even be able to dodge a slap from them." The young man said, "Continue to watch." As Han Fei said, the woman wasn't the only enemy of the 3 gods. After all, the ominous creatures wouldn't talk about fairness. One of the doomsday-level ominous creatures slapped a group of strong cultivators with its palm, and it wasn't the god who blocked this blow. The divine plate behind her was spinning, and countless cyan chains of rules stretched out in the boundless void. This blow was very powerful, but it clearly needed some time. Therefore, Han Fei saw that there was a great monarch. Han Fei was sure he was a great monarch because if that person was a god, he would be shining like the goddess. The great monarch used his myriad foot-long Dharma idol to transform into a cone of laws. It expanded by nearly 10 times and emitted endless light. Although it was already very big, it was still less than a tenth of the palm. The power of light barely covered the palm. Bang! The light dispersed the ominous, and the great monarch unexpectedly blocked the ominous hand. The young man next to him said, "The myriad races have an advantage in one-on-one combat. For example, we have a way to suppress their power. It's possible for the experts of the myriad races to resist a god head-on, but it doesn't mean that they can withstand it for long. Such an attack can last at most 5 blows. It means that he is not strong enough." The young man smiled and said, "Do you think every great monarch-level powerhouse can become a god? After all, there are very few people at the peak of the world. You can't measure a great monarch with a god's strength. In fact, as long as they become a great monarch, they are already very strong. Han Fei nodded slightly. At this moment, the law chains were binding the 3 doomsday-level powerhouses, but the law chains were constantly breaking at a very fast speed. However, the woman didn't care. Instead, she opened her hands, and her whole body was suffused with green light. In the next moment, within tens of millions of kilometers, a green storm, or to be exact, a storm of laws, a cleansing storm, set off. This storm was extremely powerful and seemed to have supreme power. It almost cleared out all the ominous creatures within tens of millions of kilometers. And the 3 doomsday-level ominous creatures were also roaring crazily. One of them roared, "The water spirit purification storm can't kill us." When the green light disappeared, there were only the 3 doomsday-level ominous creatures left. And Han Fei clearly saw that the woman was exhausted. But she only slowed down for a moment, and the bell from before turned into a huge bell that burst out with a sound of purification. The woman, on the other hand, walked with a sword in her hand. The sword broke through her palm, and she sacrificed her blood. Han Fei felt that a tremendous amount of vitality was burning. In the next moment, the boundless sea of stars turned into day, and the long sword tore through the air and killed 3 gods in a row. After the 3 slashes, the woman sat cross-legged in the void. She seemed to be quite weak. At this moment, the young man next to him said, "No matter how weak a doomsday-level creature is, it's equivalent to a god-level cultivator. Only a god can kill a god." At this moment, the picture in front of Han Fei gradually dissipated. In the next moment, Han Fei found that he was still in the passage of the city gate. There was only a young man opposite him looking at him with a smile. Han Fei asked, "Why is it gone?" The young man said, "You'll have to experience it anyway. It's meaningless to see too much of it." "What do you think of this god?" Han Fei pondered for a long time. Very strong, but not strong enough. Han Fei's judgment was well-founded. He didn't know if the demon god was so strong, but there was someone who could be used as a reference. It was the ancient god of Thundernote. Seeing this scene today, Han Fei was shocked. Then, how terrifyingly strong would the ancient god of Thundernote have been when he resisted the ominous alone for 3,000 years? Chapter 3,000 years, 3020, 3,000 Hidden Monarch City, Hidden Monarch City. 4, 3020, Hidden Monarch City 4. At that time, there were definitely more doomsday-level ominous creatures that attacked the ancient god of Thundernote at the same time. Perhaps 5 or 6 of them could go at the same time. Under such circumstances, Han Fei didn't know how that guy survived for 3,000 years. Perhaps this was also the reason why he set up the ancient god of Thundernote trial, which was to make people endure the pressure of limits. The young man said with a smile, "Your evaluation is not high enough. You even think she is a little weak, don't you?" Han Fei didn't comment. Although he was very surprised by the woman's strength, that was from his perspective. But from another perspective, it was naturally different. The young man smiled and said, "Come in. It's not easy to get here from the Godfiend Sea. Let's talk inside." Han Fei followed the young man into the city. As far as he could see, there was a huge cultivation field. Many young-looking strong masters were either sitting cross-legged or standing. They were all looking at him. From the perfected star transformation realm to the monarch realm, he had seen tens of thousands of them. Han Fei didn't sweep his perception directly. After all, this was their territory. It was very rude to sweep his perception directly. This city was designed to facilitate the gathering of troops and maintaining combat at any time. Behind the cultivation field was a palace building made of minerals. At this moment, 3 or 5 people were looking down from high above. They are all very strong and are all great monarchs. Han Fei was slightly shocked. He had interacted with great monarch-level powerhouses more than once. Judging from their temperament and faint suppressing pressure, they were definitely great monarch-level powerhouse. There were so many strong masters in the hidden monarch city, but they had been living in seclusion. Obviously, they were prepared for the next ominous battle. Han Fei frowned slightly. There are no battles. It doesn't seem right to cultivate like this. Suddenly, when Han Fei saw someone surrounded by the pure power of the Great Tao, he suddenly realized something. Were these people cultivating with energy crystals? But energy crystals could only be obtained from ominous creatures. To be able to support the cultivation at this level, it was definitely not the ordinary ominous creatures in the chaotic wasteland. Then the real cultivation ground of these people was not here at all, but in the Sea of Stars. Han Fei asked, "Can the hidden monarch city lead to the Sea of Stars?" The young man asked, "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" "How do I take a look?" At this moment, suddenly, a huge wall appeared in front of Han Fei and a strange vortex appeared on it. The distanceless gate? Han Fei wondered. Can the distanceless gate run around itself? However, a line of words appeared on the wall. "Do you know me?" Han Fei laughed. "You don't know me? Distanceless door? You might know another distanceless door." Han Fei was stunned. "Are there many distanceless gates?" The young man said. "Of course there is more than one. At present, there are 9 known distanceless gates in the Sea Realm. The human race came from the chaotic wasteland. That gate can be called the number 3 distanceless gate." Han Fei was lost for words. There were suddenly supreme nature treasures which was unbelievable. Han Fei was also a little curious, so without any hesitation he stepped into the gate. Obviously, the hidden monarch city in the sea realm was just a temporary base. Why did they choose the infinite mining area? Perhaps it was because this place was rich in resources. Buzz. Han Fei felt a gentle force push him from behind, and then the surrounding scenery turned incorporeal. When the incorporeal state ended, he had already appeared above a sea of stars. And here, there was also a city, which was exactly the same as the illusion he saw just now, except that no super war broke out here. Han Fei also found that he was standing on the top of the palace. Suddenly realizing something, Han Fei quickly looked back and saw a woman in a white dress looking at him quietly. The woman was looking at him with a smile. I heard that you think I'm a little weak? Ah, isn't that just a prehistoric image? Chapter 3021, Even great monarchs will avoid my bro. 1:3021. Even great monarchs will avoid my bro. 1. Han Fei really didn't expect to meet a creature like this. When did so many gods suddenly appear in this world? But immediately, Han Fei realized that there might have been hidden gods in this world, but he was too weak to know the traces of the gods. Now, when his strength grew to a certain level and he came into contact with stronger people, he got this kind of luck. Han Fei cupped his hands. Nice to meet you, senior, the white-clothed woman said. A disciple of the Void Temple, the master of the Emperor Sparrow, the holder of the Demon Purification Pot, and the Emperor of the human race. You have many titles. Go to the frontline battlefield and let me see your strength. Huh? Buzz. The woman in white waved her hand, and Han Fei felt that space had changed. He had already left the range of the city and appeared on a battlefield. There were nearly 10,000 people guarding this battlefield, but only less than 1,000 were really fighting the ominous creatures. Even so, in the starry sky, their battles were still extremely dazzling, with powerful spells filling the air and shining brilliantly. The white-clothed woman said, since 100,000 years ago, ominous creatures reappeared in the Sea of Stars. At first, only sporadic ominous creatures appeared. In nearly 30,000 years, small wars broke out every once in a while. During that period, a huge war broke out. You should have seen that battle, and the evaluation was not high. Go, let me see your strength. Han Fei, 100,000 years ago, the ominous reappearance in the Sea of Stars. Didn't this mean that the ominous sealing method had a problem 100,000 years ago? Why did the white-clothed woman tell him this? He didn't have a way to deal with the ominous now. However, in front of a god, he had to show his strength. At this moment, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were looking at Han Fei and the woman in white. When they looked at the woman in white, their eyes were filled with admiration, and when they looked at Han Fei, their eyes were filled with judgment and curiosity. Han Fei nodded. Okay, boom. 1,000 lightning marks appeared in the Sea of Stars. A monarch who was fighting an ominous battle felt the lightning flash past him. In the next moment, the terrifying, ominous creature opposite him exploded. Huh, this person is so fast. He's very powerful. He killed a terrifying level creature with one move. Is he a new heavenly talent monarch from the hidden monarch city? It's a thunder technique, and a very powerful one. There don't seem to be many people in the carefree level who can do this. Those who can make Lord God bring them here must be extraordinary. At this time, the woman in white said, everybody, stop fighting and come back. Huh? There are nearly 2,000 terrifying level ominous creatures here. There's also a destruction level one. Are you kidding me? Do we have to let that person fight alone? The crowd moved, but everyone immediately carried out the order to leave the battlefield. However, those ominous creatures wouldn't let you leave so easily. They would pester you. However, lightning flashed all over the sky. Wherever the lightning flashed, a terrifying level ominous creature died, giving others enough space to retreat. Besides, the destruction level creature seemed to have issued an order to kill the lightning-type powerhouse in front of them. In a short while, Han Fei was the only one left on the battlefield. But for most people, they couldn't see Han Fei at all because Han Fei was hiding in the lightning marks that filled the sky. Is this guy really at the carefree level? Can a carefree level cultivator have such speed? It must be because of the lightning technique. Look, the terrifying level ominous creatures are chasing the lightning marks. When Han Fei had just killed 40 or 50 terrifying level creatures, the destruction level ominous creature finally realized the pattern of the 1,000 Thunder Flash. Therefore, when Han Fei used the 1,000 Thunder Flash again, an ominous life form suddenly detonated, trying to hold Han Fei back. However, a bolt of jumping lightning flashed, and the terrifying level creature still failed to touch Han Fei. However, Han Fei couldn't use the jumping lightning every time, so in the next moment he deliberately stayed for a moment. In an instant, thousands of terrifying level creatures rushed over, and the destruction level creature appeared immediately. Buzz. Under Han Fei's feet, a lightning ring appeared and swept in all directions in an instant. The lightning marks in the void hadn't died out yet, but they ignited with a whoosh and turned into a sea of lightning and fire. In this sea of lightning, the speed of these ominous creatures suddenly halved. What kind of technique is this? The legendary 12 Thunder Seal technique, ancient god of Thundernote's heritage. Hiss. Didn't they say that the Thundernote ancient temple trial was a sure death situation? Has someone broken it? No wonder this guy has such terrifying combat power even though he's only at the carefree level. He can resist more than 2,000 ominous creatures alone. He's really terrifyingly strong. Han Fei, who was fighting, didn't dare to be too slow. Because he set up this sea of thunder and lightning, he didn't have time to use the 1,000 thunder flash. And the destruction level creature had already arrived, so he naturally responded with the 10,000 law sky traveling technique. The thunder god's hammer collided with the destruction level ominous life form. The destruction level ominous creature was sent flying. Because of the powerful lightning technique of the thunder god's hammer, Han Fei's combat power doubled. Even the destruction level creature couldn't resist it. At the moment when the destruction level creature was sent flying, Han Fei put his hands together and muttered something, and a milky white halo bloomed on his body. Chapter 3022, 30,022. Even great monarchs will avoid my bro. 2. 3022. Even great monarchs will avoid my bro. 2. The world-cleansing divine spell could purge all evil and remove ominousness. The hundreds of terrifying level ominous creatures near Han Fei were directly purified under the dual effects of the lightning technique and the world-cleansing divine spell. The others exclaimed, except for the woman in white who looked calm. With so many titles on him, Han Fei couldn't be weak. She wanted to see how strong Han Fei was. In just an hour, Han Fei had killed more than 800 ominous creatures. In fact, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Han Fei to kill so many ominous creatures in such a short period of time. But wasn't this under the watch of a god? His kiting method obviously couldn't work, so he could only fight head-on. Fortunately, he had many techniques and methods. And there were only 2,000 ominous creatures, unlike the terrifying number of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands outside the Thundernote Ancient Temple. More than 2 hours later, only Han Fei and the destruction-level ominous creature were left on the battlefield. This time, Han Fei didn't ask for the help of the Emperor Sparrow. He couldn't kill it so quickly in a one-on-one battle, but Han Fei wasn't as weak as he was when he first entered the Thundernote Ancient Temple. Finally, under the multiple effects of the invincible fighting intent and the thunder technique, it took Han Fei nearly 2 hours to obliterate this destruction-level ominous creature with difficulty. At this moment, the strong masters in the front line of the hidden monarch city looked at Han Fei in a different way. A carefree level cultivator had killed more than 2,000 ominous creatures of the same realm, and even killed a destruction level creature above his level. This was simply outrageous. This was something that normally required nearly 1,000 monarchs to accomplish. He had done it alone? After the battle, Han Fei cupped his hands at the woman in white. The white-clothed woman waved her hand, and Han Fei was dragged into another sea of stars. When he appeared again, he found that this place was filled with an ominous aura. Outside this ominous aura, there were nearly 30,000 ominous life forms, including at least a dozen destructive level ones. Well, Han Fei was shocked. Although he could kill so many destruction-level creatures on such a scale, with his current strength, it would probably take him at least a month. 30,000 and 2,000 were two different numbers. The woman in white said, "Use the demon purification pot." Demon purification pot? Han Fei was briefly stunned. He had never thought of using the demon purification pot when he was dealing with the ominous creatures, mainly because he didn't know how to control it yet. The demon purification pot could kill 6 immortals at the same time because of its ability to absorb spirits. It could absorb anything that could be absorbed. But Han Fei had never tried absorbing ominous creatures with the demon purification pot because he didn't think there was anything else to absorb from the ominous creatures except negative energy. Besides, the demon purification pot could only deal with 7 at a time. In front of these tens of thousands of ominous creatures, 7 was nothing. However, since this god wanted him to try, Han Fei could only bite the bullet. Han Fei charged at the army of ominous creatures alone. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat them or couldn't control the demon purification pot well, he could always escape with the great Tao of life replacement. When the ominous army saw that a lackey was charging at them, they immediately rushed over. Han Fei's face turned green when he saw the swarm of ominous creatures. Master Calabash, absorb. 7 small vines extended out from between Han Fei's eyebrows in a row. Han Fei had thought that the 7 small vines could only penetrate 7 ominous life forms at a time, and it would have to use his strength to destroy the 7 captured ominous life forms. But something unexpected happened. The lazy little vines suddenly became a little manic when they encountered these ominous life forms. Swish, 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 puff, puff, puff. Vines were wriggling around Han Fei. A small vine could penetrate dozens of ominous creatures in a row in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the small vine was still growing and seemed to be able to kill more. Any ominous life form penetrated by the demon purification pot would be immediately covered in greenness. Almost in an instant, Han Fei felt that he was mentally connected to the demon purification pot. Within 10,000 meters of Han Fei, it seemed to have become a forbidden area. Any ominous life form that tried to rush in would be pierced by the small vines immediately. The speed was so fast that even Han Fei himself couldn't react in time, but the demon purification pot could. Han Fei was shocked. He had used the demon purification pot before, but it was impossible for it to drain an ominous creature comparable to an immortal-level creature in such a short time. Han Fei remembered that it took the demon purification pot a long time to extract the spiritual energy of a tentacle lobster when he was a kid. Although there were more vines in the demon purification pot now, it couldn't be so unbelievable. Is this the reason why the demon purification pot can suppress the ominous? Han Fei was stunned. If it had such terrifying destructive power, how could the previous owners of the demon purification pot lose? While Han Fei was sighing, he suddenly felt that the seventh divine pill on the demon purification vine was actually being nurtured. Yes, the seventh and final divine pill began to nurture after killing hundreds of ominous creatures, and its speed was very fast. When more than 1,000 ominous creatures were killed, the seventh divine pill had grown from the size of gravel to the size of a sesame seed. Chapter 3023, 3023, even great monarchs will avoid my bro, 3323, even great monarchs will avoid my bro, 3 Han Fei was overjoyed. This was really a pleasant surprise. Han Fei had thought that the seventh divine pill required a large amount of resources to slowly feed. In fact, this method was actually useful because the demon purification pot was still absorbing energy every day. However, this absorption method was clearly not as efficient as now. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Finally, after nearly 10,000 ominous creatures were destroyed, the demon purification pot's absorption speed seemed to be declining. After killing 20,000 ominous creatures, the demon purification pot wouldn't completely kill the ominous creatures. The latter would turn into an ominous aura, regather elsewhere, and then charge at Han Fei again. After killing more than 24,000 ominous lifeforms, the demon purification pot stopped absorbing them. The small vines would only penetrate the ominous creatures and wouldn't extract their energy. It seemed to be passively defending. All right. At that moment, the white-clothed woman grabbed Han Fei with one hand and took him away, along with a large number of energy crystals. Han Fei hurriedly put away the demon purification pot, his heart full of doubts and puzzlement. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei returned to the real hidden monarch city again. The woman in white took the lead to say, sure enough, the demon purification pot in its incomplete state is still very weak. A demon purification pot of this level won't be of much use in a big battle. Han Fei thought to himself, at least more than 24,000 ominous creatures were killed. How can this be called useless? Besides, the seventh divine pill the size of a sesame seed had grown to the size of a soybean. At this speed, as long as there were enough ominous creatures, the seventh divine pill would mature soon. However, when he wanted to enter the hidden monarch city, he saw the scene of this woman attacking. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with her words. Han Fei asked, why did the demon purification pot stop absorbing in the later stage of the fight? The woman in white asked, what do you think the demon purification pot absorbed? Han Fei shook his head. These ominous creatures had no spiritual energy, no chaotic chi, and no immortal chi. He didn't even know how they were driven. Who knew what the demon purification pot was absorbing? The woman in white said, it's ominous. So far, we don't know whether the ultimate state of the ominous is a powerful creature or a will that gives negative creatures vitality. Han Fei frowned slightly. Even the gods can't be sure, the woman in white said. Gods are not omnipotent. The god realm is just a realm. Gods can die too. The biggest characteristic of the ominous is their uncertainty. It's difficult for us to see their nature. No matter how many ominous creatures we kill, it's just to slow their growth. The demon purification pot has the ability to devour the ominous nature. Therefore, in addition to fighting against the ominous, every holder of the demon purification pot is determined to pry into the ominous nature. Obviously, you have never used the demon purification pot to deal with ominous creatures before. Han Fei thought to himself, who knows? The demon purification pot didn't come out to fight. He had always thought that the demon purification pot was an auxiliary treasure. The woman in white said, in the same realm you are very strong and impressive, but the stronger you are, the harder it will be for you to find your divine path. Your combat techniques are too various and you have too many great dows. Your law fusion process will take a long time. I asked you to come here for no other reason than to tell you that there's not much time left. Not much time left? Han Fei's face changed slightly. Do you mean the time of the next outbreak of the ominous? The woman in white nodded slightly. Go. The hidden monarch city won't interfere in the affairs of the infinite mining areas, and your human race probably doesn't need to help for the time being. Also, let me remind you that you can't be the human emperor forever. It's time for you to find your true path. She said exactly what old Yuan told him before. Han Fei nodded slightly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Well, I don't know how to address you. You can call me the goddess of light. Swish. The distanceless door appeared with the words, let's go, written on it. Han Fei cupped his hands. Goodbye, senior. Swish. When Han Fei opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the hidden monarch city. The man in white and barefoot was waiting here. Seeing Han Fei return, he smiled casually. What do you think? Han Fei was puzzled. What do you mean? The man asked. Is the goddess of light beautiful? Han Fei looked at this person speechlessly, thinking to himself, it's not enough to set me up once, but you want to set me up again? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Of course she's very beautiful. Ha ha ha. The man laughed and asked Han Fei, Do you want to join the Hidden Monarch City? Han Fei shook his head. No, I have a lot of things to do. The man said regretfully. What a pity. When you grow up, I'd like to see the true power of the demon purification pot. Han Fei asked, Senior, what should I call you? Bai Zhe. Ancient divine beast? Bai Zhe was slightly surprised. Huh. How do you know that? No, I've just heard of you from others. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little strange. It seemed that many creatures in myth actually existed. Han Fei asked, Senior Bai Zhe, what else does the Hidden Monarch City have to say about what our human race does in the infinite mining area? Bai Zhe smiled and said, what can the Hidden Monarch City do? This infinite mining area doesn't belong to the Hidden Monarch City. Since your human race has occupied this place, you can take your time to manage it. Similarly, the Hidden Monarch City won't interfere in the disputes between humans and others. Of course, if you are willing to join the Hidden Monarch City, it will be a different matter. Chapter 3024, Even Great Monarchs Will Avoid My Bro Shore. 32.4. Even Great Monarchs Will Avoid My Bro. 4. Han Fei was silent for a while. The Hidden Monarch City was a force to fight against the ominous. It was not that he couldn't join it, but he knew too little about the Hidden Monarch City now. He didn't want to be tied down by this. Anyway, with the demon god's promise and the protection of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts, the human race would be safe for at least 1,000 years. Therefore, even if he wanted to join the Hidden Monarch City, it would be 1,000 years later. Han Fei responded with a smile, I'll consider it. When Han Fei returned to the human race after leaving the Hidden Monarch City, xuanhuan was already carrying out the human race's plan to build a city. Zhou Run was already arranging for the human race to settle in. The name of the 100 Alliance City had been removed. There was no 100 Force Alliance anymore, so there was no need for this name now. Although Han Fei wanted to be a hands-off boss, some basic principles still need to be implemented and carried out. For example, after discussing with xuanhuan and the others, Han Fei decided to change the name of the 100 Alliance City to Free City in case the itinerant cultivators in the Sea Realm didn't understand. And the word freedom was what many people yearned for. Han Fei specially explained to his fellow human beings that because of an accident, the demon plants they planted in the past were destroyed. So, all about demon plants, shops were reopened. Most humans had no objections to this. They could replant demon plants if they were destroyed. It wasn't a problem anyway. Outside the infinite mining area, the 8 camps soon learned about the changes in the infinite mining area. In fact, they had been waiting for the news. After all, the commotion a while ago was so huge that many people had run away in fear. Most of those who still stayed in the camps wanted to try their luck. After all, the Battle of the Strong shouldn't affect ordinary itinerant cultivators like them. After learning that the human race had conquered the infinite mining areas, established the Free City, and implemented resource-sharing measures, the people in the 8 camp were dumbfounded. Every time they met someone, they would talk about the human race and the Free City. The intelligence organizations in the Divine Capital Dynasty and the Capital of Horror gradually spread the news of the human race, causing an uproar. What? The human butcher who swept across all the major forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Oh no, is he really the emperor of the human race? What a terrifying human being. He killed dozens of great monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm. It's like listening to a heavenly book. That's right, they were all great monarchs. I only know that there is Great Monarch East Marshal in the East Sea Divine Realm. How could so many great monarchs suddenly appear and be killed by a human? Maybe great monarchs are different. It's said that the human race has actually suffered a heavy loss. After fighting for 400 years, nearly 70 billion people have died. What does this mean? The combined population of the 8 camps and the former infinite mining area might not even be a fraction of the number of the humans who died. I heard that they are generally not strong, so many have died. Heh, we killed 40 great monarchs, and you said the human race isn't strong? That was done by the powerhouses in the Godfiend Sea. Didn't you read the intelligence? The Godfiend Sea is gone, and the powerhouses inside have all been released. That's true. It's said that a god has appeared. That's bullshit. That's not in the information at all. The divine path has been severed. How can there be a god? Hey, don't doubt me. My biological brother's wife's senior brother's master's grand elder told me that. Everyone, the Free City, had only been built for a year. When countless people from the superpowers such as the Divine Capital Dynasty, the Capital of Horror, the East Sword Pavilion, and the Ghost Strait went to the infinite mining areas, these people from the 8 camps dared to really enter the infinite mining areas. By the time they entered the infinite mining area, the 100 Alliance City had changed beyond recognition. In its place was a cluster of cities surrounded by nearly 100 cities. The people of the East Sea Divine Realm were discussing the infinite mining areas, but the young talents of the entire Sea Realm were flocking to the South Sea Divine Realm at this moment. This was because 2 major events were about to happen in the South Sea Divine Realm. Firstly, the God-ferrying ancient land was about to open. It was said that this was in primordial land that was full of strange treasures and would only open once every hundreds of thousands of years. For some reason, it was about to open this time. Secondly, the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest was looking for a husband through a competition. She wanted to dual cultivate on a certain path to godhood that countless people yearned for. Therefore, the South Sea Divine Realm had been very lively recently. The major forces all had young talents from the Sea Realm. For example, at this moment, in a city group called Heavenly Phoenix Island near the Phoenix Divine Race, a young man was wearing a phoenix-colored cloak holding a folding fan and holding a pipe in his mouth. Behind him were two maids at the late stage of the Star Transformation realm, one holding a sword and the other holding a fruit plate. And this young man was confronting a group of 5 or 6 talents from the Central Sea Divine Realm on the street. The young man roared, "Are you blind, you ants? Do you know whose territory this is? Do you know who I am? Do you know what kind of person my brother is? He can crush you 800 times with a finger." A young man on the opposite side sneered, "Look at how you're boasting. With your spoiled behavior as a rich second generation, your brother is probably a useless person too." Immediately, the young man in the phoenix-colored cloak shouted, "Bullshit, you're asking for a beating. My brother is known as the Bloody-Handed Butcher. He's invincible on the god roll, and even great monarchs avoid him. He's the current emperor of the human race, Han Fei. Who do you think you are to mock him? Come, ant, come and die," Boom Feng Xingliu was clamoring, but was kicked hard by someone in the butt and staggered. The two maids next to him were about to burst into fury, only to find that they couldn't move at all. "Which ant dares to kick me?" Feng Xingliu looked back and didn't recognize the guy who attacked him. Just as he was about to attack, he heard a familiar voice. "Keep a low profile. I heard you yelling the moment I came. I have thousands of enemies now, but you are still making enemies for me." Feng Xingliu was shocked. "Shoot, you, Han Fei snorted coldly. "Humph, you promised to meet me and give me a warm welcome. I've been waiting for a long time, but no one came." Oh, I forgot it. You ants, I'll let you go today. Next time, keep your eyes open." Feng Xingliu smiled happily and was about to leave. However, the geniuses from the Central Sea Divine Realm behind him all had black faces, and the man in the lead shouted coldly, "Did I say you could leave?" Chapter 3025, Primordial Divine Academy, 1-3025, Primordial Divine Academy, 1-3025, Primordial Divine Academy. 1. Those people from the Central Sea Divine Realm were obviously not weak. Most of the young talents who could come to the South Sea Divine Realm at this time were for the God-ferrying ancient land and the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest. The 6 people in front of him were all in the perfected Star Transformation realm. At this moment, the 6 people obviously had no intention of letting Feng Xingliu leave. Feng Xingliu blushed, glanced at Han Fei, who had changed his appearance, and said, "Wait, let me settle these guys." There were quite a few onlookers. There had been a lot of conflicts recently, and it was rarely lively. Furthermore, this was the young master of the Phoenix Divine Race. The fight would definitely be very exciting when they fought. Han Fei shrugged. "Then hurry up. I have something to do." Feng Xingliu was bursting with confidence at this moment. His confidence soared when he found Han Fei came. Although they didn't know how Han Fei found him, none of this mattered. Feng Xingliu pointed at the people opposite him and said, "Don't say that I'm bullying you. Come with me. If you can win, I'll give you the 7-color mystic crystal." Han Fei finally understood what was going on. It turned out that they were fighting for something. Han Fei retracted the suppressing pressure on the 2 women. The 2 women looked at each other in shock, thinking that this person was so strong. He could suppress them and make them unable to move without being noticed by others. More importantly, who was this person? With Feng Xingliu's personality, he wasn't angry at all after being kicked as if he didn't care at all. All these years, they had never seen Feng Xingliu treat anyone with such an attitude. At this moment, Feng Xingliu was already walking side by side with Han Fei towards the wilderness outside the Heavenly Phoenix Island. They hurriedly followed. The people on the opposite side snorted and followed them too. Feng Xingliu seemed to be a little excited and said to Han Fei, "How did you find me?" "Let me tell you, you should have brought the human race to our South Sea Divine Realm, which has much more resources than the East Sea." Han Fei said, "Idiot, stop bragging. If I really bring human beings here, can your Phoenix Divine Race protect them?" "Haha, are you also here for the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest? Let me tell you secretly, that woman is very powerful. She can draw a tie with Feng Yu. But she's definitely not your match. You can easily take her down. Then you can get the support of the Miracle Forest, and the human race will be even safer." Feng Xingliu was lost for words. "We can go to that damn place at any time." "Hey, do you know about the opening of the God-ferrying ancient land?" Han Fei said. "I heard it on the way." Feng Xingliu chuckled. "That's a good place. It's said that there are many treasures there. The Fire Dao resurrection wheel of our Phoenix Divine Race was dug out from there. Although many treasures have been dug up, there are still some mysterious treasures that haven't appeared. Let's go plunder that place. We'll definitely be able to get hundreds of pieces of treasures. They're very valuable." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Why do you need money now? You're about to prove Dao. What's the use of money for you? Look at Feng Yu. I heard that she's at the carefree level now?" As soon as Feng Yu's name was mentioned, Feng Xingliu's expression collapsed. "Ha! Even the patriarch gives her preferential treatment now. She certainly advances quickly. Look at me. I have also advanced not too slowly. If the patriarch's attention wasn't all on her, I might have also proven Dao by now. Han Fei said, Dao proving has nothing to do with others. By the way, where is little Ching Cheng? She. Before Feng Xingliu finished speaking, the heavenly talents from the Central Sea Divine Realm shouted behind him, How far do you want to go? If you don't dare to fight, just say it. Hand over the 7-colored mystic crystal so that you won't suffer physical pain. After all, it will be embarrassing if the young master of the Phoenix Divine race is beaten up. Bullshit. Feng Xingliu's face immediately became tense. Come on, how dare you ants compete with the sun and moon? Shut up. Han Fei was happy to watch the fun on the side. After years of not seeing each other, the bad habits of Feng Xingliu seemed to be getting more and more serious. However, others couldn't sense it, but he could clearly sense that Feng Xingliu was abnormally vigorous and his power showed signs of being self-sealed. It seemed that he was indeed idle, but in fact this guy was deliberately provoking those people. His purpose should be simple. He was looking for strong masters of the same level to train himself, trying to nurture his spiritual energy to a peak state and break through the monarch tribulation. When he first met Feng Xingliu, this guy was only in the late star transformation stage. In just 600 years, he had upgraded from the late star transformation stage to the perfected star transformation realm. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't have such a speed of growth. So although he looked arrogant and domineering, in fact, he must have cultivated a lot. He must have been trained crazily by his family all these years. Han Fei pointed his finger and the seawater turned into a big chair. He sat on it and took out a handful of melon seeds. You fight, I'll be your referee. Hey, the guys from the Central Sea Divine Realm, if you win, you'll get 7-colored mystic crystals. But what if you lose? Feng Xingliu's eyes lit up too. Yes, what if you lose? The man in the lead snorted. If we lose, I have a mid-quality godly weapon. Before he finished speaking, Feng Xingliu pointed at him and scolded, You ants, you're too much. How dare you take out a mid-quality godly weapon? I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Even my bowl is a mid-quality godly weapon. Who are you grossing out with this thing? Chapter 3026, Primordial Divine Academy, 2030-26. Primordial Divine Academy, Han Fei sneered. You paupers trying to pull a fast one? After that, Han Fei pointed into the distance and said, Many people are watching. How do you have the cheek to take a mid-quality godly weapon out? Feng Xingliu will be ashamed to accept it. With that said, Han Fei casually took out a black crystal battle axe. Here, let me place another bet. This is an ultra-quality godly weapon-level battle axe. You 6 come together. If you win, I'll give you the battle axe and the 7-colored mystic crystal, but the things you take out should at least be of this level. Feng Xingliu's eyes lit up. Holy shit, Han Fei is really rich. He can take out an ultra-quality godly weapon so easily. I must get a few from him later. I heard that he killed a lot of great monarchs. How can a great monarch only have ultra-quality godly weapons? As for the 2 maids of Feng Xingliu, they were speechless. Who is this guy? Even if you want to bet, don't ask the 6 people on the opposite side to fight Feng Xingliu together. Don't they know what kind of person their young master is? The 6 are at the same level as Feng Xingliu. If he loses, not only will he lose face, but he will also suffer a huge loss. The 6 people on the opposite side were obviously tempted. However, even they were a little reluctant to bet ultra-quality godly weapons. At this moment, a playful voice suddenly sounded, The Phoenix Divine race is really arrogant. Since you're going to bet, why don't you bet on something bigger? Then 3 6-flame fiery sparrows dragged a dazzling quaint carriage over. Then the curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a man in a purple robe with a feminine face glanced at Feng Xingliu and Han Fei casually. In comparison, the chair under Han Fei seemed a little tacky. As for the 6 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, they bowed to the carriage and said in unison, Greetings, master. Han Fei suddenly found that the 2 maids beside him didn't look good. Then he heard Feng Xingliu shout, Where the fuck did you come from? How dare you make 6 flame fiery sparrows pull his carriage? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you can't walk out of the South Sea Divine Realm. The feminine man chuckled. I really don't believe it. You can have a try. Feng Xingliu was about to say something when Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, He's at the peak of the Dao proving level. A fierce gleam flickered in Feng Xingliu's eyes. If I won, release the 3 6-flame fiery sparrows. How could Feng Xingliu have a spiritual treasure-level treasure? He could only look at Han Fei. Han Fei chuckled and waved his hand. A stone shining with the law of lightning appeared in midair. Han Fei said, We have treasures. This chaotic thunderstone is a treasure of the spiritual treasure level. With it, body refiners will be twice as efficient in cultivation and immune to all evil. Shoot! Feng Xingliu was stunned. How rich was Han Fei now? A chaotic spiritual treasure. He took it so easily. He just wanted to trick people into a fight, but it had already risen to this level? The expressions of the 2 maids changed drastically. They had never seen such a treasure before, but this man just took it out casually for a bet. Was he so confident in young Master Xingliu? The purple-robed man on the carriage was also taken aback for a moment. He had thought that Han Fei should have some acquired spiritual treasures on him. He didn't expect him to be so rich as to take out a chaotic spiritual treasure. This made him doubt the strength of Feng Xingliu for a moment. However, at this point, he had to accept this competition. Otherwise, he would lose face. The purple-robed man snorted. Okay, creak. Han Fei crossed his legs and munched on the sunflower seeds. Feng Xingliu, you have to fight this battle well. If you lose, we will suffer a huge loss. Feng Xingliu's lips twitched and he rolled his eyes. 1v6? That's forcing me to use my real strength. Alas, forget it. As the saying goes, if you don't make a sound, you won't be noticed. But once you make a sound, you will amaze the world. It's time for me to let the world know how magnificent I am. On the heavenly Phoenix Island, many talents were looking over. Someone sighed. As expected of the Phoenix divine race, they're really confident. They even dare to take out a chaotic spiritual treasure as a bet. Someone was amazed. Could it be that Feng Xingliu is not as simple as he seems, but a hidden big shot? Someone shook his head. This guy has been idle since he was young. He's a damn hidden big shot. Isn't that a pity? That's a chaotic spiritual treasure. I don't think so. The Phoenix divine race is not stupid. Maybe Feng Xingliu is really a silk pants, but being a silk pants doesn't mean that he is weak. The onlookers discussed it heatedly. At this moment, Feng Xingliu and the other party's 4 men and 2 women stood face to face. Han Fei roared, "Begin." Swish! The 6 strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm attacked at the same time. They transformed into a big bow and shot out from a distance, locking onto Feng Xingliu. A woman cast a spell and triggered the Great Dao here, summoning countless Great Dao runes, and actually began to set up an array. Of the other 4, one was extremely fast and had already rushed forward. He fused with his associated spirit crystal scorpion instantly and launched a super powerful strike. One attacked head-on, and the other 2 surrounded Feng Xingliu from the side. Having reached the perfected star transformation realm, most cultivators had experienced a lot of battles and had a lot of great techniques. As soon as the 6 of them attacked, 3 of them activated divine techniques. Chapter 3027 Primordial Divine Academy 3027 Primordial Divine Academy 3 The 2 maids of Feng Xingliu were extremely nervous, but Han Fei was calmly munching on melon seeds. Tweet W.A. A fire phoenix rose to the sky. Fire Phoenix technique, flying feather in the sky. The heavenly phoenix feather fell, and the void arrow was actually extinguished by a feather. The few people near Feng Xingliu were all repelled. Behind Han Fei, the 2 maids exclaimed, "Flying feather divine technique. When did young Master Xingliu learn this?" Ah, I remember now. Young Master Xingliu once carried a dozen divine arts back and said that he wanted to learn divine arts. God, I thought he was joking. Although the divine technique was very powerful, the other party had 3 divine techniques. Feng Xingliu's body seemed to have been pierced by a great technique. Amidst the exclamations, a fiery shadow suddenly appeared from the sea of fire. Feng Xingliu grabbed a fiery feather which emitted a scarlet brilliance. The 6 of them quickly took action, but Feng Xingliu grinned. Flame domain, my Dao is like light. Swishta. In this domain, Feng Xingliu instantly appeared behind the woman who was setting up the array. With a sweep of the feathers, half of her body was swept away. The woman simply ignored him and roared, "Condense, ice descends to the world." The sky was blocked by Feng Xingliu, and all kinds of great Dao runes surged into the ice, trying to suppress Feng Xingliu. A maidservant said, "That person deliberately lured young Master Xingliu to attack so as to seal him. What should we do?" Bang. However, before they finished speaking, a pillar of fire gushed out of the ice seal, and a sharp claw pierced through the woman again. With a bang, the woman's body disintegrated. Han Fei said lazily, "Eliminated one." Phoenix extreme heavenly fire, sky-splitting. The flames in the 4 seas were burning, and the void was full of cracks. Feng Xingliu roared again, 9 steps of the heavenly phoenix, traceless feather fall, swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the speed of Feng Xingliu exceeded the speed of light explosion. Then, a pair of wings slashed in front of the bow-holding cultivator, cutting him and his bow into pieces. As for the other man who fought in close combat, he protected himself with Dao pattern armor, but was cut apart by 3 sweeps of the wings. Han Fei said leisurely, 3, boomy. Many onlookers exclaimed, "I knew it." How could Feng Xingliu have taken out a chaotic spiritual treasure if he isn't capable? He didn't take it out, but his friend did. Who cares? Anyway, I know that although he is a dandy, he is still a direct descendant of the Phoenix divine race. With his divine techniques and bloodline atavism, how can he be weak? Feng Xingliu is usually noisy, but so what? Who said that noisy people can't be strong? In the next moment, Feng Xingliu fought 3 people alone, but he didn't use any divine techniques but fought head-on. Aurora Fist, Fire Demon Killing Fist, Flowing Light Sword Fire, clank 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 clang clang. With only 3 people left, Feng Xingliu didn't panic at all. The 2 sides fought fiercely for more than 3,000 rounds. And beside the purple-robed man's carriage, the 3 eliminated people had recovered, but their faces were extremely ugly at the moment. The purple-robed man snorted and gently tapped his fingers on the carriage twice. He didn't seem to do anything. But after he knocked, with 2 bangs, 2 explosions erupted less than 100 kilometers away from the carriage. The purple-robed man's pupils were constricted slightly as he suddenly looked at Han Fei. His 2 knocks just now was a cause-and-effect killing technique. Not to mention the Dao-proving level, even peak-level carefree level monarchs who didn't know cause-and-effect killing techniques well wouldn't be able to discover that he was attacking. This person was clearly only at the Dao-proving level and didn't seem to even reach the peak of the Dao-proving level. How could he break his cause-and-effect killing technique so easily? Han Fei said lazily. A monarch interfered in the Battle of Sky Openers. Is this what the heavenly talents of the Central Sea Divine Realm are like? Well, 3 6-fire sparrows and a carriage are not enough. Behind Han Fei, the 2 maids were shocked. Is that person a monarch, and he wants to interfere in this battle? Instantly, the 2 of them looked awful. One of the maids shouted at the carriage, "How dare you, a monarch, attack our young master in the South Sea Divine Realm? If you don't give me an explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the South Sea Divine Realm." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the 2 maids. He thought that the maids of the big clans were really different. How dare they scold a monarch? But then he thought it made sense. Would the Phoenix Divine race lack a monarch? They had stood proudly in the South Sea Divine Realm for so long. Feng Xinglu's face slightly changed too. He roared, "The second form, the heavenly phoenix body." Whoosh! Feng Xinglu had wings on its back, and his body was burning with flames. Holding a fiery long sword, he shot out with a swish, and his speed increased by at least 30%. The intensity of the flames and its strength seemed to have increased by more than 30%. Han Fei couldn't help being a little surprised. This transformation was a bit awesome. Super Saiyan transformation? Feng Xinglu's overall strength had increased by nearly 50%, immediately widening the gap in strength with the other 3. Puff, puff, puff. With 3 slashes, he killed the 3 people. This time, he really killed them, leaving no survivors. It wasn't that Feng Xinglu hadn't killed people before. The first time he killed someone, it was with Han Fei. Just now, he was indeed angry. Fighting cultivators in the same realm was just a tempering exercise, but if a monarch took action, it was another story. Chapter 3028, Primordial Divine Academy 4 3028, Primordial Divine Academy 4. Feng Xingliu frowned and pointed his sword at the carriage. Is a monarch so great? Tell me your name. The purple-robed young man in the carriage lowered the curtain and appeared outside the carriage in the next second. He said indifferently, "Xiaojie from the Primordial Divine Academy, Central Sea Divine Realm." Primordial Divine Academy? Han Fei had never heard of it, but the expressions of the 2 maids behind him changed drastically. Han Fei turned around and waved at one of the maids. Where is the Primordial Divine Academy? Is it very strong? The maidservant looked at Han Fei as if he were a monster. How could a big shot like you not even know the Primordial Divine Academy? But she still said obediently, "The Primordial Divine Academy, the strongest academy in the Sea Realm during the Age of the Gods, has been passed down to this day. There are countless strong masters in the academy, and its students and disciples are scattered throughout the entire Central Sea Divine Realm." Oh, it's a school. The maidservant, Xiaojie, Feng Xinglu, looked rather awful, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he said coldly, "In addition to the 6 flame fiery sparrows, compensate me with a chaotic spiritual treasure, and we'll call it even on this matter." Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu in surprise. This guy actually endured it? Although he looked tough, logically speaking, it was in his territory, and it was not something a chaotic spiritual treasure could solve. This was the territory of the Phoenix Divine race, and Xiaojie had clearly gone too far. More importantly, he was just a student. What was there to be afraid of? However, Xiaojie said, "What if I refuse to give it to you?" Feng Xingliu sneered. "The Primordial Divine Academy is strong, but it's not to the point of being domineering in the territory of our Phoenix Divine race. Why? Does your Primordial Divine Academy want to attack our Phoenix Divine race?" Xiaojie said. "I don't think so, but are you going to keep me here? Can you?" After that, Xiaojie looked at Han Fei. "Or do you want to keep me here? You're not from the Phoenix Divine race, are you? Do you want to stand up for him?" Creak! Han Fei was still munching on melon seeds and said lazily, "Interesting." "Do you not take me, the referee, seriously?" Xiaojie said proudly. "Yes, so what?" Han Fei chuckled. "Sure enough. These days, even a random stinky fish or shrimp dares to boss me around if I don't tell my name." Han Fei picked up 3 melon seeds and flicked them. The laws became 1, and the melon seeds bloomed like stars, turning into 3 sword shadows in the void that instantly suppressed all laws. Xiaojie's expression changed drastically. So strong. This person seemed to be ridiculously strong. This was impossible. How could a guy who hadn't even reached the peak of the Dao-proving level use such a killer move? The 3 melon seeds were not shot at him, but at his 3 followers who survived. Ashol, how can you kill casually? Xiaojie took out a long spear and a giant whale phantom, trying to block Han Fei's 3 sword lights. puff, puff, puff. However, the three sword lights penetrated the giant whale shadow in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The three of them exploded into pieces and their souls were destroyed. The three perfected star transformation realm cultivators from the Central Sea Divine Realm all looked incredulous before they died. Why couldn't their master block the three melon seeds? The onlookers on the Heavenly Phoenix Island all exclaimed, Who is this person? Does Feng Xingliu have such a friend? This guy kicked Feng Xingliu just now. It seems that Feng Xingliu was supposed to welcome him, but he forgot. I thought he was the same as Feng Xingliu. This is ridiculous. He even dares to kill people of the Primordial Divine Academy. Is this person crazy? He's simply lawless. Even Feng Xingliu didn't dare to kill those people, but this person did. Xiao Jie was furious. He didn't care if a few perfected star transformation realm cultivators died, but this was a slap in his face, a slap in the face of the Primordial Divine Academy. Fighting intent burst out of Xiao Jie. Today, I can hardly think of a reason not to kill you. Brat, tell me, who are you? I don't want to kill a nobody. Han Fei sneered. Can you kill me? With that, Han Fei's body didn't move at all. He just raised his hand gently, and the tide of the sea behind him rose into the air and turned into a sword. As the sword shot out, the void shattered and blood condensed. Xiao Jie tried to extract the law of the void, only to discover that the power of the law couldn't be summoned. Even his own law failed to suppress this sword momentum, and he couldn't move at all. 8 desolate token flag, God bless me. Swish, swish, swish. 8 flags flew across the sky, trying to block Han Fei's sword. However, before the 8 flags were inserted, a demonic hand protruded from the bottom of the sea with Dao patterns on it. The sky was filled with Dao patterns that converged into a palm and forcibly suppressed one of the 8 flags. Han Fei said leisurely, Tisk, you really have a chaotic spiritual treasure, but unfortunately you don't know how to use it. Xiao Jie's expression changed drastically. Having no choice, he could only put on his ultra-quality godly weapon-level combat suit and brandish the spear in his hand, trying to shatter the sword tide. But at this moment, he discovered, to his shock, that his divine technique couldn't shake this person's power of law at all. Bang! Rumble. Xiao Jie's body was crushed by the sword tide. Fortunately, the star bead between his eyebrows managed to block it. While Xiao Jie was stunned, Han Fei said leisurely, I spared your life today because I didn't want to cause trouble for the Phoenix divine race. Don't you want to know who I am? My name is xuanhuan. You can try attacking me in the God-ferrying ancient land. I'll wait for you. Chapter 30299, Feng Yu's Threat, 13029. Feng Yu's Threat, 1. Xiao Jie's expression was extremely ugly. He, a heavenly talent of the Primordial Divine Academy, had no power to fight back against this person. Who was this xuanhuan? He wasn't even on the god roll. In such a situation, he certainly wouldn't argue with Han Fei anymore. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he would only do so after investigating Han Fei's background. As for the chaotic spiritual treasure, the 8 desolate banner was snatched, which made him extremely angry and irritable. A chaotic spiritual treasure was not a common thing. It was a first-class treasure in the Central Sea Divine Realm, and even the Sea of Stars. How could he be willing to lose it just like that? Okay, xuanhuan, I'll remember your name. After that, Xiao Jie broke through the void and left without looking back. At this point, the battle came to an end. The onlookers were all shocked and whispered to each other, wondering who xuanhuan was. Someone sighed. No matter who it is, the powerhouses of the Primordial Divine Academy don't even have a chance to resist. This is enough to explain the problem. He's ridiculously strong. He's probably a heavenly talent of a certain divine race. Recently, heavenly talents have been gathering in the South Sea Divine Realm. I heard that Yang Zhan, the best general of the ancient demon clan at the Carefree level, has also arrived. He has visited the 8 major forces in the South Sea Divine Realm, challenging them one by one and remaining undefeated. I'm afraid that he will challenge the Phoenix Divine race soon. I've heard that too. It's said that Yang Zhan's physique is unparalleled, and he has the strongest Dharma idol, the Vajra Divine Ape. We can't beat him at all. Currently, in the South Sea Divine Realm, only the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest and Lady Feng Yu of the Phoenix Divine race can fight him. Haha, except for Yang Zhan, I heard that Chen Feng Kao from the Divine Demon Forest was targeted by the Southern Dipper's assassins the moment she came. After the battle, 3 of the Southern Dipper's assassins were killed and 4 were injured. They were completely defeated. Someone said, now it seems that there is another strong master of this level, xuanhuan. Although I don't know which force he is from, his strength is definitely not bad. I just don't know if he is here for the God-ferrying ancient land or to join in the competition for the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest. It's probably the latter. But I don't think he'll make it. The real powerhouses of the Primordial Divine Academy haven't appeared yet. It's said that 3 geniuses from the Primordial Divine Academy have come. They're all super powerhouses who once reached the top 10 of the God Roll. Rain Demon Yu Donglu once reached the 3rd place on the God Roll. Spear Monarch Zhao Longyu once reached the 2nd place of the God Roll. There's also Feng Wujian, who used to be the 1st place on the God Roll. Tski, do you think these people from the Primordial Divine Academy will let Wang Han off? That's true. Hey, Feng Wujian is a sword cultivator. Is he also going to participate in the joust for the Holy Lady? Who knows? After all, if you marry the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest, you will be able to master the path to godhood. For a moment, people were discussing, and in the wilderness, Han Fei waved his hand and sat into the six-flame, fiery sparrow carriage. Feng Xingliu hurried to follow him and said to the two maids, "You two drive the carriage back to the race." In the carriage. Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You let him go?" "I thought you would just kill him. That's not your style," Han Fei said. "What do you know? I can't be too high profile now. Besides, if I kill him directly, he will definitely cause trouble for the Phoenix Divine race. Then what will you say if they ask you to hand me over?" Feng Xingliu sneered. "I don't give a damn. This is the South Sea Divine Realm, not the Central Sea Divine Realm." Han Fei smiled and said, "You can't say that. From your previous words, I know that this academy is very strong. There's no hurry to kill them. Isn't the God-ferrying ancient land going to be opened? Everyone is going to dig for treasures, but who do you think can dig up good treasures? Of course, the stronger one is, the better treasures they will obtain," Han Fei said. "That's right. Wouldn't it be great if we wiped them all out?" Feng Xingliu couldn't help but look out of the carriage, and Han Fei said, "There is an array in the carriage. The two of them can't hear us." Feng Xingliu immediately came close. "This God-ferrying ancient land will restrict your strength. Even if you've already reached the Monarch realm, you will only be in the perfected star transformation realm after entering it." "Can you still wipe them all out in one fell swoop then?" Han Fei said. "Yes." Feng Xingliu was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, great, let's kill." Then Feng Xingliu took out a big pipe, took a puff, blew out the smoke, and then nudged Han Fei with his shoulder. "Then what are we going to do next? Rob?" Feng Xingliu couldn't help but think of the days when he robbed around with Han Fei. He suddenly felt his heart itchy. That was much more fun than cultivating every day. However, Han Fei shook his head and also took out his big pipe. He took a puff and said, "Robbery is too obviously my style. Isn't there still about 2 or 3 years before the God-ferrying ancient land opens? Just welcome me and treat me well, showing me all your extravagance. I want to stay at your home for a while." "That's it?" Feng Xingliu was speechless. "Isn't this similar to my daily life? What's the point?" Feng Xingliu's eyes immediately glowed. "Yes, of course. Only a fool wouldn't want it." Feng Xingliu was about to grab it, but Han Fei stopped him. "It's easy. Help me borrow something from your family." Feng Xingliu patted his chest and said, "What do you want to borrow?" "Let me tell you, I can even take you to experience the Fire Dao Rebirth Wheel." Chapter 3330, 33330 Feng Yu's Threat, 23330 Feng Yu's Threat. Han Fei shook his head. "I'm not interested in that. Help me borrow a distanceless gate from your family." Puff, cough, cough, cough. Feng Xingliu choked and burst into tears. "No, brother, you're my biological brother, okay? Aren't we a bit hasty?" "Are you going to attack the Sea of Stars so early?" Han Fei thought to himself. So the Phoenix Divine race did have a distanceless gate, but this was within his expectations. The Phoenix Divine race cultivated in the Chaotic Fire domain all year round, and the Chaotic Fire domain was just like their home. Since there were 9 distanceless gates, there was no reason why the Chaotic Fire domain didn't have any. As he expected, the Phoenix Divine race was in control of the distanceless gate in the Chaotic Fire domain. Han Fei was lost for words. "Of course not. I just want to take you to earn some opportunities." Feng Xingliu didn't believe him. "What opportunities? I only learned about the distanceless gate recently. That thing always sends people to ominous creatures." "It's too dangerous," Han Fei said. "Just tell me if you want the opportunities or not." "What opportunities?" Han Fei said. "I'll give you 5 monarch tribulations so that you can almost have the power of Dao Provers before you become a monarch. You might even be able to prove Dao before the God-ferrying ancient land opens." Buzz! Instantly, Feng Xingliu perked up. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm greedy for the monarch tribulations? We're brothers, even more intimate than biological brothers. Of course I'll help you. Let's go right away." After that, Han Fei threw the 8 desolate banner to Feng Xingliu. In his opinion, a chaotic spiritual treasure was not much useful to him. He didn't really count on Feng Xingliu, but he would give them some benefits before meeting the strong masters of the Phoenix Divine race. Feng Xingliu certainly wouldn't suspect Han Fei's intentions. He simply stuck his head out. "Let's hurry up and go back to my race at full speed." When Han Fei was rushing to the Phoenix Divine race, Xiao Jie was standing respectfully in front of a strong master who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Next to this person was a long spear with phoenix and dragon patterns. It seemed to be intelligent. "Senior brother Longma, that's what happened. Wang Han and the Phoenix Divine race are simply slapping the face of our Primordial Divine Academy." The young man sitting cross-legged and cultivating had a resolute expression. Without opening his eyes, he said indifferently, "It's a slap to your face. Don't involve the Primordial Divine Academy." Xiao Jie asked, "Senior brother, do you think that Wang Han is Han Fei? Feng Xingliu's just a playboy. How can he have such a powerful friend? And he's from other divine realms." Zhao Longma snorted coldly. Idiot, if it were really Han Fei, do you think you could still be alive? Have you ever heard that Han Fei showed mercy to his enemy? Sorry, senior brother, I was thinking too much. Zhao Longma said indifferently. Although Feng Xinglu is arrogant and lawless, as you said, he is actually very strong. Anyone who can cultivate the second form of a phoenix can't really be a silk pants. It's not surprising at all that such a person has strong friends. Since he said that he will wait for you in the God-ferrying ancient land, we can just kill him in the God-ferrying ancient land. Xiao Zhe asked. Senior brother, then my 8 desolate banner. Zhao Longma said, fuck off. You were defeated and lost your spiritual treasure. How do you have the cheek to ask the Phoenix Divine Race for it? You've disgraced our primordial divine academy. Half a day later, when the 3 6-flame fiery sparrows appeared, many middle-aged men immediately showed up to block them. Who's there? How dare you pull your carriage with 6-flame fiery sparrows? Do you want to die? Huh? Aren't they Ching Ching and Susu who are with Feng Xinglu? Feng Xinglu, you little punk. Get your ass out here. The next moment, Feng Xinglu stuck his head out. Uncle Five, I snatched this carriage back. I also won back the 3 6-flame fiery sparrows. Obviously not convinced, the man sneered. You, get your ass down here first. Feng Xinglu turned around and smiled awkwardly at Han Fei. When Han Fei walked out of the carriage, he saw 3 monarchs and dozens of perceptions had swept past him. Uncle Five was the same as Uncle Nine he had seen before. He was brawny and had fiery red hair and looked very grumpy. Uncle Five glanced at Han Fei and narrowed his eyes. Dao proving level? Did Feng Xinglu know a friend at the Dao proving level? Han Fei slightly cupped his hands, neither servile nor overbearing, and there was an inexplicable momentum on him. Uncle Five actually felt that he was no match for this guy in terms of momentum. However, he was clearly an immortal level powerhouse. How could he lose to a kid at the Dao proving level in terms of momentum? Feng Xinglu, Uncle Five, this is my good friend Wang Han. Just now, we met a bow-starred monarch of the Primordial God Academy on the Heavenly Phoenix Island. I was sparring with his subordinates who were in the perfected star transformation realm, but that beast-starred actually dared to launch a sneak attack on me. Fortunately, my brother, Wang Han, was here. Otherwise, Uncle Five, you wouldn't have been able to see me. Humph! A monarch launched a sneak attack against you? Are you sure? Han Fei said indifferently. He used a cause-and-effect killing technique, but the other party didn't intend to kill Feng Xinglu. He probably wanted to heavily injure him. Uncle Five immediately burst into a rage. The Primordial Divine Academy has gone too far. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Feng Xinglu hurriedly stopped him. Uncle Five, that person has already been defeated by my brother. All his subordinates are dead. Look, I even snatched a chaotic spiritual treasure from him. When Feng Xinglu put out the 8 desolate banner, Uncle Five's eyes widened. You snatched it? You're bragging. How can you have the ability to snatch a chaotic spiritual treasure? This chaotic spiritual treasure can easily suppress you 70 or 80 times. Don't lie to me. Chapter 3331, 3331, Feng Yu's Threat, 33. 3031, Feng Yu's Threat, 3. Then, Uncle Five smiled at Han Fei. Young friend Wang Han, your gift is too generous. Han Fei smiled casually. It's just a chaotic spiritual treasure. It's not worth mentioning. I've been friends with Feng Xinglu for thousands of years. How can this thing compare to our friendship? Thousands of years? Didn't you just meet? Feng Xinglu, Uncle Five, you underestimate my connections. Go away. Feng Xinglu. Just as Uncle Five was about to talk to Han Fei, a crisp voice came over. Old Five, that's enough. Why do you care so much about children's matters? A crisp voice rang out, and a beautiful woman in a sexy red robe was followed by 2 beautiful and graceful girls. They were none other than Feng Yu and Feng Qingcheng. Uncle Five looked back. Aunt Wo, why are you here? Aunt Wo smiled. I'm about to give them a class. Old Five, release the 3 6-flame fiery sparrows and remove the seal on them. Let them recuperate. That's fine. Aunt Wo, you better discipline Feng Xinglu a bit. He almost got bullied in his own territory. Uncle Five immediately blushed and pulled the carriage away. Then the 3 women looked at Han Fei in unison. Han Fei raised his eyebrows, wondering if there was anything wrong with his face. Aunt Huo looked at the 2 maids of Feng Xinglu and said, Ching Ching, Susu, your young master has invited his friend to a banquet. Hurry up and prepare the banquet. Yes, Master Aunt Huo. Feng Xinglu chuckled and said, Aunt Huo, I was just going out for a walk. I didn't cause any trouble. Aunt Huo smiled casually. Let's go to your yard. The courtyard of Feng Xinglu was in the southeast corner of the Phoenix Divine Race. It occupied a large area and spanned hundreds of kilometers. It would be a little extravagant for Feng Xinglu to live in such a large place alone. However, Han Fei could sense that there were a lot of women in the yard. He couldn't help but look at Feng Xinglu, thinking that this guy's life was simply rotten to the extreme. In the yard, Feng Xinglu hurriedly said, Well, Aunt Huo, let me introduce. This is my brother, Wang Han Puffer before. But Feng Xinglu finished speaking, Feng Qingcheng burst into laughter. Feng Xinglu's face immediately changed. Feng Qingcheng, what do you mean? However, Feng Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him and bowed slightly to Han Fei. Hi, brother Han Fei. Feng Xinglu? Feng Xinglu? Feng Xinglu? That was impossible. Han Fei was confident that even a great monarch couldn't see through his concealment technique. The divine concealment technique could hardly be seen through by anyone below the level of a god. How could it be seen through by Feng Qingqing? Feng Yu gave Han Fei a meaningful look, gloating. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Feng Xingliu hurriedly said, what are you talking about? Han Fei is in the East Sea Divine Realm. My brother, look at him. Does he look like Han Fei at all? Humphrey, Feng Qingcheng made a face at Feng Xingliu. You seem to forget how many brothers you have. None of your friends have the Dao-proving level strength. Besides, it's almost impossible that I don't know your friends. A Dao-prover who could defeat someone from the Primordial Divine Academy and gave you a chaotic spiritual treasure. Who else can he be? Therefore, no matter how well Brother Han Fei disguises himself, I can still recognize him. Feng Yu looked at Han Fei with a smile. You really overestimated Feng Xingliu. Han Fei, Feng Xingliu immediately burst into fury. Stinky Feng Yu, what do you mean? Make yourself clear. How am I overestimated? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Although he didn't intend to hide his true identity from Feng Yu, he didn't intend to expose his identity now. He had thought that this was the territory of the Phoenix Divine race after all. With the status of Feng Xingliu, wouldn't he have a lot of friends? He could keep a low profile when hanging around with Feng Xingliu. After borrowing the distanceless gate, he would immediately go to devour ominous life forms to accelerate the ripening of the seventh divine pill. But he didn't expect that he would be seen through as soon as he entered the Phoenix Divine race. Alas, I was too careless. Han Fei shook his head helplessly. His body shape, appearance, temperament, luck, and so on had all changed, and he returned to his original appearance in the blink of an eye. With a smile in her eyes, Aunt Huo looked Han Fei up and down, thinking about something. Han Fei couldn't help but cup his hands. Nice to meet you, Senior. Aunt Huo smiled and said, not bad, just treat this place as your home. If you need anything, just tell Feng Xingliu. Then Feng Qingcheng said, Brother Han Fei, you gave him a chaotic spiritual treasure? What a waste. Feng Xingliu couldn't have felt more awful. Feng Qingcheng, you're too much. I've been tolerating you for a long time. I warn you not to go too far. Han Fei looked at Feng Qingcheng, who had become even more beautiful than before. She was already in the advanced stage of the sky-opening realm. He thought to himself, it's over. Look at those innocent eyes. Having no choice, Han Fei thought for a moment and then took off the god's prayer bead from his neck. Little Ching Cheng, I'll give you a small gift. These god's prayer bead can help you temper your body every day. In combat, it can increase your combat power by 20%. It can keep your soul clear and prevent you from being enchanted. It can block all evil and hundreds of millions of poisons. It can slowly increase the luck of the wearer and can resist soul attacks. Chapter 3032 Feng Yu's Threat 43032 Feng Yu's Threat for Feng Qingcheng's eyes narrowed with a smile. She quickly took it and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Brother Han Fei. Brother Han Fei, come to me if you need anything. I'll definitely be more reliable than Feng Xingliu. Feng Xingliu looked at the god's prayer bead in Feng Qingcheng's hand and couldn't help but swallow. Oh, this sounds better than the 8 desolate banner. In the end, Han Fei looked at Feng Yu, and Aunt Huo said with a smile, Little friend Han Fei, please don't give them gifts anymore. A chaotic spiritual treasure and a buff-type acquired spiritual treasure whose value is no less than a combat-type chaotic spiritual treasure. If you give any more spiritual treasure, I'm afraid the Phoenix Divine race can only give you a creation spiritual treasure in return. Han Fei immediately shook his head. Senior Aunt Huo, I only got the 8 desolate banner on the way. It's not important. This god's prayer bead is useless to me now. Qingcheng is growing fast. She'll reach the peak level late-stage star transformation realm in 100 years with this thing. Aunt Huo smiled sweetly. You guys are of the same generation. Han Fei, just call me Aunt Huo. You don't have to worry about your identity being exposed in the Phoenix Divine race. However, you're not here just to give gifts to these 2 little brats, right? Han Fei smiled. Aunt Huo, I actually want to borrow the distanceless gate. At this point, he couldn't count on Feng Xingliu. It seemed that he still had to turn to a great monarch like Aunt Huo for help. Feng Yu paused. What do you want? To secretly cultivate and surpass me? Cough, cough. Feng Yu subconsciously felt a little nervous. If her little junior brother continued to cultivate crazily, would he really surpass her? Feng Qingcheng was puzzled. Sister, can't Brother Han Fei surpass you? Feng Yu said. You don't understand. None of your business. Feng Xingliu, you don't want Han Fei to surpass you? Feng Yu, you're afraid. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yu scoffed. Idiot. Feng Qingcheng seemed to be thinking about something. She had a feeling that the relationship between Feng Fei and Han Fei was a little subtle, but this idiot, Feng Xingliu, clearly didn't realize this. Aunt Huo chuckled. Okay, anyway, the distanceless door comes and goes quickly. Just tell Feng Yu when you need to use it. I won't be here to disturb your gathering. Aunt Huo left with a smile, leaving Han Fei, Feng Qingcheng, and Feng Xingliu staring at each other. Feng Xingliu immediately took out his big pipe and said, Han Fei, change back quickly. Feng Yu took a deep look at Han Fei. Yes, change back. Although the Phoenix Divine race is safe, there are a lot of maids and servants taking care of a certain disabled person. If word gets out, those people from the Central Sea Divine Realm will probably chase you down again. Feng Xingliu immediately flew into a rage. Feng Yu, who did you say is disabled? Feng Yu said, phew, you're quite self-aware. After that, Feng Yu ignored Feng Xinglu and looked at Han Fei. Come with me. Feng Xinglu was about to scold her back when Feng Qingcheng stopped him. Why are you so oblivious to what's going on? It's not easy for them to meet. Can't you give them a chance to stay alone? Huh? What do you mean? Feng Qingcheng was lost for words. Can't you tell that brother Han Fei and my sister are a perfect match? Feng Xinglu looked at the two of them suspiciously. Yes, wait, what do you mean? Are they going to become Dao companions? Feng Qingcheng nodded with interest. I think it's possible. Feng Xinglu frowned. Then, won't Han Fei become my brother-in-law? But we are brothers. Feng Qingcheng rolled her eyes. What's the difference? Hey, show me your 8 desolate banner. Feng Xinglu said, go away. Why would a little girl like you play with a banner? That necklace suits you. Feng Qingcheng snorted. This necklace can greatly improve my cultivation speed. Don't let me catch up with you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Feng Xinglu and Feng Qingcheng were bickering. On the other side, Feng Yu was lost for words. Little junior brother, why do you want to borrow the distanceless gate? Are you secretly cultivating? Han Fei said. Senior sister, I have serious business to tend to. Feng Yu said. What serious business? Can't you wait a few years? Just eat, drink, and have fun with Feng Xinglu every day. Wouldn't it be better to go out and have fun? Listen to me. When the God-ferrying ancient land trial and the joust for the Holy Lady are over, I'll take you to the chaotic fire sea, to the dragon race to play. Han Fei was lost for words. Why should I wait? I'm in a hurry. No, you're not. I am. You can pretend to be my boyfriend if you're in a hurry. Han Fei immediately tilted his head and looked at Feng Yu. Senior sister, are you serious? Feng Yu said. Yes. Otherwise, don't even think about borrowing the distanceless gate. If you agree, I can go with you to the Sea of Stars to hunt ominous creatures. Chapter 333333 Meeting the Primordial Star Tree. Again, when 333, meeting the Primordial Star Tree. Again, when Han Fei was indeed in a hurry to become stronger. Zeman Lingan was imprisoned in the River of Eternal Darkness and tortured every day, but with his current strength, he was not strong enough to set foot in that place. Even if he could go there now, what could a peak-level carefree realm cultivator do? He couldn't even resist a random slap of a great monarch-level powerhouse. Therefore, he had to become stronger quickly. There were only 3 ways to become stronger. One was to break through to the immortal level, one was to make the 7th divine pill ripen, and the other was to bathe in the dragon pool. The dragon race seemed to be very close to the chaotic fire domain, which was why he had to go to the South Sea divine realm. Before coming here, Han Fei had already confirmed Xiaoshan's location with the vast ocean navigator. She had already traveled all the way from the South Sea Divine Realm to the West Wilderness, which showed that Xiaoshan's current strength was not weak. In that case, he could take his time. After all, when he became stronger, he could find Xiaoshan faster. However, pretending to be Feng Fei's boyfriend didn't sound like a good idea. Han Fei didn't need to guess to know that Feng Fei had no choice. The Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest held a joust to find a husband, and all the heavenly talents in the Sea Realm had come. And Feng Fei wasn't weaker than the Holy Lady, her family background wasn't weaker than the Holy Lady, and she was beautiful. She had probably been proposed to by countless excellent young men recently. If he pretended to be Feng Fei's boyfriend now, wouldn't he immediately become the public enemy? Han Fei smiled bitterly. Senior sister, I need to keep a low profile now. Feng Yu put her hands on her hips and scolded angrily. When have you ever kept a low profile? You beat up the people from the Primordial Divine Academy the moment you arrived in the South Sea Divine Realm and even snatched their chaotic spiritual treasure. Is this called keeping a low profile? I don't think you can ever keep a low profile. Why don't you help me get rid of those annoying flies? You just need to show a little strength, okay? Han Fei said. If I attack, won't people recognize me? Feng Yu said. You don't have to worry about that. I've already thought it through for you. You are now a bandit from the Ferocious God Valley in the West Wilderness. I've helped you build a special weapon that suits the Ferocious God Valley, a 9-foot-long ring broadsword, coupled with the divine technique of the Ferocious God Valley, the sky-cleaving star-cutting knife. With your physique and the Tao of Slaughter God of Senior Sister Shenlei, you can almost sweep through those guys. You knew I was coming? Feng Yu held her head high and said, I know you're definitely going to the dragon race to bathe in the dragon pool. If you want to go to the dragon race, how can you not come to me, little junior brother? This is also a trial for you. With your limited strength, fight all kinds of heavenly talents. This is an opportunity that others can't ask for more. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Then I should thank you? The corners of Feng Yu's mouth curled up into a naughty smile. No need to thank me. You're my junior brother. You know, when I saved the Primordial Star Tree last time, I exposed my identity as a disciple of the Void Temple. Do you know how great a sacrifice this is? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he said with a black face, Give me the divine technique. And where is the Ferocious God Valley? Feng Yu immediately beamed with a smile. The Ferocious God Valley is the hometown of all bandits. It's the lair of all the bandits in the West Wilderness. No matter how the bandits fight outside, the Ferocious God Valley is in peace. That's where the bandits trade and transmit all kinds of information. It's said that the Ferocious God Valley used to be guarded by 6 bandit gods, and many legacies are left there. Han Fei was lost for words. So I have to pretend to be a bandit? Feng Yu asked. Do you still need to pretend? Just be yourself. Sung, your sister? That's a personal attack. Feng Yu sneered. All right, the matter has been settled. I thought about it carefully and decided the only identity suitable for you is a bandit from the ferocious God Valley. Fortunately, the Phoenix Divine race has a good relationship with those bandits. Their leader is mysterious and has never been shown, so you can impersonate him. You have to set aside one day each month to help me deal with those annoying guys. Han Fei asked. Senior sister, do the bandits belong to your family? Feng Yu was surprised. How do you know? Han Fei rolled his eyes. As you said, the ferocious God Valley is the intelligence center. It's full of all kinds of people, including bandits. How can the Phoenix Divine race not get involved in such a big force? If I pretend to be from there, people can find out about the truth after a quick investigation. If they can't find anything, it means that someone has covered up for me. Apart from them belonging to your family, there can't be a second possibility. Smart, but no reward for you. Those bandits are called Wildfire Mad Broadsword, and Uncle Five is the leader. Uncle Five is on good terms with me. I've told him about this. Han Fei, another moment later, Han Fei and Feng Yu returned. The difference was that Feng Yu was full of smiles and was obviously in a good mood. Han Fei, on the other hand, was gloomy. He didn't want to pretend to be his junior sister's boyfriend. Feng Yu raised her head and said to Feng Qingcheng, Little Qingcheng, you and Feng Qinglu take care of Han Fei. I have something to tend to. After Feng Fei left, Feng Xingliu immediately came over and said, Han Fei, you let me down. Where's your power-slaying great monarchs? Why can't you even suppress stinky Feng Yu? You won't be able to become the head of the family in the future if you continue like this. Slap. Ha ha ha, I don't believe it. Chapter 3334-3333. Again, the primordial star tree. Again, 2. 3034. Meeting the primordial star tree. Again, 2. Feng Qingcheng rolled her eyes and was a little worried. Would brother Han Fei become like Feng Xingliu? Being suppressed by her sister all day long, he would probably be depressed. In the backyard of Feng Xingliu, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu were lying on chairs, surrounded by various spiritual fruits and delicacies. The two of them were smoking a big pipe. Sure enough, it wasn't easy to eat such a powerful race into bankruptcy. Feng Qingcheng was pestering Han Fei to strengthen her techniques with the demon purification pot. She had many weird techniques, which were quite interesting. Before the day was over, there was news from the Phoenix Divine race. Do you know that Miss Feng Yu has a boyfriend? How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. I heard it from Miss Feng Yu herself. Today, another group of young talents came to visit our race. Miss Feng Yu personally received them and said that she already has a boyfriend who is very powerful. She asked those who came to propose marriage to her to defeat her boyfriend first. Who is it? Miss Yu is so talented that she doesn't even fancy the countless heavenly talents in the Central Sea Divine Realm. How did she suddenly get a boyfriend? I don't know, but I know that he is now in our Phoenix Divine race in young Master Xingliu's yard. Huh? You mean Wang Han who beat geniuses of the Primordial Divine Academy? Yes, it's him. It's said that he's very generous to young Master Xingliu and Miss Qingcheng. He gave each of them a chaotic spiritual treasure. Wow. This person is so rich. Which of the young talents in the Central Sea Divine Realm are poor? But they have to earn Miss Yu's favor first. That's true. The news that Wang Han suddenly became Feng Yu's boyfriend spread like wildfire. Countless heavenly talents from the Central Sea Divine Realm were infuriated and swore to challenge Wang Han to see his strength. At this moment, in the forbidden area of the Phoenix Divine race, the Patriarch persuaded Feng Yu. Little Yu, I think Han Fei is a very good choice for you. You and Han Fei know each other well and are both from the Void Temple. It's perfect if the two of you really get married. Feng Yu said with a black face. Patriarch, that's my junior brother. Aunt Huo giggled and said, what's wrong with marrying your junior brother? Then you can be even closer. I think Patriarch's suggestion is good. After all, Han Fei's talent is not comparable to those useless people in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Feng Yu said, Aunt Huo, stop joking. This is just a temporary solution. When I become a great monarch, I'll just slap whoever dares to propose marriage to me to death. The Patriarch said, no, you won't. Even if you become a god, don't you have to find a husband? Feng Yu was speechless. I don't need a husband. When I become a god, I'll have to fight the ominous. The entire world is in danger. How can I still care about romance? The Patriarch shook his head slightly. Forget it. It's up to you. With that, the Patriarch handed Feng Yu a black eyeball-shaped bead and said, with it, you can summon the distanceless gate, but as you know, the distanceless gates are born for the ominous, so they won't take you to travel around. But as long as you're going to fight against the ominous, they'll be on call. Hey, do you really not need Aunt Huo or your second uncle to accompany you? Can the two of you, together with that burden Feng Xingliu, really handle it? Patriarch, we know what we're doing. Feng Yu picked up the bead and was about to leave when she heard Aunt Huo shout behind her, you have to come back in 7 days. When those young men gather in our race, you'll have to show up. You called them over and set the date for the challenge, so you should be responsible for dealing with them. Got it, Ia. Alas, life is really unpredictable. Feng Xingliu sighed. Brother, is this the last time I call you brother? Bang! Han Fei kicked him to the ground. Shut up. I've already explained that I'm just pretending to be her boyfriend, okay? Feng Xingliu wasn't annoyed at all. He patted his butt and said, I know. I know you were coerced by Feng Yu, but there's nothing you can do. Maybe this is the fate of you and me. Han Fei, at this moment, a door suddenly appeared in the courtyard of Feng Xingliu. Feng Xingliu was shocked. Fuck, the distanceless door? At this time, Feng Yu stepped into the yard. Let's go. I only have the right to use the distanceless gate. We can only go to the place where the ominous creatures gather. We can't teleport to other places, Han Fei asked. Well, I actually want to go alone? Feng Yu was immediately unhappy and glared at Han Fei. You despise my strength? Believe it or not, I can even lift you up and beat you up. Han Fei, Feng Qingcheng quickly raised her hand. Sister, I'm going too, Feng Yu said. Are you looking for death? Don't even think of fighting the ominous creatures until you pass the monarch tribulation. Feng Qingcheng sighed slightly. It's so boring at home, Feng Yu said. Go to a trial if you're bored. There are many trial grounds in our race. You can go to whichever one you want. Feng Qingliu, no, I'm going to transcend the monarch tribulation. Han Fei, you promised to let me go absorb monarch tribulations. Feng Yu was puzzled. Monarch tribulation? Han Fei shrugged helplessly. The lightning drawing platform. Feng Yu was surprised. Has the lightning drawing platform been filled again? Chapter 335-33-5. Meeting the primordial star tree. Again 3-33-5. Meeting the primordial star tree. Again 3. Han Fei thought to himself that the lightning drawing platform had been filled up a long time ago. In the Thunder Note ancient temple, lightning was surging. Especially in the Thunder Pool, it was simply too easy to fill up the lightning drawing platform. Han Fei looked at the three excited people. If he didn't let them go, they would definitely make a scene here. Having no choice, Han Fei could only agree. Okay, but only the four of us can go there. Feng Qingcheng immediately beamed with a smile. I knew brother Han Fei treats me the best. Words appeared on the door. Where do you want to go? Han Fei said. To the ominous gathering place outside the chaotic fire domain. An ominous gathering place? Feng Yu looked at Han Fei in shock. Are you crazy? Do you know how many ominous creatures there are? Han Fei said. I have my own ideas. A moment later, in the depths of the Sea of Stars, outside the chaotic fire domain, an ominous air was slowly expanding. When they saw the tens of thousands of ominous creatures, their faces turned green, and this was only the part on the periphery. There must be a large number of ominous creatures in the ominous aura. Feng Xingliu was stunned. So many? How can we fight them? Feng Xingliu was already in the perfected star transformation realm, but at present, he could only deal with corruption-level ominous creatures. And terrifying level or even destruction level ominous creatures could easily kill him with a slap. Feng Qingcheng's eyes widened. Is this the ominous? Feng Yu frowned. I'll protect the two of them first. What are you going to do? Han Fei grinned and threw the lightning drawing platform out. With a swish, he crossed tens of millions of kilometers in an instant. Finally, I found a place to farm monsters. Han Fei could farm monsters in the hidden city. However, the goddess of light didn't know that the demon purification pot would give birth to the seventh divine pill after absorbing the ominous creatures. If he stayed there, it would arouse suspicion. Besides, the goddess of light didn't even leave him any energy crystals but collected them herself, indicating that she was really just testing him. And although there was also a distanceless gate in the chaotic ice domain, it had a conflict with him. It would be embarrassing if he turned to it for help. When the large swarm of ominous creatures discovered Han Fei, they immediately swarmed up. Nearly 20 destruction-level ominous creatures attacked at the same time. Feng Yu and the other two were stunned when they saw this. Feng Yu thought to herself, has the gap between her and little junior brother already been so huge? However, in the next moment, 7 green vines suddenly erupted where Han Fei was. Puff, 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 puff. In just a moment, hundreds of ominous creatures were pierced by the green vines, and the more than 20 destruction-level creatures were also killed. Is this the legendary demon purification pot? Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. The ominous creature that could destroy him with a slap was being penetrated and purified at a visible speed, allowing Han Fei's killing speed to reach an unimaginable level. Feng Yu had wanted to come here to gain experience, but she couldn't do much in this situation. After all, she didn't have the demon purification pot. Bah, B-star junior brother gulp. Feng Xingliu, how can you scold your fiancé? Be careful or I'll tell him. Shut up. You two, enter the lightning drawing platform. 2 hours later, Feng Yu was already numb. No ominous creatures were charging at her. Even though they knew that they would die if they rushed at the demon purification pot, they were still attacking it crazily. In just 2 hours, nearly 8,000 ominous creatures had died. At this time, Feng Fei had to admit the power of the demon purification pot. No wonder countless great monarchs in the Central Sea Divine Realm were desperate to get it. Just look at its killing speed. Even she wanted to get the demon purification pot, not to mention those great monarchs. 4 hours later, the demon purification pot was no longer willing to absorb the ominous substances. At this moment, it had killed about 15,000 ominous creatures. The seventh divine pill grew bigger, but it was still too early to mature. At this speed, with 10 more kills like this, the pill might ripen. In the end, after killing about 21,000 ominous creatures, Han Fei chose to stop. At this moment, the demon purification pot could no longer kill the ominous creatures. It could only shatter them, and the ominous creatures would reassemble. The seventh divine pill finally grew to the size of a fingernail. In addition to this, Han Fei had another question. Why didn't these ominous creatures attack Feng Yu and the other two? When he was in the hidden city, he thought that because the god was there, those ominous creatures could only attack him. But now, Feng Yu and the others were here. Logically speaking, as ominous life forms with intelligence, they should attack Feng Yu and the others too. Otherwise, wouldn't they seem stupid? No, they are being forced to block me. Why? Because to protect the ominous mist behind them, they can risk their lives. Han Fei seemed to understand something. Yes, what was in that ominous aura that was worth the ominous life forms risking their lives to block him, and they did block him. The fearless charge of a large number of ominous creatures made it impossible for him to advance, so he couldn't enter the ominous aura. There's a secret here, Han Fei shouted. Senior sister, let's go back. Chapter 3036, Meeting the Primordial Star Tree, again 3036, Meeting the Primordial Star Tree, again 4. Feng Yu was puzzled. Why do you stop? Why are you leaving so soon? Han Fei said. I can't continue anymore. The demon purification pot isn't in its complete state yet. Swish, the distanceless door appeared, and this time, Feng Yu didn't even summon it. Feng Yu was quite surprised. Why did you pop up yourself? The distanceless door, you can only kill so many at once. It's enough. You can come again next time. The distanceless gate had intelligence. Hearing the door invite them to come again next time, Feng Yu was a little surprised. After a while, when they returned to the courtyard of Feng Jinglu, Feng Yu looked at Han Fei strangely, and Feng Jinglu and Feng Qingcheng were withstanding the lightning on the lightning drawing platform. This would take some time. Han Fei sealed the surrounding void and collected the lightning drawing platform into his origin star. It wasn't a good thing for the lightning drawing platform to be exposed for a long time, which was equivalent to exposing his identity. It would take a lot of time for Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng to completely consume the power of lightning in the lightning drawing platform. It would take them at least 1 or 2 years, or even 3 to 5 years. If they used the lightning drawing platform in Han Fei's origin star, they would be able to come out in at most 2 or 3 days. Feng Yu asked, how can the demon purification pot be so powerful? Han Fei said, this might be the reason why the demon purification pot was fought over by the gods. However, the demon purification pot is not in its complete state yet. It can only kill so many enemies at once. Do you think it's too few? Han Fei smiled bitterly. You don't understand at all. This concerns my 7th divine pill. Han Fei, I'm using this to restore the demon purification pot. Feng Yu, by killing the ominous creatures? Han Fei said, this is also a way of recovery, but I still have to find the missing small vines. That's all for today. Let's continue tomorrow. However, the next day, when Han Fei went there again, he found that the demon purification pot couldn't absorb the ominous creatures. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that it takes time for the demon purification pot to restore its ability to absorb ominous power. It couldn't kill more than 20,000 ominous creatures every day. On the 3rd day, the effect was over. On the 4th day, when Han Fei wanted to go there again, a line of words appeared on the distanceless gate. With 7 small vines. It will take the demon purification pot about 3 months to digest the ominous power. Han Fei was surprised. How do you know? The distanceless gate, I teleported many owners of the demon purification pot, so I have a rough judgment. But if you have 8 vines, it will only take you about a month. Han Fei asked, is this your deduction? Yes. On the 4th day, Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng had both finished their cultivation. Feng Xingliu said excitedly, Han Fei, I feel that I can already pass the monarch tribulation. When do you think I should pass it? Han Fei said leisurely. Have you condensed 5 Dao locks? Feng Xingliu nodded quickly. Yes, I've just done it. Han Fei said, not enough. The time is too short. Does your family have a time-space cultivation bead? Huh? Han Fei had seen the 2nd form of Feng Xingliu. In his 2nd form, his comprehensive strength could be increased by 50%, and was there still a 3rd form? Han Fei asked. What's the 3rd form? Feng Xingliu explained. This is the unique secret technique of the Phoenix Divine race, which enables us to unleash extraordinary combat power for a short period of time. The 3rd form can double my overall strength. So it's a secret method. How long can it last? Until I can't hold on anymore. So long? Feng Xingliu couldn't help but say proudly, sure. Otherwise, how can our Phoenix Divine race stand firm in the South Sea Divine realm? This is only the 3rd form. If I activate the 9th form, puff. Which form? Feng Xingliu was stunned. The 9th form, Han Fei asked. There are 9 forms in total? Yes. Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He grabbed Feng Xingliu's arm and asked in a low voice. Has Feng Yu mastered this secret method too? She seems to have already activated her 5th form. No wonder. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood. He had always thought that even if Feng Yu was in her strongest state, she should be weaker than him. If the Phoenix Divine race had such an extraordinary secret technique, their combat power couldn't be measured on the surface. At this moment, Han Fei saw an old man walking into the courtyard of Feng Xingliu with a branch. Immediately, Han Fei patted Feng Xinglu's shoulder and said, "Your third form is not easy to activate. Absorb energy crystals to the upper limit, temper your body for a few years, and get some treasures to protect your body. Then, with the 8 desolate banner, you may make it. Go cultivate first. I want to talk to this old gentleman." Feng Xinglu looked at the old man. Elder tree, why are you in my yard?" The old man took out a bead with a smile and said, "I just came to take a look. I have a dream spiritual bead here. You can cultivate in it in your sleep. A day is equivalent to 1,000 years. Boy, if it weren't for the fact that you are about to prove Tao, I wouldn't have given it to you." Feng Xingliu was overjoyed and ran to him cheerfully. "Senior Tree, you're too kind." "Haha, you're too kind. You go ahead. I happen to be sleepy, Han Fei. Have a good chat with Senior Tree. Senior Tree is a great monarch. Be respectful to him." Feng Xinglu ran away happily, and Han Fei smiled casually. Senior Primordial, we meet again. Chapter 3, 3037, 3037. Everyone present here is trash 1 3037. Everyone present here is trash 1. The old man who was transformed from the primordial star tree replied with a smile, as expected of the owner of the demon purification pot. "You actually survived the attack of a god." The ancient star tree didn't respond, but said, "I'm here to thank you for helping me twice. If you need any help in the future, I'll do my best to help you." "I did need it before, but I don't need your help for the time being. However, I have a few questions to ask you, Senior Primordial." "Oh, just tell me." Han Fei paused and remembered the man he saw in the astral trial field. He couldn't help but ask, how strong is that person? With just a green leaf, he could kill a god even separated by endless years. That person was really too strong. The primordial star tree seemed to recall something and sighed. "Master and you are from the same lineage, both pure human beings. If you ask me how strong he is, it depends on how you define strong. If you think that a god is strong, then he is sort of a god." "Sort of?" the primordial star tree said. The division of realms wasn't so clear in the past. Now, when a person becomes a god, he condenses a divine persona and has divinity, so he's considered a god. But the ancient gods aren't purely divided by divine persona or realms. When you saw the part of my memories, Master had already abandoned the divine persona and broken free from the shackles of the gods. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. "Is there a path above the god realm?" The primordial star tree shook its head. "What is a road?" Han Fei was a little choked. Being suddenly asked this question, he was a little uncertain. Isn't it a long-term goal that exclusively belongs to one? The primordial star tree shook its head again. "Although I don't understand Master's realm, Master has long stopped looking for a path. He once said that after seeing 3,000 Daos in a day, he found no difference among them. As a human, one must experience the cycle of life and death to reach completion. Seeing 3,000 great Daos in a day? Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. What kind of words were those? Was that man so powerful? Also, getting rid of the shackles of the gods sounded as if the god realm was a prison. However, Han Fei thought that if the god realm was a shackle, just lock him up. He really wanted to be locked up by that. Han Fei slowly came back to his senses. "Senior Primordial, where will you go?" the primordial star tree said leisurely. "I don't know," Han Fei asked. "Will you also embark on the path of fighting against the ominous?" The primordial star tree chuckled. "I'm just a tree. I've just lived long enough. If I want to deal with the so-called ominous, I might have to reach Master's level first, but it's too difficult. I can't understand Master at all. However, I have to remind you that Master once told us not to be in a hurry to put shackles on ourselves." "Shackles? Do you mean the god realm?" The primordial star tree nodded. "Yes, godhood is a shackle. Although I don't know Master's strength, I know that the strength one possesses before becoming a god determines how powerful they will be after becoming a god." Han Fei couldn't help but think of the words of the god of war. If he became a god, he would be invincible. It sounded like a joke before, but now hearing what the primordial star tree said, Han Fei felt those words seemed to make sense. The demon god became a god through the dual extreme Tao. Although countless people in the God-Fiend Sea didn't walk the dual extreme Tao, they had reached the extreme of the singular extreme Tao. Han Fei paused for a moment. "The god realm is still far away from me. Has that senior mentioned the immortal level?" "Does he have any suggestions on this level?" the primordial star tree said. "The immortal level in our era started with law fusion, but now the great monarch realm starts with law fusion. By asking me about the immortal level, you're actually asking about the transition from the immortal level to the great monarch realm, instead of the breakthrough from the carefree level to the immortal level, right? Let's talk about the immortal level first. What do you think immortality is?" Han Fei, being immortal. The primordial star tree, that's all your understanding of the immortal level. Han Fei was a bit embarrassed. The immortal level should refer to the level on which one has integrated with the heavenly Tao, mutually dependent with the heavenly Tao, or one can rely on the heavenly Tao to protect them. The primordial star tree said, "It's actually very simple. People nowadays think too much and are too complicated. The so-called fusing with the heavenly Tao, refining the immortal bone, improving the bloodline, and returning to the heavenly Tao are all wrong. It's just because many people have set too many restrictions on themselves that they can't comprehend the immortal level. In fact, the bottleneck to the monarch realm is not how to break through the immortal level at all. It's meaningless to think too much. If you want to reach the immortal level, you just need to remember 2 words, law body. Law body, the primordial star tree said, the body of laws may sound simple, but it may not be easy for many people to cultivate. Most people are not stumped by the meaning of immortality, but how to cultivate a law body. That's it? Han Fei was a little stunned. He had thought that there was some profound insight in it. If it was just the law body in the god-ferrying ancient land, his body almost turned into a law of lightning. However, if he was completely reduced to a law, he would be dead. Han Fei asked, having a law body doesn't mean completely transforming into a law, right? The primordial star tree glanced at Han Fei. I know that you embarked on the path of lightning and almost became a law? Han Fei nodded. Sure enough, the older, the wiser. The primordial star tree said, having a law body doesn't mean completely transforming into a law, but having a clear understanding of how many laws you have and returning them into origin, dispersing them into each corner of your body and fusing them into your soul. You've cultivated the Dao bone, right? The Dao bone brands a great Dao on the bones, while the law body brands a law in every corner of your body, your flesh, your blood, your soul, your bones. Such branding can be infinitely superimposed. Therefore, as long as you complete the branding of one law, you have entered the immortal level. Chapter 338. Everyone present here is trash. 2338. Everyone present here is trash. 2338. Everyone present here is trash. To Han Fei's heart did a flip. Cultivating his Dao bone was too simple. He just needed to take a shower under the green jadestone bridge. Could it be the same for cultivating his law body? Han Fei asked. What if I superimpose multiple law brands? The primordial star tree said. When it comes to the monarch realm, besides sword cultivators, no one can rely on a single path to reach the end. Superimposing law brands doesn't necessarily make you stronger, but it can make you adaptable to all laws. However, the more laws you superimpose, the stronger your overall combat power will be. Han Fei said, there are countless laws between the heavens and earth. If I want to superimpose all of them, when can I finish branding them? As long as others superimpose more laws than you, won't they be stronger than you? Of course not. The primordial star tree smiled and said, the brands are just brands. The superimposition of laws can only slightly enhance your comprehensive strength, but everyone's foundation is different. It's useless for some people no matter how many laws they superimpose. For example, I've lived for so long and have superimposed more than 10,000 kinds of law brands, but I still can't beat some strong masters. More than 10,000 kinds? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. This was ridiculous. How long would it take to brand the laws one by one? The primordial star tree said, no matter how many laws you superimpose, you still have to start the law fusion. Next, I'll talk about how to advance from the immortal level to the great monarch realm. Everyone knows that this is the process of law fusion. However, most immortals haven't taken the step of law fusion because they don't know when they should stop branding laws. When they want to take this step, they find that they don't know how to complete the law fusion at all. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. How to complete the law fusion? The primordial star tree looked at Han Fei with a smile. Have you ever seen anything grow? Han Fei was confused. What do you mean? The primordial star tree said. I'm done. The branding of laws shouldn't be a problem for you. When you start the law fusion, think about what I said. You'll probably understand. Han Fei thought to himself, I don't understand. I don't understand at all. However, it was possible that he hadn't experienced that stage at all, so he didn't understand it. But he wouldn't force it. Anyway, the primordial star tree had clearly told him the way to enter the immortal level. Although it was just a simple teaching, it was probably a summary made by countless people in ancient times. To be able to summarize it so concisely as the law body was already extraordinary. It was easy for others to say, but if one wanted to comprehend it on their own, God knew how long it would take them to figure it out. The only thing he had to consider was the way to brand laws. Perhaps the peak-level, carefree-level powerhouses of the major forces were also considering this problem. This was because the major forces might directly tell their disciples how to enter the immortal level. What they needed to comprehend was the way to brand laws. Different methods might have different effects, and the impact might also be different. If he guessed right, this was the reason why so many people were stuck at the peak of the carefree level. Well, I'll have to shower more often. Han Fei cupped his hands. Thank you for your teaching, Senior Primordial. The primordial star tree shook its head slightly. These are all very simple things. Even if I don't tell you, you will know. It's not really teaching. I'm here for something else. Han Fei asked, what's the matter? Do you need my help? Around them, an invisible barrier was suddenly set up, and Han Fei was slightly shocked. They were in the Phoenix Divine race, but the primordial star tree still set up a barrier. He didn't even trust the Phoenix Divine race on this matter. The primordial star tree looked at Han Fei and said telepathically, Master once mentioned that the demon purification pot had the 10th vine. Instantly, Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly, and the primordial star tree was stunned, because Han Fei's reaction was not as big as expected. Han Fei nodded slightly. I learned about it from an ancient human. Did he say where the vine is? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Do you know it? The primordial star tree said. I don't know, but Master once said that the demon purification pot was incomplete from the moment it was discovered. One of its 10 vines was missing. It seems that the 10th vine was broken off when the demon purification pot was plucked. Broken off? Han Fei was speechless. He had never heard of such a strange reason. However, Han Fei suddenly realized something and looked at the primordial star tree, his eyes twitching. Senior, where was the demon purification pot plucked? The primordial star tree also turned to look at Han Fei without speaking, but its eyes were saying, guess, shta. Han Fei couldn't help cursing. There was no need to ask. He already knew. The primordial star tree rose with a smile and patted Han Fei's shoulder. I can't help you much. If only Dog Egg were here, alas. The primordial star tree slightly hunched and walked out of the courtyard of Feng Xingliu. Dog Egg? Is it the little Kylan beast? The primordial star tree mentioned the little Kylan twice, probably because he missed it. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. God knew where the little Kylan was, and who knew if the former powerhouse was still alive. Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming, a tree lost in memory. After talking to the primordial star tree, Han Fei did not enter his origin star immediately and summoned the green jade stone bridge. He was not at the peak of the carefree level yet. If he cultivated in his origin star, he would reach the peak in at most 100 years. Perhaps he could even reach the immortal level before entering the god-ferrying ancient land. Chapter 3039 Everyone present here is trash 33399. Everyone present here is trash 3 in the next 2 days. Han Fei mainly practiced the sky-cleaving star-cutting knife. Feng Yu got the 9-foot-long ring broadsword for Han Fei and upgraded it to an acquired spiritual treasure. Han Fei sighed when he saw the broadsword. Since it was called 9-foot-long ring broadsword, it was naturally 9 feet long, even taller than Han Fei. There were 9 rings on the back of the broadsword. The rings resonated and could kill souls. Feng Yu didn't give Han Fei much time. Fortunately, he was quite knowledgeable about knives, and with the help of the demon purification pot, he could quickly master this technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Han Fei to show the broadsword's real power in a short time. The only thing that was not very pleasing to the eye was that violent bandits liked to carry their big knives around to show off their fierceness. This meant that Han Fei couldn't often put away the knife in the future. Whenever there were people around, he must carry it out to show off. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Yu had her own courtyard, which was planted with fiery red trees. Their leaves fluttered, looking beautiful. At this moment, there were more than 500 heavenly talents from all over the sea realm in the courtyard. Among them, there were as many as 92 monarchs. At this moment, Feng Yu was wearing a long red dress and a golden jade ornament on her head. She was holding a teacup to greet the crowd. Fellow Taoists, there are some things that need to be settled. I'm different from Ye Qingchan from the Miracle Forest. Ye Qingchan is looking for a husband through a joust. She likes strength, but doesn't care about personality, while I, Feng Yu, like strength, but also care about personality. Since you're here today, I want to make things clear in front of you. I, Feng Yu, already have someone I like, and he's in the Phoenix Divine race. From today onwards, if anyone comes to propose marriage to me, please forgive the Phoenix Divine race for not entertaining you. Off the field, someone stood up proudly. Miss Feng Yu, with our realm, it's not appropriate for us to talk about feelings. Emotions can always be nurtured, but there's always a difference in bloodline and strength. It's a great pity if I can't dual cultivate with you, so we want to see the one who defeats us. There were benefits and drawbacks to being part of a big clan. For example, most of the people here had previously proposed marriage to Feng Yu. Did they like Feng Yu's? Of course not. No matter how beautiful Feng Yu was, they didn't mind. At this level, they could get any kind of beauty they wanted. What they wanted was the background of the Phoenix Divine race. Everyone knew that Feng Yu was one of the best among the younger generation of the Phoenix Divine race. She had won the first place on the Heaven Roll the moment she appeared in the Central Sea. It was almost no different from being listed on the God Roll. Therefore, what they took a fancy to wasn't her looks, but her strength and background. As for who Feng Yu liked, they didn't care at all. Do you have a man you like? Fine, I'll just kill him. If I can't get you, others can't get you either. When Feng Yu lost love, she would naturally be like Ye Qingchan and find a husband through a joust. Then no one would covet them again. In the Sea Realm, most of the female heavenly talents of the large forces, except for a few women who could get rid of this shackle, would choose to compromise in the end. In fact, most of the time, even female monarch among itinerant cultivators didn't have a chance to resist. Earlier, it was the Phoenix Divine race who helped Feng Yu fend off the waves of betrothal candidates. However, the matters of the god-ferrying ancient land and the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest attracted a large number of heavenly talents to the South Sea Divine realm. Once again, the threshold of the Phoenix Divine race was stepped flat, and almost every day people came to visit to propose marriage to Feng Yu. If the Phoenix Divine race refused, it would be disrespectful to the other forces of the Sea Realm, which would affect the status of the Phoenix Divine race. This was why Feng Yu immediately forced Han Fei to be her shield when she met him in the South Sea Divine realm. In fact, even if Han Fei hadn't come, Feng Fei would have dragged him here from the East Sea Divine realm. People kept getting up. Ms. Feng Yu, since Brother Wang Han is here, why doesn't he come out for a chat? Ha ha ha, is he scared? Someone said leisurely. I would have tolerated it if it were a powerhouse on the god roll, but who is xuanhuan? I've never heard of him before. That's right, does he really think he can become the master of the Phoenix Divine race just because he wins the favor of Feng Yu? Huh. It's fine if this person has a powerful background, but if he's an itinerant cultivator, I bet he will die when he leaves the Phoenix Divine race. Those who weren't strong enough discussed in a low voice, I heard that Feng Qingcheng is also a very talented beauty. If it doesn't work out, I can marry her. Only if Feng Qingcheng proves her worth. It's a pity that the major powers have too few female heavenly talents. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to compete so hard. That's right, I have many good friends. They had no choice but to marry female monarchs among itinerant cultivators. It was a tragic sight. Some of the female monarchs among itinerant cultivators have good bloodlines. Although they don't have a powerful background, the children they give birth to are talented. Someone sighed. It's a pity that the primordial divine race were wiped out a few years ago. Tisk tisk hey. Otherwise, we would have gone to the West Wilderness together to compete for their pure-blooded divine descendants. Chapter 340 Everyone present here is trash. 340 Everyone present here is trash. Someone smiled and said, I heard that a hidden stronghold of the primordial divine race in the West Wilderness was destroyed. 7 divine descendants committed suicide. It's a pity that we didn't capture any member of the primordial divine race alive. In recent years, the West Wilderness has been in turmoil. It's only a matter of time before the primordial divine race appears. You and I still have a chance. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yu smiled, but her eyes were cold. If it weren't for her family, she would have killed all these people. Feng Yu smiled faintly. Everyone, please wait a moment. He will be here soon. In the yard of Feng Xinglu and Feng Qingcheng were talking to Han Fei solemnly. Feng Qingcheng said, Brother Han Fei, you must infuriate those people, but don't kill them. If you infuriate them enough to besiege you in the ancient place of the God's Crossing, you can go on a killing spree and kill all of them in the God-ferrying ancient land. Feng Xinglu, that's right. Although I don't like Feng Yu's, I don't like those guys who come to force her to marry them. Han Fei was surprised. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I didn't expect that the women of the big clans didn't even have the time to choose their husbands. As Han Fei listened to Feng Qingcheng's nagging, his gaze fell on Feng Yu's courtyard. Feng Qingcheng said, unless your force has absolute strong masters who can suppress all other forces, many sisters of our race are forced to marry men they don't like, which makes me so angry. Feng Xinglu, Han Fei, this is absolutely true. You may not believe it, but some people are already targeting little Qingcheng. Feng Qingcheng was only a sea establisher before, but her strength had improved by leaps and bounds after she entered the sky-opening realm, so people would naturally notice her. In the Phoenix Divine race, Feng Qingcheng was still a child. Han Fei held the 9-foot-long ring broadsword in one hand and suddenly swung it. The broadsword broke through the void and stabbed into Feng Yu's courtyard. Bang! The broadsword broke through the void and suddenly fell. Although someone in Feng Yu's yard sensed it, they didn't have the time to attack. At this moment, a person was talking, saying that he wanted to meet Han Fei when the 9-foot-long ring broadsword suddenly appeared 5 feet away from this man and the knife light cut him in half. Who is it? Which beastard did this to me? He. Han Fei's voice echoed above Feng Yu's yard. Didn't you want to see me? When Feng Yu saw the broadsword fall to the ground, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She thought to herself, after all, little junior brother has made a name for himself by fighting his way through. Dealing with this small scene is simply a piece of cake for him. The forbidden area of the Phoenix Divine race. The Patriarch and Aunt Huo were also looking at Feng Yu's yard. Aunt Huo, I don't know if it's wrong to let Han Fei take action. If he really pisses off the forces in the Sea Realm, I'm afraid our Phoenix Divine race will suffer. The Patriarch sneered. Little Yu's identity as a disciple of the Void Temple hasn't been exposed yet. Even if the entire Central Sea Divine Realm gangs up on the Phoenix Divine race, so what? Han Fei can kill so many monarchs, so can Little Yu. In any case, try to stall until Little Yu becomes a great monarch. Then, let's see who dares to cause trouble. Aunt Huo nodded slightly. She asked Han Fei to take action this time because she wanted to keep Feng Yu's identity as a disciple of the Void Temple a secret. Otherwise, if Feng Yu killed these people by herself, it would definitely attract the siege of the various forces in the Sea Realm. At that time, it would be difficult for Feng Yu not to expose her identity as a disciple of the Void Temple, in Feng Yu's yard. The guy who was cut in half had just recovered when he saw a young man appear several meters away from him holding a red fruit in one hand and carrying a 9-foot-long ring broadsword on his shoulder. Han Fei said, I heard that some trash wants to fight me? Ashhole, are you Wang Han? How dare you call me trash? Do you know who I am? Hee. No, don't take me wrong. I'm not targeting you. I mean that everyone present here is trash. Chapter 341. The first general of the ancient demon race, 134-1. The first general of the ancient demon race, 1 a braggart. Are you looking for death? Tell me, which force are you from? Someone sneered. It's a 9-foot-long ring broadsword, one of the common weapons of the bandits in the West Wilderness. I didn't expect Miss Feng Yu to like a bandit, Han Fei sneered. Do you think you're not bandits? The difference between me and you is that I rob blatantly, but you only know how to play tricks. You're even worse than women. How dare you? xuanhuan, right? Do you dare to fight me? Han Fei grinned and said, didn't you come to fight me today? Too many souls have died under my 9-foot-long ring broadsword. If you want to die, come on. Cough, cough. After watching the show for a while, Feng Yu finally spoke. Han, after all, they are our guests, so you need to be careful and restrained when taking action. Don't act recklessly and be mindful of your actions. Han Fei, and? Han Fei shivered. What kind of nickname is this? I'm pretending to be a bandit. Why do you call me that way? Many people also looked at Han Fei with a strange look, and Han Fei suddenly pulled out the 9-foot-long ring broadsword and snorted. I hate you guys who are always dawdling and using underhanded tactics behind my back the most. If you want to fight, come and fight me. If you don't dare, get lost and don't come again. With that, Han Fei strode tens of millions of kilometers away and appeared in the wilderness. He carried the broadsword on his shoulder and hooked his finger provocatively at Feng Yi's courtyard. Swish, 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 swish. They were all heavenly talents, all proud and arrogant. Who could stand such provocation? Besides, judging from Han Fei's attack just now, he didn't seem to be crazy enough to kill them on the spot, which further boosted their confidence. All the strong masters stood proudly in the wilderness, and Feng Xinglu and Feng Qingcheng led a group of heavenly talents of the Phoenix Divine race to watch the battle. Feng Xinglu shouted, remember, every time someone loses, laugh at and humiliate him. Feng Qingcheng followed Feng Yu. Sister, brother Han Fei won't really kill anyone, will he? Feng Yi said indifferently, don't worry, he knows what he is doing. If he really wants to attack these people, it won't be at this moment. However, it won't be so easy for these people to escape unscathed. Feng Yi was particularly relaxed at the moment. If Han Fei were in the South Sea Divine Realm earlier, she would have done so long ago, in the wilderness. Everyone's attention, including the Phoenix Divine race and all the strong masters, was on this battle. Surrounded by enemies, Han Fei was not afraid at all. Instead, he spoke first and said proudly, who attacked first? A peak-level, carefree-level cultivator snorted and walked out of the crowd. xuanhuan, if you lose, crawl between my legs and I can spare your life. Han Fei grinned. As expected of you, this suggestion is very good. When you do that later, you'd better tell me your family background. Such a glorious thing deserves to be recorded in history books. Shut up. Kill him. This person didn't even announce his name, as if he was too disdainful of Han Fei to do that. In their eyes, the West Wilderness was just a barbaric land. Although the people of the West Wilderness were fierce, fierceness couldn't feed them, nor did it mean that they were strong. The strength this person showed was almost at the peak of the Tao proving level. Even if his combat power was not bad, he was at most at the peak of the Tao proving level. How could he be afraid of Han Fei? Divine technique, square monarch cauldron, suppress. In the sky, the great Tao turned into a cauldron, and the law of gravity pressed down. The seawater caved in, and the law of gravity formed a barrier of the world, trapping Han Fei. On the side, someone nodded slightly. The monarch cauldron of the Jade Cauldron sect has always been domineering. Qinba dares to attack first because of this. The barbarians of the West Wilderness may be good at killing, but how can they compare to the major factions of the Central Sea Divine Realm in terms of divine techniques? xuanhuan is just courting death. Brother Ba, don't kill them, otherwise they will say that we don't follow the rules. Qinba snorted coldly. But we have to suppress his soul as a warning to others. The sea was collapsing non-stop. In the blink of an eye, it had collapsed 100 kilometers, and waves were surging in all directions. At this moment, clanking sounds rang in everyone's ears. That's not how you break all techniques with strength. You want to suppress me with a broken cauldron? Have you really been to the West Wilderness? All of a sudden, an unparalleled broadsword traversed the 3,000-kilometer wave and fought against the sky. Wherever the broadsword passed, the great Tao was shattered and the laws were destroyed. Sky-cleaving star-cutting knife, first move, star-slaying, bang. Golden cracks appeared on the huge cauldron, and the monarch cauldron of the Jade Cauldron sect from the Central Sea Divine Realm was broken by one slash. Upon seeing this, Qinba's expression changed slightly. The laws on his body surged, and 9 more cauldrons appeared in the world again. Unparalleled 9 cauldrons, suppress. Suppress my ass! Take this! Han Fei's body turned red. The 9-foot-long ring broadsword broke through the Tao and slashed out for thousands of kilometers in an instant. Seeing the 9 cauldrons charging at him, he didn't retreat at all. Bang, 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 puff, 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 puff. The cauldron shattered one after another like broken stars, and Qinba vomited 9 mouthfuls of essence blood in a row, his face pale. In the next moment, the 9-foot-long ring broadsword had already slashed down from above his head, cutting him in half. Han Fei turned his broadsword aside. Ring, ring, ring. The 9 knife rings collided and clanked. Many people felt a terrifying soul-crushing sound rush into their minds. Chapter 3042, the first general of the ancient demon race, to 3042, the first general of the ancient demon race, to 3042, the first general of the ancient demon race, to 3042. Qin who was closest to Han Fei, exploded into pieces. As the 9-foot-long ring broadsword stirred, a large piece of Qin soul was torn apart, then corroded by the blood, and nearly half of it was annihilated. Ah ha ha! The painful soul cry resounded throughout the world. Hiss! The onlookers were all horrified, and Feng Xinglu and Feng Qingcheng were the most shocked. They knew Han Fei's background very well. Han Fei had only practiced the 9-foot-long ring broadsword for a few days, but he had already become so strong? The strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm couldn't help but look solemn. In terms of the law of strength, Qin was completely defeated. When the 9-foot-long ring broadsword slashed out, the power technique poured out like a waterfall, transforming power into a broadsword. This kind of law control far exceeded that of ordinary Dao provers. Sure enough, Feng Yu chose this person for a reason. Wang Han couldn't be weak, he could only be stronger than they imagined. Han Fei carried the broadsword, which glowed with red light and was full of killing intent. I'll give you 3 seconds to recover. Otherwise, I'll destroy the other half of your soul. Han Fei didn't mention killing him, but rather severing his soul. Qin had to believe this. Almost half of his soul had been slain. If another half was slain, he would be finished. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover? Qin had to recover. When his body regathered, his strength had dropped by more than half. At the moment he recovered, Han Fei's 9-foot-long ring broadsword had already been placed on his neck. Kneel. Qin certainly wouldn't kneel. If he did, he would lose all his face in the sea realm. Feng Xinglu roared, kneel and crawl between Wang Han's legs. Come on, shout with me. Qin kneel. When I shout Qin you shout kneel. Qin kneel. Although Feng Xinglu ran amok, he never mistreated his family members or showed off to them. He even had a peaceful relationship with the children of concubines. They might not like him, but at least they didn't hate him much. At this moment, voices were rising and falling. Qin roared at Han Fei, kill me if you have the guts. It's simple for you to die, but you'll have to suffer the humiliation of being under me. Puff! The 9-foot-long ring broadsword slapped back, and the law rolled, directly knocking Qin to his knees. Then, the ring broadsword rang again, and Qin 7 orifices vomited blood and his eyes exploded. Han Fei strode forward and grabbed at the air, and Qin slid past his crotch. Good, well done. Feng Xinglu put on a brilliant smile and clapped crazily. It felt so good. He really wished that he were the one standing there. He would have a try in the future. By the time Qin realized what was going on, he had already slid past Han Fei's crotch. He couldn't help but spurt out blood and rage. Qin was stunned. How could he return to the Jade Cauldron sect now? What would people think of him? Han Fei laughed and said, Qin right? I, Wang Han, never return empty-handed. Don't tell me you don't have an ultra-quality godly weapon. If the treasure you compensate me with is lower than this level, I can only sell you for money. Cough, cough. At this time, Feng Yu coughed and said, Han, this is just sparring, not the West Wilderness. No looting. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched when he heard that. He seemed to hesitate for a few seconds. Fine. Since Yu has spoken for you, I'll spare you this time. You're welcome to find me in the West Wilderness. Ha 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 ha. Yu? The corners of Feng Yu's eyes twitched. Little junior brother is really vengeful. Why did he retaliate so soon? At this moment someone said coldly, Wang Han, you've crossed the line. Han Fei raised his eyes and pointed his knife at the man. Why? Do you want to crawl between my legs too? This person was at the carefree level, and he hadn't just entered it, so he dared to speak. He could break the strength technique, but he wanted to lure Han Fei to challenge him so that people wouldn't think he was bullying the weak. Sure enough, Han Fei said, you're at the carefree level, right? There are at least 80 dead souls at the carefree level under my broadsword. Who do you think you are? Do you dare to take an attack from me? Humph, take 1 attack from you? What can you do even if I take 10 attacks from you? The man stepped forward. I am Yue Heng from the heaven-worshipping palace in the Central Sea Divine Realm. I'm at the carefree level. Do you still dare to challenge me? If you don't have the courage, you can admit defeat in public. Admit defeat? Ha 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 ha. Han Fei laughed crazily. The arrogance, unruliness, and rebellious personality of bandits were vividly highlighted. Even Feng Xinglu couldn't help but wonder if Han Fei was really from the West Wilderness. Look how murderous and ferocious he was. It was already a compliment to call him a bandit. Yue Heng sneered in his heart. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Yue Heng stepped forward. Wang Han, you should know your limits. If I've guessed right, you should be the leader of the Wildfire Madblade gang in the West Wilderness, right? Huh? Han Fei's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He pretended to acquiesce to his words and suddenly looked at Yue Heng. If I remember correctly, I haven't seen you before. Yue Heng sneered. In the ferocious God Valley of the West Wilderness, those who use the 9-foot-long ring broadsword are all lawless people. Except for one person, they all showed their true faces to others. That person is the leader of Wildfire Madblade Gang. Everyone thought you were at the carefree level, but I didn't expect you to only be at the peak of the Dao Proving level. Chapter 3043, 30,043, the first general of the ancient demon race. 3343, the first general of the ancient demon race. 3 Han Fei sneered. Do you look down upon the peak of the Tao proving level, or do you think I'm weak? Yu Heng said indifferently, I heard that you were best at fire techniques, but I didn't expect you to have mastered strength techniques too. However, if that's all you've got, I'm afraid you'll be doomed today. Yu Heng's words were meant for others to hear. He thought that he had exposed Han Fei's identity, but no one noticed that Feng Yu had a faint smile on her face. Kekekekeken, Han Fei grinned ferociously and laughed creepily. So, do you think you can beat me? Yue Heng said proudly. You can have a try. Yue Heng stood proudly, and Han Fei certainly wouldn't be polite to him. He shouted loudly, Since you want to die, let's see what qualifications you have to take my attack. Buzz. In the next moment, flames were rising around Han Fei, and the sun-like flames rose to the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be in an uproar. Just as Yue Heng said, Wang Han was the leader of the Wildfire Mad Blade gang. Feng Yu, Feng Qingcheng, and the others were at a loss. Feng Yu thought to himself, What? When did little junior brother cultivate fire techniques? Wait, this power is different from fire techniques. It belongs to the kind of extreme yang fire. Huh, even the patriarch and Aunt Huo couldn't help but exclaim. Aunt Huo, patriarch, if I'm not mistaken, that's the fire of extreme yang, right? The patriarch nodded. That's right, it's the extreme yang fire, and the purest kind of extreme yang fire. This is no longer an ordinary flame, but one of the strongest strange flames. But where did Han Fei get such a strange flame? Aunt Huo said. I'm more and more satisfied with Han Fei now. If Han Fei and you can really be a couple, the ancient phoenix god may reappear in our phoenix divine race. The patriarch sighed slightly. This kind of thing is hard to force. It's up to little you. Yu Heng had experienced fire techniques before, and he didn't care about power techniques either. This was because the Tao he took was a law-breaking Tao. Laws could be gathered and broken. Han Fei didn't use his broadsword this time. He simply flicked his finger and the tide turned into a knife. Yue Heng must have something to rely on to be so confident. But as long as he saw through his reliance, it would save him a lot of trouble to take him down with one attack. For an expert like Han Fei, even a flick of his finger carried an overwhelming might. Yu Heng frowned. Wang Han, are you humiliating me with such an attack? Yu Heng twisted his hands in the air, and the knife tide split into two and swept past him, unable to touch him at all. The law of disassembling? Han Fei could tell that when Yu Heng's hands moved, the power of the law in the knife tide was dispersed. Han Fei could feel that part of the law was broken, as if it had been disassembled from the inside. In order to achieve this, one's understanding of the law itself should be very strong. Just like his research on arrays, he could summon it with a thought. However, all things and laws were not the same. No one could instantly break down the laws. Rather, Xuanhuan mainly separated the natural laws that already existed within the tide. He used natural laws to break Han Fei's laws, and this was his expertise. Han Fei grinned. Heaven-worshipping palace, you think you, a mere carefree level cultivator, can disassemble the heavenly Tao? If you like to break laws, I'll let you. Clang, clang, clang. He brandished the 9-foot-long ring broadsword, and the rings of the broadsword vibrated as demonic sounds surged. Yue Heng extended his hand and slashed in the air, and the space in front of him turned into a vacuum, and the demonic sounds couldn't reach him at all. However, Han Fei grabbed the 9-foot-long ring broadsword and began to spin it. Sky-cleaving star-cutting knife, the 6th move, galaxy flowing. The sky-cleaving star-cutting knife that Feng Yu gave him was a 9-move divine technique, so it should be impossible to defeat Yue Heng with one single attack unless he used his real strength. However, since he had pretended to be a bandit from the West Wilderness, he couldn't use his real strength, which would expose his identity, so he had to break the rules by force. Han Fei began to spin faster and faster, and the surrounding tides were all attracted by the knife light and revolved around Han Fei like a flowing galaxy in the void. Han Fei's voice was arrogant. What's so great about a carefree level cultivator? In my domain, I can kill him with a single slash. In the sea of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, the galaxy revolved as if turning into a huge gyro, which was whipped and spun crazily. Seeing this scene, many people retreated because the wind caused by the gyro contained a large number of knife beams and the power of extreme yang fire. Buzz. Yue Heng's face changed slightly. Such a magnificent and continuous attack? There was no time to break Han Fei's laws. He could only break Han Fei's body first. At that moment, he pressed forward under the violent tide gyro, holding his hands horizontally in front of him and constantly patting his left and right sides. However, this time, it was clearly beyond his expectations. This was because he found that the knife light could be shattered, and he could block the power technique. But the fire technique was abnormally condensed, as if he couldn't shake it at all. Puff, puff, puff. When he was 100 kilometers away from Han Fei, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Han Fei was a little puzzled. Is this all he's got? Can't he even break my fire technique? At this moment, Han Fei spun the 9-foot-long ring broadsword and slashed at the void, and the entire gyro wrapped Yue Heng. His flesh and blood were dissipating at a visible speed, but his bones were still holding on. Chapter 3044-3044, the first general of the ancient demon race, 43044, the first general of the ancient demon race, 4 crack. His heavenly Dow-jade marrow bones shattered one after another like a piece of meat falling into a shredder. Everybody was shocked to see that. Feng Xingliu didn't understand it either. Instead, he shouted, "How dare you brag with your meager strength? You're not even as good as Qinba." Most people didn't know how Yue Heng felt, but they were all speechless. Just now, he was bragging as if he was very strong. Who knew that he would be minced before he could even touch xuanhuan? Someone was lost for words. It's such a disgrace for the heaven-worshipping palace. They're all theoretical people who talk big, but are actually useless. Someone sneered. I don't know where he got the confidence to go up to challenge xuanhuan. After all, Qinba managed to suppress xuanhuan for a moment. But this one, isn't he just courting death? With this strength, how did he cultivate to the carefree level? With such strength, I feel that I can also fight him. There's no difficulty at all. Han Fei didn't kill this person either, but he wouldn't let him off easily. He chuckled and said, "Don't you like breaking laws? Why don't you break your own law first?" He shattered half of the soul of Yue Heng with a single slash. Han Fei laughed wildly. "I said you were useless. Recover, or I'll cut off your soul." Yue Heng was not Qinba. He immediately turned to a person in the crowd for help. "Li Chaosheng, help me. I'll pay you an ultra-quality godly weapon and heaven-worshipping palace's friendship." In the crowd, a man in black replied indifferently, "An acquired spiritual treasure." "You fine." Han Fei didn't stop him. Instead, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the black-clothed man. A black flute appeared in the man's hand. As the flute sounded, the waves around Han Fei instantly turned into a quaint cage. Someone was surprised. Li Chaosheng took action. This is the Mirage Divine Technique, Dream Reality. Huh? The rule-type illusion technique that can turn illusions into reality? In history, there are no more than 100 powerhouses who have comprehended this technique even in the Mirage sect. Wang Han's combat power is unparalleled. But how can his mental strength compare to the Mirage? The West Wilderness is a barbaric place after all. Soul-killing techniques have always been the weakness of the strong in the West Wilderness. Wang Han is bound to lose. It depends on how well Li Chaosheng has mastered this technique. At this moment, even Feng Yu frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, her junior brother was certainly not afraid of this technique. However, without revealing his identity, it was extremely difficult to break free from this rule-type divine technique. Feng Qingcheng asked, "Sister, is this the legendary rule-type divine art that can materialize deities?" Feng Yu nodded slightly. "Yes, but Li Chaosheng is only at the carefree level. It's still a question how much he can materialize." "Interesting." Han Fei grinned and said, "It's a good divine technique, but how much power can you materialize?" Li Chaosheng's soul voice resounded, "Why don't you have a try?" On Han Fei's shoulder, the 9-foot-long ring broadswords vibrated, and the 9-ring broadswords clanked. As the mystic sounds collided, the surrounding void rumbled. Except for the sky-cleaving sword, no one could do anything. When the huge sword fell 100 kilometers away, Han Fei stomped on the sea and broke through the so-called cage. The 9-foot-long ring broadsword glowed with red light and the knife rings kept ringing. Sky-cleaving star-cutting knife, the 8th move, blood broadsword sky-breaking. At this moment, in the Phoenix Divine race, Feng Yu's 5th uncle looked at this scene in shock. This brat Wang Han, has he really only learned the technique for 7 days? But he has already practiced the sky-cleaving star-cutting knife to such an extent, Feng Yu's 2nd uncle said indifferently. This shows that his knife technique is already superb, and it also shows that his own knife technique might even surpass the sky-cleaving star-cutting knife technique. However, Old 5, you've got a successor in your technique. As soon as the broadsword shot out, the sky was dyed red. Swords and broadswords collided, and the huge sword falling from the sky shattered inch by inch. Han Fei said disdainfully, "In the end, it's not your own sword, let alone your sword Dao. No matter how real an illusion is, it's just an illusion." Li Chaosheng's pupils were constricted. Without a word, he immediately played the black flute. But this time, Li Chaosheng's fingers were stained with blood, and blood gushed into the black flute. The gigantic phantom of a god appeared in front of him. Hiss! A projection of a god? Well, Li Chaosheng is only at the peak of the carefree level. How can he summon a divine projection? No, this is a statue, not a projection. It only contains a wisp of divine suppressing pressure, with at most 1 or 2 blows, and it's far from the strength of a god. If it's really a projection of a god, Li Chaosheng will definitely be ranked first on the god roll. Divine suppressing pressure is already terrifying enough. This is a god suppressing pressure. Han Fei frowned slightly. He sensed a trace of the dignity of eldest senior brother he sensed during the gathering of the Void Temple. He wanted to see the true appearance of the divine statue, but his eyes were blurry and he couldn't see it clearly. "Ha ha on," Han Fei suddenly laughed. Everyone was puzzled. How could this guy still laugh in front of the statue? Han Fei smiled, so did Feng Yu. She breathed a sigh of relief and said casually, "Still trash." This time, Han Fei didn't draw his broadsword but stepped on the air and faced the statue. The statue raised its hand and slapped at Han Fei, causing exclamations. But Han Fei laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, I'm a man who wants to become a bandit god. How can you suppress me if you're not a true god?" The statue slapped down, but it brushed past Han Fei's body. How is that possible? Someone was shocked. This is a rule-type divine technique that can turn dreams into reality. Why wasn't the rule triggered? What method did xuanhuan use? Han Fei sneered. What shitty kind of rule-type divine art? The so-called rule is nothing but true if you believe it to be true, false if you believe it to be false. Has no one noticed the loopholes in this divine art? Seeing that the statue couldn't hit Han Fei, Li Chaosheng's face changed drastically. He tried to kill Han Fei with the power of his soul, but in the next second, the 9-foot-long ring broadsword smashed his head. Bang! Why did you just admit that you're trash? With that, Han Fei grabbed Li Chaosheng's body and made them slide past his crotch. Yue Heng, who had just recovered and was about to slip away, was also grabbed by Han Fei and stuffed under his legs. Why are you running? If you're a man, take it. Yue Heng was filled with grief and indignation. He cursed in his heart. Was there such a pervert in the West Wilderness? Why hadn't he heard of him before? Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed slightly, and a giant ape jumped over from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Wow, a Vajra divine ape? Yang Zhan is here? Haha, xuanhuan. The first general at the carefree level of the ancient demon race is here. Let's see how arrogant you can still be. On the shoulder of the Vajra divine ape, a man in white glanced at Li Chaosheng and the others, then looked at Han Fei and said coldly, "Shall we fight?" Han Fei was about to speak when Feng Yu continued, "Yang Zhan, I heard that you have challenged the top talents in the South Sea all the way and remain undefeated. Do you think that there is no one capable in our South Sea divine realm?" Yang Zhan said indifferently. "Weakness is weakness." Feng Yu changed the silence from before. In the next moment, her fighting intent soared. "Xuanhuan won't fight you in this battle. I'll represent the heavenly talents of the South Sea to fight you." Yang Zhan had been amazed by Han Fei's strength, but since Feng Yu represented the heavenly talents of the South Sea divine realm, he had to accept her challenge. Okay. Chapter 345-34-5. The Yin-Yang dual pendant has a reaction 24-5. The Yin-Yang dual pendant has a reaction 24-5. The Yin-Yang dual pendant has a reaction 1 because of Yang Zhan's arrival. Feng Yu immediately took over the battle. It was not that she didn't believe in Han Fei's strength, but that there was no need to expose more of Han Fei's strength. In today's battle, Han Fei's identity as a bandit from the West Wilderness had been known, and so had the identity of the leader of the Wildfire Madblade gang. And his combat power was obvious to everyone. He fought and won against opponents above his level and even broke the peerless divine technique of the Mirage sect. If anyone present still dared to underestimate Han Fei, they would be fools. Feng Fei challenged him and claimed that she represented the South Sea divine realm. What she said was reasonable, so Yang Zhan could only give up on Han Fei and accept Feng Fei's challenge. Han Fei carried the 9-foot-long ring broadsword and looked around at everyone. Who else wants to spar with me? This day every month you can challenge me. If you think my realm is too high for you, you can fight me after the God-ferrying ancient land opens and our strength is equal. As I said before, it's not that I look down on you, but you are all trash. Ashol, what a braggart. Don't think you're invincible just because you've won a few games. In a few months, I'll definitely come to challenge you. Yang Zhan glanced at Han Fei, and Han Fei looked back with a faint smile, pretending to be full of fighting spirit. He even clicked his tongue and said, "To be honest, you shouldn't have accepted this challenge." Humph! Yang Zhan ignored Han Fei. The confidence of a strong master made him fearless of any enemy. Feng Yu said, "All right, Han, you dismissed. Someone swept across the South Sea. I can't just sit by and do nothing." Sk. Han Fei carried his broadsword and left the battlefield. Feng Xingliu immediately came close. "Good job, but you shouldn't have listened to my sister. Those guys are so rich, you should rob them." Han Fei said, "Keep a low profile. So many people are listening. After all, this is your territory. I should give face to your race. But it's a different story in the God-ferrying ancient land." Han Fei and Feng Xingliu blatantly discussed robbing in front of everyone. Although everyone looked awful, they didn't dare to provoke him at this moment. They just wanted to find a way to destroy this guy when they entered the God-ferrying ancient land. At this moment, Feng Yu came to the arena and said to Yang Zhan, "Yang Zhan, you are the first general of the ancient demon race, not the Central Sea divine realm. I'd like to use you to get on the god roll," Yang Zhan said. "Then let's fight." Next door, Han Fei nudged Feng Xingliu and asked, "Is this guy an expert on the god roll?" "That's right, he's 5th on the god roll of the carefree level. Otherwise, why do you think he dares to challenge heavenly talents everywhere?" Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, since when is there a god roll for monarchs? Feng Qingcheng said. The Tao-proving level and carefree level both have a god roll, but because of the fast change of realms, it's only circulated in a small circle. However, these god rolls are actually not as important as the one for Sky Opening Realm, because many monarchs won't participate in the competition. So that's it. If that's the case, I'm afraid this so-called number 1 general might not be all that impressive, Feng Qingcheng said. There are always stronger people out there. There are still many strong masters in the Central Sea Divine Realm. This guy only made a name recently, but his strength is definitely no weaker than the strong masters on the god roll in the past. Feng Qingcheng added, Yang Zhan challenged the experts on the god roll 5 times and won every time. That's why he's ranked 5th. It's said that the 4th place on the god roll has disappeared, and Chen Fengchao, who's ranked 3rd, doesn't accept any challenge, so he remains 5th. Han Fei grinned. I'm afraid he'll lose 5th place today. It was at this moment that Yang Zhan took the lead to launch an attack. He brandished his spear, which was surrounded by dragon-like law patterns. Feng Yu was burning with flames all over. She raised her hand slightly, and a flame broadsword appeared a foot in front of her. Roar! The dragon body hit Feng Yu in an instant, and the red dress fluttered, and the black hair fluttered. The audience took a deep breath, because not only did Feng Yu not move at all, but the dragon shadow also collided with the flame broadsword, directly splitting itself in half. This terrifying blow was actually broken by this blow. Yang Zhan didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Feng Yu had won 1st place on the heaven roll with only 1 battle. Although she had never challenged the cultivators on the god roll, it didn't mean that she didn't have the strength to do so. The spear and the broadsword collided in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that flames filled the sky. In just a few seconds, the two had fought nearly 10,000 times. The impact formed ripples that spread in all directions. Feng Qingcheng asked, Brother Wang Han, can my sister win? Han Fei smiled and said, of course she can. At present, it seems that the battle is quite intense, but in fact, they're just testing each other's ability to fight head-on. Many people were also looking at Han Fei. Hearing Han Fei say that this was just a test, many people were surprised. They wanted to marry Feng Yu not only to get a powerful wife, but also because they valued the Phoenix Divine race's power. As for how strong Feng Yu was, they hadn't thought about it. But at this moment, they seemed to have a clear understanding of her real strength. Yang Zhan's eyes flickered with brilliance. She didn't expect that Feng Fei was actually quite strong. He knew that the 1st place on the heaven roll shouldn't be weak, but it hadn't been long since Feng Fei entered the monarch realm, so she should be no match for him at all. In just a few hundred years, you're already approaching the peak of the carefree level, Feng Yu said. Hundreds of years are not short. Only trash has to dawdle in such a simple realm for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 3446346. The yin-yang dual pendant has a reaction, 2346. The yin-yang dual pendant has a reaction, Yang Zhan licked the corner of his mouth. Well said. The two fought for 30,000 rounds. After confirming that they couldn't defeat the other party with normal means, they separated. A look of appreciation appeared on Yang Zhan's face as he said proudly, as far as I know, none of the heavenly talents of the South Sea can be my equal in close combat. You're the first. Not bad. Feng Yu said, you're not bad either. I heard that your companion spirit is an ancient exotic Vajra divine ape. Why don't you show it to me? I want to see how strong this monkey is. Yang Zhan nodded. As you wish. Roar! The diamond divine ape appeared again, which reminded Han Fei of his teacher Beast King. Apes were very good at close combat and were violent. Not to be outdone, Feng Yu waved her hands and with a swoosh behind her, a fire phoenix rose to the sky. Divine technique, phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. However, when Han Fei saw the phoenix bird's flamboyant attack, he lost interest. Feng Yu was acting, and her acting was too fake. This flashy flame technique was definitely not the phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Besides, the phoenix's slashes seemed ferocious, but it only slightly suppressed the giant King Kong ape. While the companion spirits were fighting, Feng Fei and Yang Zhan were fighting fiercely in the sky. One of them was using a magnificent divine technique, fire dyeing the sky red, and there was even a fire god Dharma idol looking awesome. But Han Fei knew that the form was greater than combat power. Feng Yu seemed to be trying her best, but she was actually pretending. Hearing the exclamations next to him, Han Fei couldn't help but blush. No wonder Feng Yu hid her identity so well. The others would only think that she was a genius. But at the same time, they would also find many weaknesses from her attacks, thinking that was the embodiment of Feng Yu's immaturity. For example, Han Fei heard someone exclaim, as expected of the unique bloodline of the Phoenix Divine race. This brilliant astronomical phenomenon is probably comparable to the glory of the ancient Divine Phoenix. Someone added, that's right. At this moment, Feng Yu is still a little immature in controlling the Fire Phoenix. If she can fully show the power of the Fire Phoenix, I'm afraid even Yang Zhan won't be able to resist her. Feng Xingliu, on the other hand, was quite excited, muttering, humph, one day, I'll be able to create such a magnificent astronomical phenomenon to overawe everyone too. Alas, Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder, making him look puzzled. Feng Yu and Yang Zhan fought fiercely for nearly an hour. In the end, Feng Yu forcibly unleashed her 4th form in battle and narrowly won. Han Fei was speechless, but the audience was all amazed. He wondered who had boasted Yang Zhan's strength so much. If they really fought, Feng Yu could beat the hell out of Yang Zhan in half an hour. At this moment, Yang Zhan was covered in blood. What a heavenly talent of the Phoenix Divine race. No wonder you're so arrogant. I'll definitely come back and fight you again someday. Feng Yu pretended to be pale. I look forward to that day. After Yang Zhan left, Feng Yu glanced at the audience and said, I'm not feeling well today, so I can't entertain you anymore. Please leave. Han Fei looked at the knife and swept across the crowd. Does anyone still want to fight? Someone snorted. Miss Feng Yu, you seem to be exhausted. You'd better take a rest first. We'll come again next time. Someone simply ignored Han Fei. That's right, I'll visit you again someday. Someone said, enough is enough. We are not rude people. Let's call it a day for now and come back next time. All of them fled in a dignified manner. Today's battle between Feng Yu and Yang Zhan would definitely rewrite the god roll, and no one present was qualified to marry a powerhouse on the god roll. Therefore, this kind of battle was no longer necessary. Even if there were next time, it wouldn't be them coming. After a while, in Feng Yu's yard, Feng Yu looked ruddy and refreshed. Little junior brother, how was my performance? Han Fei was lost for words. Your acting is terrible. Feng Yu didn't care at all. That's what you think, but look at them, they're all amazed. Who can tell the truth? Han Fei asked. Senior sister, have you been fooling everyone with such poor acting skills all these years? Feng Yu immediately put on a straight face. How can you say that? I did my best. Look, I used all my secret techniques, divine techniques, endowed abilities, Dharma idol, and nature spiritual treasures, Feng Yu retorted. Anyway, others can't tell. You can tell because you expect too much from me, so you take it for granted that I was acting. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Alas, senior sister, tell me the truth. Did you use 30% of your strength to beat Yang Zhan? Feng Yu's face turned black. I used 70% of my combat power. Han Fei was lost for words. Cut the crap. How can you even fool yourself? Han Fei didn't believe a word that Feng Yu said. Feng Yu didn't use her fifth form. Even if she did, she hadn't shown her comprehensive strength. Therefore, Han Fei was inclined to believe that Feng Yu actually only used 20% of her combat power. If that was the case, it would be terrifying. This meant that Feng Yu was several times stronger than he had imagined. Although it was still a little weaker than his strongest state, the point was, did Feng Fei really have no trump cards? He didn't think so. Chapter 3047-3047. The yin-yang dual pendant has a reaction, 3-3047. The yin-yang dual pendant has a reaction, 3. Han Fei said, Senior sister, if you really become the first place on the god roll, will anyone dare to propose marriage to you? Feng Yu said, it's useless. If I don't become a great monarch, everything will be meaningless. The reason why I went to the Central Sea Divine Realm and won first place on the heaven roll is to get rid of the predicament of the female cultivators of the major forces. But when I came to the Central Sea Divine Realm, I discovered some unknown secrets. There are far more strong masters in the sea realm than I imagined. They are all bloodline-oriented. As long as they can give birth to children with stronger bloodlines, they will do whatever it takes. Feng Yu, who knows? In my opinion, if the women of the big clans want to get out of this predicament, they have to become stronger, so strong that no one dares to touch them. Han Fei asked, but won't there be more people coming to propose marriage to you now that you're on the god roll? Feng Yu said, I have no choice. I have to make some people give up. As long as I delay it until the god-ferrying ancient land opens and the woman in the miracle forest lures some away, I'll go to the Sea of Stars. I won't come back until I become invincible. Han Fei asked, won't they put pressure on the Phoenix divine race? Feng Yu said. Then my family will just say that I'm cultivating in seclusion to break through to the immortal level. Anyway, they won't dare to put too much pressure on the Phoenix divine race for the time being. Han Fei said, actually, it doesn't matter if my identity is exposed, right? If eldest senior brother takes action, who dares to pressure the Phoenix divine race? Little junior brother, you are thinking too simply. Our void temple is strong, but not all the people in the sea realm are afraid of the void temple. Haven't you exposed your identity? But you're still being chased, aren't you? Besides, the other party is just exerting pressure. You can take revenge on one or two families, but can you kill all the families? Yes, I can. Feng Yu had forgotten that Han Fei was such a killer. However, Feng Yu reminded him, too much killing is not good for your passing the divine tribulation. It will cause hellfire to burn. Han Fei thought that Feng Fei probably didn't know that the Thunder Note ancient temple had the hellfire burning trial, so he said with a smile, that's better than having someone ride on top of your head. After leaving Feng Yu's yard, Han Fei began to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Yu was determined to become a great monarch, but he was different. He didn't have as much time as her. The sooner he became a great monarch, the sooner he could save Zeman Lingan. A month of seclusion was equivalent to more than 40 years. He was only a step away from the peak of the carefree level. During this time, many people came to propose marriage or challenge Han Fei. After 2 months of seclusion, he had reached the peak of the carefree level. He still needed some energy crystals to stabilize his realm. After cultivating in seclusion for 3 months, Han Fei went to the nest of the ominous creatures outside the chaotic fire domain with the distanceless gate again. The 7th divine pill grew bigger again. In the 4th month, on Han Fei's origin star. At this moment, he was already at the peak of the carefree level, and his strength was worlds apart from when he had just proven Tao. On his origin star, Han Fei walked onto the green jade stone bridge without hesitation. Han Fei thought for a moment and took the lead to walk on the path of extreme yang fire. For some reason, the chaotic spiritual fruits planted on both sides of this place weren't ripe yet, and the demon purification pot still couldn't see their information. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Han Fei walked more than 2/3 of the way, he felt that the fire was overwhelming. Is this all the peak level carefree level can do? The gate at the end of the road was already very close. Han Fei thought that he had weathered through the burning of hellfire, so he forcibly walked forward for a while. When he finally felt that even his body was almost being incinerated, he retreated from the green jade stone bridge. I almost finished 80% of that path. What a pity. If I can break through to the immortal level, I might be able to complete this path. Han Fei was not in a hurry to jump under the bridge and be baptized by the river. Instead, he walked the path of extreme yang and the path of extreme cold repeatedly. Outside, time slowly passed. Finally, after staying in his origin star for nearly 500 years and comprehending the law of extreme cold and the law of extreme yang to a deeper level, he was finally ready to be baptized by the river. Han Fei jumped off the green jade stone bridge and sank into the water. He clearly felt the power of laws surging into his body. Sure enough, the water under the green jade stone bridge was as powerful as ever. Since it could help him refine the heavenly Tao Jade Marrowbone overnight, it could also help him refine his law body. For a moment, the power of laws of strength, yin-yang law, spatial law, gravity law, time law, lightning law, and so on surged into his body one after another. Han Fei could even feel an invisible barrier that seemed to be broken through at any time. However, just as Han Fei was looking forward to refining his law body, the power of laws in the river slowly disappeared. Huh? What's going on? Han Fei hurriedly entered the space where the green jade stone bridge was and jumped into the river again. However, still no law power surged into his body. Is it possible that I've absorbed all the law powers? He was only one step away from the immortal level. How could he stop at this moment? That's not right. I once saw the great Tao fuse into the river. It's the same with the laws. This means that the great Tao and laws in the river are actually accumulated by me, not produced by the river. After understanding that, Han Fei came out of the river. This breakthrough to the immortal level was only half accomplished, which was equivalent to taking half a step onto the immortal level. The reason was simple. His improvement speed was too fast and he didn't accumulate enough laws. Chapter 3048. The yin-yang dual pendant has a reaction 4. 3048. The yin-yang dual pendant has a reaction 4. In order to obtain the power of laws, he had to absorb it from the world and slowly trigger the laws of the world. This was bound to be a long process. It might take hundreds or thousands of years outside his origin star to slowly absorb the laws. The more laws one needed to absorb, the longer it would take. However, the primordial star tree once mentioned that as long as a law was completely branded on one's body, one could achieve a breakthrough from the carefree level to the immortal level. If that was the case, it wouldn't be difficult. In the battle outside the Godfiend Sea, many strong masters were killed and dozens of immortals were killed by him. Their origin stars were still in his hands. It was 10 or 100 times faster to absorb the power of laws from their origin stars than to absorb from nature. 2 years passed. On this day, Han Fei was soaking under the green jade stone bridge. After 2 years, Han Fei had reached the immortal level with the law of strength. His flesh, blood, and heavenly Tao Jade essence bone had been completely branded with the power of the law, and only his soul hadn't been branded with the law. It couldn't be helped. The power of his soul was too powerful and far exceeded that of ordinary people, and the time was too short. Although he had an immortal level origin star, the law of strength he could obtain was limited. Therefore, he was still a step away from the immortal level. Phew, it's time to help Feng Yu fight again. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei appeared in the courtyard of Feng Xinglu, he saw that Feng Yu, Feng Xinglu, and Feng Qingcheng seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Han Fei asked in surprise, are you waiting for me? Feng Xinglu hurriedly said, we're waiting for you. The God-ferrying ancient land will open in 3 days at most. Han Fei frowned slightly. So fast? He had planned to ripen the 7th divine pill before the God-ferrying ancient land opened. Now that the 7th divine pill had taken shape and turned red, it would ripen after 2 hunts at most. Feng Xinglu, it's been 3 years. I thought it would open last month, but it didn't open until the day before yesterday. While Han Fei was talking to Feng Xinglu, Feng Yu looked at Han Fei weirdly. Feng Qingcheng was quite perceptive and couldn't help but ask, Sister, why are you looking at brother Han Fei like that? Hearing this, Han Fei and Feng Xinglu both looked over. However, Feng Yu didn't blush at all. Instead, she frowned slightly. Are you trying to break through to the immortal level? Feng Xinglu was shocked. How long has it been? You've only reached the monarch realm more than 600 years ago, and now you're already going to enter the immortal level? Feng Qingcheng's eyes widened too. So fast? Han Fei looked at Feng Yu and sensed that the fire law on Feng Yu seemed to be stronger than usual. Han Fei smiled. Aren't you trying to break through to the immortal level too? Feng Yu's face was slightly dark. But I forget it, let's go. In any case, I won't be able to make a breakthrough before the God-ferrying ancient land opens. Feng Xinglu hurriedly said, Alas, do you think I should transcend the monarch tribulation before I go there? Feng Yu scoffed. You wish. 3 days is not even enough for you to consolidate your foundation. You can have a try when you come back, Feng Qingcheng said. We've already been slower than others by several days. By the time you make a breakthrough, the God-ferrying ancient land will have already opened, and we won't be able to get in. 3 days later. The God-ferrying ancient land was located in the central sea area of the South Sea Divine Realm. Every time the God-ferrying ancient land opened, a black ring would appear within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. As the ring slowly rose until it disappeared into the sky, the people in the ring would go to a primeval land. It was said that the God-fearing ancient land used to be the place where countless great monarchs transcended the divine tribulation in the primordial era. Why the great monarchs chose to transcend the divine tribulation in one place was unknown. The only guess was that the geographical environment of the God-ferrying ancient land was special, which could increase the probability of transcending the divine tribulation. Of course, no matter how the probability increased, many people still died in the divine tribulation. However, they had many spiritual treasures that were not destroyed by the divine tribulation but scattered in the God-fearing ancient land. Feng Qingcheng, the encyclopedia of the Phoenix divine race, was telling the history of the God-fearing ancient land. Suddenly, Han Fei asked, since it's a place to transcend the divine tribulation, why can only perfected star transformation realm cultivators enter it? This is clearly a huge gap of a realm, almost an insurmountable gap. Feng Qingcheng said, in the primeval age, the world collapsed, and the God-ferrying ancient land also shattered at that time, turning into an independent world. At the beginning, monarchs could enter it, but later, in the Age of Gods, many gods from the South Sea divine realm made such a seal to nurture junior cultivators, restricting the strength of the people who entered it. Since the death of the gods, this is the first time the God-fearing ancient land has opened. It has been 390,000 years. Feng Yu said, it's been so many years. No one knows if anything has happened in the God-ferrying ancient land. Little Qingcheng, don't run around on this trip. Stay by my side the entire time. We'll be there in half an hour. After half an hour, Han Fei and the others did see heavenly talents coming from all directions. After another 100 seconds or so, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. Feng Yu asked, what's wrong? Han Fei frowned and took out a black jade pendant that was flashing non-stop. Feng Xingliu asked curiously, what's this? You still keep a mid-quality godly weapon? Feng Qingcheng said, it's glowing. Does it sense something? Han Fei became solemn, because the yin-yang dual pendant shouldn't flash at this time. The vast ocean navigator clearly indicated that Xuanhuan's reincarnation body was in the West Wilderness. Han Fei said, guard me. Allow no one to pry. Then Han Fei stomped and hundreds of layers of arrays appeared. Then he took out the vast ocean navigator and prayed in his heart, where is Xuanhuan's reincarnation body? But in the next moment, Han Fei's heart was pounding. Did she come to the South Sea divine realm from the West Wilderness? Chapter 3049-349. God-ferrying ancient land opened. 1-3049. God-ferrying ancient land opened. 1-1. When Han Fei removed the concealment array, he looked solemn and had some guesses in his heart. Xuanhuan's reincarnation body must have returned to the South Sea divine realm from the West Wilderness because the God-ferrying ancient land attracted many heavenly talents from the sea realm. This also meant that Xuanhuan's strength was at least in the perfected star transformation realm. Those who could enter the God-ferrying ancient land were actually all strong masters. Their strength had been suppressed to the perfected star transformation realm, but those below the perfected star transformation realm probably didn't dare to enter. Feng Yu asked, what's the use of your jade pendant? Feng Yu was asking Han Fei, but suddenly, the jade pendant shone brightly. Immediately afterward, the void distorted, and several figures appeared in front of everyone. A woman in a dark green dress appeared in front of Han Fei and the others. This woman's waist was slender, and she was wearing a beautiful gauze dress. She was dignified and gorgeous, but she was too cold. Her strength was already at the peak of the carefree level, followed by 2 carefree level cultivators. And this woman was holding a glowing jade pendant in her hand. Is this Xuanhuan's reincarnation body? Han Fei couldn't help but look puzzled. Peak of the carefree level? Was Xuanhuan's cultivation talent so high after reincarnation body? Had she reached the peak of the carefree level so quickly? Although eldest senior brother said that Xuanhuan would join a super force, this talent was too terrifying. Ye Qingchan? Feng Yu frowned slightly and then looked at the jade slip in Han Fei and Ye Qingchan's hands. Obviously, there was a connection between them. However, little junior brother had never been to the South Sea divine realm. How could he have anything to do with Ye Qingchan? Ye Qingchan, the holy lady of the miracle forest? This was not the first time Han Fei had heard this name. As early as a few years ago, the miracle forest had widely invited heroes from all over the world to attend a joust they held for their holy lady to find a husband. But Han Fei didn't care about this matter, because he had never thought that Ye Qingchan was Xuanhuan's reincarnation body. After all, the vast ocean navigator had clearly pointed out that Xuanhuan's reincarnation body was in the West Wilderness. However, the vast ocean navigator showed that Xuanhuan's reincarnation body had returned from the West Wilderness, and Ye Qingchan happened to be holding the yin-yang dual pendant, which made Han Fei believe that the person in front of him was Xuanhuan's reincarnation body. Or rather, Ye Qingchan went to the West Wilderness and didn't return until recently. Ye Qingchan also frowned slightly when she saw Feng Yu. However, when she saw the black jade pendant in Han Fei's hand, she couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get your jade pendant?" Han Fei didn't expect to meet Sha Xiaoshan's reincarnation body under such circumstances. He paused and said, "This question is a little complicated to explain. We need to talk alone. How dare you? The holy lady of our miracle forest is now the center of attention. How can she meet an unknown person like you alone?" Before Ye Qingchen could speak, the two female cultivators behind her had stood up. This concerned Ye Qingchen's reputation. Feng Xinglu roared, "Are you blind, aunt? Don't you know me? He's my brother. How dare you call him a nobody?" Ye Qingchen nodded. "Yes, this is my brother-in-law. Cough, cough." Han Fei hurriedly coughed. "Well, little Qingcheng, don't talk nonsense." Feng Qingcheng widened her eyes and looked at Han Fei. "What does brother Han Fei mean?" Feng Yu frowned slightly, looked at Han Fei, and said to him via voice transmission, "Little junior brother, have you fallen for this woman? Our show is not over yet." Han Fei coughed softly. "I'm saying, little Qingcheng, keep a low profile." Ye Qingchen asked casually, "Are you Wang Han from the West Wilderness?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "It's me." Ye Qingchen asked again, "Tell me how you got the black jade pendant, and I'll leave immediately." Han Fei shook his head slightly and put on a smile. "As I said, we need to talk alone." "Okay, no, holy lady. Holy lady, this person's background is unknown." Feng Yu snorted coldly. "Shut up, you two. He's my fiancé, and you say his background is unknown? Do you want to be beaten up? After all, Feng Yu and Han Fei were acting, and the yin-yang dual pendants seem to have some intrinsic connection. Otherwise, little junior brother wouldn't have tried to draw a clear line between them. Buzz! At this moment, the area suddenly began to shake, and some small vortexes suddenly appeared in the sea. Immediately, a guardian behind Ye Qingchen said, "Holy lady, the god-ferrying ancient land is about to open. Don't be tricked now. Even if the black jade pendant is strange, it won't be too late to talk about it after the god-ferrying ancient land matter is over." Ye Qingchen slightly frowned, seeming reluctant. "Wang Han, I will come to you again." Han Fei nodded. "Okay." Ye Qingchen took a deep look at Han Fei, then turned around and left. However, Feng Yu asked, "What's the story behind this jade pendant?" Han Fei hesitated for a moment and said, "If I've guessed right, Ye Qingchen may be my wife's reincarnation body." "Huh?" Feng Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng immediately looked at her. "Feng Xingliu, is there something you two are hiding from us?" "Han Fei, we are brothers." "How can you keep it from me?" Han Fei said impatiently. "There are some things you don't need to know. Just focus on snatching treasures in the god-ferrying ancient land." Chapter 3050, God-Ferrying Ancient Land Open 23050, God-Ferrying Ancient Land Open 23050, God Feng Xingliu curled his lips. "Han Fei, it's not that I want to criticize you, but don't cheat on Feng Yu right in her face. I can't stand on your side this time." Bang! Slapping Feng Xingliu into flying, Feng Yu continued, "Your wife who gave birth to a child but couldn't give birth to the baby because she wasn't strong enough?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Eldest senior brother helped me with this matter. The yin-yang dual pendants are a keepsake between us. However, I still have doubts, so I need to verify by spending some time with her alone." Feng Yu asked, "Then wouldn't our show be ruined?" Han Fei said, "Let's see how it goes first. Let's go. If worst comes to worst, you can go to the Sea of Stars after the God-Ferrying Ancient Land trial. Anyway, with your speed, you should be able to reach the immortal level soon." Feng Yu sighed slightly. "That's the only way." "But why does your wife have to be her? I find her annoying." Han Fei, at this moment, the sea was surging violently, and Han Fei and the others rushed across the void. Finally, after more than 50 seconds, they saw a black space appear on the sea. Feng Qingcheng said, "That was close. Fortunately, we made it in time. Feng Xinglu, just count on me." Feng Qingcheng scoffed. "I'll be glad if you don't get held down and beaten up. I'd better stay with my sister." Humph! When Han Fei and the others came to the central area, it was already overcrowded. It could be said that hundreds of millions of strong masters had already gathered here. Why are there so many people here? When Han Fei saw so many people, he was stunned. "Why are there even people in the early stages of the sky-opening realm?" Feng Yu said. "It's said that the god-ferrying ancient land is not very dangerous. There are many areas that are relatively safe. Most people here are just here to try their luck. It's fine if they're lucky, but if they aren't, it doesn't matter." Feng Qingcheng added, "But there are no more than 1/5 of the places that can be explored in the god-ferrying ancient land, so they are actually not on the same path as us." The crowd was mixed, and everyone was looking forward to the opening of the god-ferrying ancient land. When Feng Yu and the others arrived, someone immediately recognized them. "Look, it's Feng Yu of the Phoenix Divine Race and Wang Han." "Hiss, is this Feng Yu who defeated the first general of the ancient demon race? She's really extraordinary. She's already in 5th place on the god roll. What do you think? Is the one carrying the 9-foot-long ring broadsword Wang Han? He looks very ordinary. He's quite strong. In the past few years, there have been people challenging him. So far, no one can beat him. So what? The bandits of the West Wilderness are notorious. I really don't know why a genius like Feng Yu would fall in love with such a person." "Hush, do you want to die? Do you think they can't hear your voice transmission? There are so many people here. Is he eavesdropping?" At this moment, Han Fei suddenly turned his head and looked at the person with a cruel smile. The person's face turned pale and his body turned cold. He felt that he was doomed. On Feng Yu's side, Han Fei sighed. There are so many people here. How many treasures can there be in the God-ferrying ancient land? Feng Yu said. In the ancient times, picking up a stone on the side of the road was a treasure for them. Besides, opportunities depend on fate. There will always be some lucky people. Feng Xingliu said, it's not a good idea to bet on luck. I think we can just stay at the entrance and rob whoever we see. Feng Qingcheng said, there are only 4 of us. If we infuriated everyone, even if we work together, we won't be able to withstand a round of attacks. Han Fei said, be more farsighted. If you want to grab something, grab the best. It's meaningless to grab other things. Beyond the ordinary crowd, there were some Sea Realm heavenly talents in the center. The arrival of Feng Yu and the others immediately attracted the attention of many people, for example, Ye Qingchan, whom they had met before. Someone wanted to talk to her but was stopped by her 2 guardians. For example, Yang Zhan, who had lost to Feng Yu, stood on the shoulder of the Vajra divine ape, surrounded by a group of ancient demon experts. Han Fei also saw Xiao Jie, who he had once robbed, looking at him hatefully. Feng Xingliu pointed at Xiao Jie and said, Aunt, what are you looking at? I'll cut your eyes off. Xiao Jie sneered. Shut up. I'll tear your mouth apart sooner or later. Feng Xingliu, how dare you talk to me like that? You're doomed. Next to Xiao Jie, a man in black looked at Feng Xingliu as if he were a dead person. Although Feng Xingliu had seen a lot of big scenes, the look in the man's eyes still sent a chill down his spine. Feng Xingliu was angry. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out too. Oh? With your strength? Someone sneered. How did the Phoenix divine race give birth to someone like you? In the God-ferrying ancient land, although everyone's realm is in the perfected star transformation realm, the original physique and soul strength remain unchanged. At this moment, Han Fei grinned ferociously. You bunch of trash, how strong can your physique and soul be? Feng Fei and Feng Qingcheng couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. With Han Fei and Feng Xingliu here, it was impossible for them to stand aloof. This was simply a mobile provocative machine.